Chapter 741 The End of the Journey. Jiang Zhuxiang had spent a lot of time preparing the ointment before, and now that he was relaxed, he couldn't help but be a little lazy. If you want to show it to others, just pull it out. It's not a very precious thing anyway. For Jiang Zhuxiang, this boat that he made casually and was originally used for escape was indeed not a precious thing. Even the power was human, which was truly a primitive society technology. Shuiwen smiled and said, "How can it be precious? At least we can't make such a thing at all. Xiaoxiang, don't be modest." After that, Shuiwen asked the old butler to pull up the boat for people to show. The light on the boat shone on the boat. Shuiwen also explained to them the production process of the boat. It seems that he has done some research on the boat. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that Shuiwen was so idle. He lazily looked at his previous shoddy work. He wanted to see the place where he lived before. After all, the small water pavilion was quite interesting. However, seeing the boat full of people, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to bother anymore. If there was a chance in the future, he would mention it again. Jiang Zhuxiang thought lazily. Lei Zhen looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's performance and felt a little distressed. "Are you tired? If you are tired, you can take a rest first. We will call you when we return to the water pavilion." Lei Zhen knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was not very interested in the things they were looking at now. After all, he had accompanied her here before. Shuiwen had already finished introducing the structure of the boat. When she saw Jiang Zhuxiang's performance, she was afraid that she couldn't bear it. "Xiaoxiang, go and rest first. There is a bed in the room you took before. Let Lei Zhen come to call you when the time comes." Shuiwen was not unfamiliar with using Lei Zhen. After all, who abducted their junior sister? Jiang Zhuxiang was persuaded by them and didn't insist anymore. She turned around and walked back to the original place. As for Alice, who wanted to send her off, Jiang Zhuxiang waved her hand and refused. "This is your first time here. Watch it with them, so that you won't have nothing to talk about when you go back." And Ron was here too. Jiang Zhuxiang was embarrassed to let them separate like this. Alice was held back by Ron, and could only watch Jiang Zhuxiang go back. The people who stayed behind continued to watch the scenery on the lake. Shuiwen took out some entertainment tools for them to play with, and asked the old housekeeper to provide some tea and snacks for them to kill time. When Jiang Zhuxiang was sleeping well, they had a lot of fun. However, the injured were a little self-aware, and they found a room to rest when it was almost time. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Shuiwen asked the big ship to go back. After arriving at the dock, Lei Zhen carefully sent Jiang Zhuxiang back to her room, but did not take advantage of her. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised when she woke up the next day. Alice asked with a smile, "Are we going back today?" Except for the Yin family. They had visited all other places. Alice didn't know whether Jiang Zhuxiang planned to visit the Yin family. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "We can't decide now. We will discuss it with Lei Zhen and others later, and then communicate with the dean to understand the situation before we can decide." Jiang Zhuxiang has always been cautious about such things. If there is a mistake, it will easily lead to disadvantages for his side. Alice didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to be so cautious. She nodded and said nothing. After the two of them packed up, they went to find Lei Zhen and others. They had just got up, but their movements were much faster than Jiang Zhuxiang and others. Jiang Zhuxiang knocked on the door for a few minutes, and they all packed up and came out. Jiang Zhuxiang and his group went directly to the restaurant. At this time, according to Jiang Zhuxiang's understanding of Shuiwen, he should be waiting for breakfast. It was just right to go there to find him and ask his opinion. Shuiwen was indeed sitting lazily at the dining table. Breakfast should still be prepared. In front of him was a cup of hot soy milk, which was probably given to him by the kitchen for temporary entertainment. Jiang Zhuxiang found a seat opposite him and sat down. He greeted him with a smile. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Jiang Zhuxiang slept well after finishing his work and had no idea when they went back. Now it seemed that it would not be very early. Shuiwen said, "Yes. Only someone is like a piglet, and can't be awakened even if you call him." Shuiwen looked at Jiang Zhuxiang jokingly. She didn't know when this little girl became so defenseless against others. It seems that Lei Zhen's warm water boiling frog is good. Facing Shuiwen's ridicule, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care at all. Then you continue to be confused. "We have something to discuss here." Jiang Zhuxiang motioned Lei Zhen and others to sit down, and said straight to the point, "Do you think we should go back now? Or go to Yan's house and go back?" Lei Zhen and others surrounded Jiang Zhuxiang, and Lei Zhen said a little annoyed, "I don't know. Xiaoxiang. What do you think? If we go to Yan's house, can the injured person hold on? If he is scared to death, all our efforts will be wasted. Lei Jin didn't want to waste Jiang Zhuxiang's labor and the precious medicinal materials that Jiang Zhuxiang had paid for. Ron had the same opinion. I think it doesn't make sense to visit the Yin family. The lesson of the Lei family is enough for them to be afraid of. It's better not to add fuel to the fire. Alice said, Xiaoxiang. Is it fun at the Yin family? Alice decided that if it was fun, she could ask Jiang Zhuxiang to take her there alone. I think Jiang Zhuxiang would not refuse. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said, It's okay. It's basically a big furnace over there. The things they made are quite interesting. Our senior brother Yin, from the Academy of Sciences, is from the Yin family. He has 2 younger brothers in the Yin family. The youngest brother has a good relationship with us. If you want to go there, I can introduce you to each other. Changing the subject, Jiang Zhuxiang said, Now the situation is 2-1. I will ask the dean for his opinion. If he agrees that we should go back, then we can go back to the room and pack our luggage later. Jiang Zhuxiang said, as he began to send a message to the dean. The dean received the message very quickly. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang, he directly asked, What's the matter? The dean was obviously a little busy now, and even skipped the greeting. Jiang Zhuxiang briefly explained the situation here, and asked for instructions on the next step, and at the same time asked where the others had arrived. Chapter 742 The Stalker. The dean heard Jiang Zhuxiang's question, but he didn't give her a perfunctory answer. You guys should come back first. We will make arrangements for the Yin family after the memories are over. At that time, let your senior brother lead the team in person. With him, the Yin family won't dare to do anything. As for the others, they should be behind you now. They haven't told me the details yet. After answering these questions, the dean stared at Jiang Zhuxiang for a while. Seeing that she had no other questions, he said, You guys should prepare to come back first. I'm hanging up. Jiang Zhuxiang really had nothing else to do, so he nodded to show that he understood. After ending this communication, Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen conveyed the dean's opinions and their next plans. Shuiwen didn't think it was a surprise. After all, with the dean's wife here, Jiang Zhuxiang would never fall into an unfavorable situation. Shuiwen just nodded and said, Then you should pack up after breakfast. Do you want me to accompany you back? Their journey back might not be safe. And Shuiwen was still a little worried. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head to refuse. Don't bother. You can't leave here either. We will protect ourselves. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think that Lei Jin's team's previous efforts would be in vain. At least there was no threat from mutant beasts and mutant plants on the way back. As for humans, they might not be powerless. Besides, except for one wounded person, they are all capable of fighting. So they will have the ability to protect one person. Shuiwen shrugged and didn't insist. At most, he could secretly send someone to follow the car. And he could follow if there was any danger. The kitchen finally prepared breakfast and served it to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Shuiwen sent a message to the old housekeeper, asking him to wake up the few people who were still sleeping. Otherwise they would miss the best breakfast time. The new rule of the Shui family is that there will be no food after a long time. The old housekeeper nodded and fiddled with the wall of the restaurant for a while. There was a speaker in each room. As long as the terminal in the restaurant was operated, the specified music could be played on the speaker. Unless someone got up, the music would not stop. The people who were still sleeping soundly were awakened by the harsh sound. And even the injured struggled to put on their clothes and came out. The old butler counted the number of people in the restaurant before turning off the sound. The others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. And Jiang Zhuxiang and the others also removed the original soundproofing array. The others naturally saw the old butler's actions and stared at him with a slightly accusing look. The old butler just raised his eyebrows and went straight into the kitchen to make arrangements. The others didn't get any response and could only admit defeat. They asked Jiang Zhuxiang and the others a little curiously, When did you get up? Jiang Zhuxiang said a little boredly, 6 o'clock. After hearing this answer, they stopped talking nonsense. After all, they were the ones who got up late. After breakfast, their attention was completely diverted again. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang explained today's itinerary. Pack your own luggage before noon. Those who are not convenient can come to help later. We will have lunch in the car, so everyone should hurry up. Otherwise we may not be able to make it back. The shelter here in the Shui family is still a little far from the Academy of Sciences. After all, They were not allies before. They are closer to the base. Others had no objection to Jiang Zuxiang's arrangement and started to work. Shui Wen followed Jiang Zuxiang's arrangement to prepare lunch that could be taken on the road, as well as some specialties for Jiang Zuxiang to take back. Basically, they were prepared for the dean and his wife, and Yan Lei. As for Jiang Zuxiang, she had her own. So Shui Wen did not make any other arrangements. After a busy day, they got on the car before 11 o'clock. Jiang Zuxiang said goodbye to Shui Wen and asked the driver to drive. Not long after driving, the driver reported, "Someone is following behind." Jiang Zuxiang observed from the rear window for a while, and thought it should be someone sent by Shui Wen. He sat back and said, "Don't worry. It's one of us." The driver nodded to show that he understood, and continued to drive forward. In fact, in addition to the Shui family, there were also people from the base behind. They were a little dissatisfied that the people from other fragments did not contact them, but directly contacted the Academy of Sciences. With this dissatisfaction, they couldn't help but want to make some small moves and then make some scapegoats. The Shui family was naturally familiar with the methods of the people in the base. They started fighting directly, and there were no obvious scars left, but they just lost their ability to move. After this accident, the Shui family dared not relax and followed Jiang Zuxiang and his men back to the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zuxiang got off the car at the entrance of the Academy of Sciences and walked directly to where they were hiding. They were startled and wanted to find a place to hide. Jiang Zuxiang ordered Lei Jun with a smile, block their retreat. Then he asked them with a smile, "Why are you running?" They didn't know why they were running, but they knew that this little girl was really amazing. Even their hiding ability could be discovered. They pushed someone out to show, "We didn't run." Jiang Zuxiang did not expose him, and asked directly, "Have you had lunch? If not, I will treat you to a meal before you go back. If you wait until you go back to eat, it will definitely be night." Although the speed of these people is not bad, and can keep up with the speed of Lu Xingxia, such a speed cannot be without consumption. Jiang Zuxiang can feel that their breath is unstable, and their energy is insufficient without taking their pulse. If they are allowed to go back like this, it will be difficult for him to explain to brother when if something goes wrong on the road. So Jiang Zuxiang directly signaled Lei Jun to take them inside. Jiang Zuxiang has arranged for someone to take the others to where they used to live. Jiang Zuxiang decided to entertain the Shui family members before reporting to the dean. He believed that the dean would not mind his delay. Jiang Zuxiang arranged them directly in the bakery of the dean's wife, and asked her to prepare more food that could replenish energy, and explain the origins of these people to her. The dean's wife smiled and said, "Xiaoxiang, don't worry. I will definitely treat them well. Do you have anything fun to tell me when you take them out to play?" The dean's wife was still curious about Jiang Zuxiang's experience outside, and seeing that Jiang Zuxiang was not going to leave for the time being, she asked directly. Jiang Zuxiang shook his head and said, "I went out once before, and the experience was almost the same as this time. I should have told you before." Chapter 743 Before and When Arrives. The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zuxiang's indifferent expression and said a little sadly, "Xiaoxiang, don't you want to stay with me?" The dean's wife had also gone out when she was young, and she asked Jiang Zuxiang to stay just to let her accompany her. After all, who knows if this child will leave again? Jiang Zuxiang had no way to deal with the dean's wife. But now, he had other things to do, and really couldn't delay here. He could only say, "No. It's just that Lei Jun and the others are still waiting for me to go to the dean to report. After we finish our work, I will bring them to see you together, and I will definitely accompany you for a while." Besides, it was impossible to go back immediately after the report was completed. Jiang Zuxiang felt that he still had a lot of time to accompany the dean's wife, so there was no need to worry about this time. The dean's wife let Jiang Zuxiang go after listening to his explanation. The dean's wife still supported Jiang Zuxiang's work, and nodded to let Jiang Zuxiang go. Jiang Zuxiang hurriedly fled, and went to find Lei Jun and the others. They were waiting for her not far from the door of the dean's office. Jiang Zuxiang walked up and said, "Let's go over quickly. Let's go eat after we're done. I'm a little hungry." Others also touched their stomachs. Although they had eaten something in the car before, they didn't dare to eat too much considering the problem of motion sickness. Jiang Zuxiang went up and knocked on the door of the dean's office, waiting for the reaction of the people inside. After all, they had been here for quite some time, and the dean should know that they came back to see him. The dean's voice came from inside, "Come in." Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin pushed the door open and went in. The dean motioned them to sit down opposite and said, "You are still a little slow. What were you doing before?" Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, "I went to the dean's wife first, because the Shui family had someone escort us back before, and I took them to the wife's place for lunch." The dean didn't say much after listening, and nodded directly. "Then you can start reporting now. I will also go to eat later." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say much after hearing this, and directly reported what happened along the way, focusing on the fact that there was an injured person, and the speed of his recovery from the previous injury. The dean was not surprised to hear this. Jiang Zhuxiang had mentioned this matter before. The dean just stared at Lei Jin and said, "Be careful when doing things in the future." Lei Jin nodded to show that he knew. Lei Jin also knew that the dean let him go so easily because of Jiang Zhuxiang. If the dean didn't mention this matter in the future, the people who came from other fragments would probably not mention it easily. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to report by himself for these reasons. Now seeing the dean's attitude, he was relieved. "Then we will leave first. You can notify us if there is anything in the future. They will probably have to show up in the next meeting. At least report the characteristics of each family to the visitors from other fragments, so that they can cooperate." Jiang Zhuxiang was in a hurry to eat, so he didn't want to stay with the dean any longer. The dean saw that they were going to leave, and stood up and said, "Where are you going to eat?" "I'll go with you." The dean was too lazy to think about what to eat for lunch. Anyway, with Jiang Zhuxiang here, it would definitely not be bad. After hearing the dean's plan, Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to change their original plan and said directly, "Let's go to the dean's wife to eat something. Anyway, the dean's wife should be free now, so Jiang Zhuxiang and the others should be able to order food." Alice and the others had no objections, so they all went over there. After Jiang Zhuxiang arrived, he said to everyone, "You guys find a seat first. I'll go order food." Then, he went straight into the kitchen. Jiang Zhuxiang, had those people left before? Have they paid their contribution points? If they have, please return them, and I'll pay. They haven't thanked them for sending them back yet, so it's normal to treat them to a meal. The dean's wife, they want to pay. But I didn't. I knew you would say that. You don't need to pay the contribution points. This meal will be put on my account. As long as you stay here and accompany me for a while, it will be fine. The dean's wife was a little helpless about Jiang Zhuxiang's frequent running around. It was a rare opportunity to keep her this time, so she must occupy most of her time. Otherwise Yan Lei would definitely come to ask for her again. Jiang Zhuxiang reluctantly agreed, and then told the dean and his team about waiting for dinner outside, and reported a list of dishes. The dean's wife patted Jiang Zhuxiang's head and asked her to go out. At the same time, she stuffed a plate of snacks into her and asked her to take it out. The dean and his team were drinking tea without taste. After Jiang Zhuxiang put down the snacks, everyone started to eat the snacks. Jiang Zhuxiang poured himself a cup of hot tea to warm himself up, and started to drink Lei Jin to talk about his future plans. "Are you going to go out with your team?" "I plan to stay here until they all come back after the meeting, and then go back." "If you plan to go back, tell Tao Hai and the others about me, so that they don't worry." Although Tao Hai and the others are all independent beasts, they still care about him very much, and Jiang Zhuxiang cannot help but let them know his whereabouts. Lei Jin thought of what he said when he contacted his father before, and he didn't have to worry about the superpower team. "My father asked me to represent him in this conference this time. He will stay in the back. The team members will still perform the cleaning task outside. They will be led by Lei Kong for the time being. They will probably do better." Lei Jin felt that he was not a qualified captain. Now he didn't have to go back and felt relieved. Jiang Zhuxiang also understood Lei Jin's performance a little. "You should really start to participate in this level of things now. It will take a lot of energy to do things in the future. It would be good if your team could be handed over completely. If you can't bear to let them transform, you will need your own confidence to manage the Lei family in the future." In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, the superpower team of the Lei family should be an opportunity for the Lei clan leader to train Lei Jin to be his own people. After all, the relationship between people who have grown up together is more trustworthy. Lei Jin nodded and said, "I think so too. I will talk to them when I go back this time." In fact, his father has always wanted to leave the Lei family to him. He and his mother have always wanted to go out and see the world again. Chapter 744 Ron's New Plan. Knowing that Lei Jin had his own plan, Jiang Zhuxiang began to care about Alice's plan. "When do you plan to go back?" I will arrange a flying vehicle for you then. After all, they are in different fragments. Even if the fragments of all parties are now converging towards their fragments, human power cannot cross the cracks between the fragments before they are completely reunited. Alice still doesn't know about their itinerary. After all, such things were decided by Ron before, and it is still the same now. Ron, our fragments have decided to let me stay as an agent. We will not go back for the time being. They will communicate with me about the relevant conditions through the communicator. I will send the video of the meeting at that time. If they have any other opinions, they will contact the relevant personnel in person. Please help us arrange a place to live for a long time. Miss Jiang, when everything is stable, I will apply to stay in your fragments. Given the friendship between Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang, Ron thought that it would be better to stay away from him and wait until everything was settled before returning, rather than returning to his own fragments to get involved in the struggle for power. Alice had no objection to Ron's idea. After all, if he really stayed, she would be able to play with Xiaoxiang for a long time, and maybe their children could become each other's best playmates. Jiang Zhuxiang did not comment on Ron's words, but he could still agree to his request. It's no problem to arrange a place for you to live. But do you have a place you like? If so, it's better to tell me in advance, so that you won't be dissatisfied when you find it. They still have a lot of vacant houses. In the past, zombies and mutant plants and animals would not destroy those houses. They just need to clean them up and restore the energy supply, or change the energy supply method. Ron has been thinking about this for a long time and directly stated his request. I heard that you and Leijin have moved out of the Academy of Sciences, and the current house is also newly built by ourselves. We want to be neighbors with you. What do you think? Ron didn't think Jiang Zhuxiang would refuse his request. After all, it was not a big deal. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it. There were Taotai living there. If they were found, it would be very troublesome to explain. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Leijin and asked him to find a way. Leijin received Jiang Zhuxiang's idea and said, "Then you can go and see the environment over there and decide where to build your house. It's not impossible to be neighbors. The only problem is that the place should be far away from where Jiang Zhuxiang lives. He needs to let the team members arrange the area next to Jiang Zhuxiang so that they can give up that place. Also, Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang are sometimes too close." Leijin believes that Ron will agree to his suggestion, seeing that Leijin has made arrangements. Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't think about it anymore and directly calls Alice. "It should be almost done now. Let's go and serve the dishes." The dean's wife is always quick, but there is no one in the kitchen to help. Otherwise there must be dishes to eat. Leijin and Ron squinted their eyes at the same time when they saw the scene. They were indeed too close, which was really annoying. After the meal was served, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others quickly finished their lunch. The dean continued to work in the office. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to divide the things that Shui Wen had given him before. Jiang Zhuxiang had already kept a portion for the dean's wife. Now he needed to send it to the people Shui Wen had made friends with in the laboratory before. Of course, the first portion was still to Yan Lei. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Alice if she wanted to go with him. Ron said directly, "We still need to pack up our things and get the house design drawings we want to build. Alice should not get involved. We are still very busy. Aren't we?" As Ron spoke, he winked at Leijin, telling them to isolate them properly. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice. Ron's opinion was not necessarily Alice's idea, but Ron was behind Alice, holding Alice's hand, as if he would drag her away if she dared to talk nonsense. Alice said that sometimes she still needed to consider her partner's ideas. Otherwise she would be taught a lesson. She could only reject Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal embarrassedly. "Xiaoxiang, go by yourself. If you can't move, you can ask Leijin to help you." For Alice, partners are sometimes labor, and they need to work hard at this time. Leijin also said, "Xiaoxiang, I can help you carry your things. It won't tire you out. Besides, the lab is full of men, so it's not convenient for you two girls to go there. After all, sometimes some researchers treat the lab as their home, and it's not uncommon for them to do experiments in pajamas." Jiang Zhuxiang saw that they all had this attitude and could only choose Leijin. He pointed at Alice speechlessly. "You just forget friendship for the sake of beauty. Be careful. I won't help you in the future." After saying that, he angrily handed a bunch of things to Leijin to carry. Alice looked at Ron pitifully. What if Xiaoxiang gets angry? What if she doesn't play with me in the future? Ron quickly comforted her. "No. If she doesn't take you to play, I will take you to play. Ron also hoped that Jiang Zhuxiang would be so angry, so that he could justifiably ask them not to have any contact with each other. Unfortunately, Ron also knew that this was impossible. Jiang Zhuxiang was definitely not such a stingy person. Thinking of this, Ron took Alice back to the room where they originally lived. It would be better to clean up early. Otherwise, when Jiang Zhuxiang was free, he might have to come again. Ron had seen this kind of thing many times. Jiang Zhuxiang came to the door of Yan Lei's laboratory. Out of courtesy, he did not push the door directly and rang the doorbell outside. Yan Lei's face appeared on the screen. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, he opened the door directly. Don't you have the authority? Is it fun for me to open the door for you? Yan Lei was a little speechless about Jiang Zhuxiang's unnecessary behavior. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, I'm just worried that you are not here. What if you come in uninvited and are treated as a thief? Okay. Don't be angry. This is what brother would ask me to bring to you. Please keep it and enjoy it. Fortunately, Shui Wen had packed it separately for everyone before. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would have to pack it separately one by one. Yan Lei took the things and asked, How is the Shui family? Yan Lei hadn't contacted Shui Wen for a while, and he was also very concerned about his recent situation. Chapter 745, Land Enclosure Movement. Jiang Zhuxiang briefly mentioned the current situation of the Shui family to Shui Wen. Generally speaking, Highway Temple is good, and Shui Wen has plans for the future, as long as they can help him when he needs it. Jiang Zhuxiang thinks that the Shui family may be able to develop like the Lei family in Shui Wen's hands. After all, the Lei family is still developing purely by force, and Shui Wen will not let go of the various convenient technologies of the Academy of Sciences. Yan Lei listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's introduction, nodded and said nothing more, and then began to ask Jiang Zhuxiang about his future plans. Do you still count the promise you made to come to the laboratory? Yan Lei was still very depressed because he was asked by the dean to do other things after helping for only a few days. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little embarrassed about this, but he couldn't decide yet. Alice and the others want to settle here recently. I need to take care of this matter recently. The dean's wife also needs me to accompany her for a while. I may not be able to come to help you recently. You should take care of it yourself first. I think you can find another assistant, which may be easier. Yan Lei looked at him speechlessly. Do you think I don't want to? It's just that there has been no suitable person. You also know that some things here cannot be known to others. How can anyone give me such trust? Only Jiang Zhuxiang has this innate advantage, to gain the trust of everyone in the Academy of Sciences. Others need a long test, and the risk in this test is not small. So sometimes they would rather do it themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang could only say goodbye to Yan Lei with apology. After all, there are still many places to go. However, the other people are very familiar to Shui Wen and are more ordinary to him. Jiang Zhuxiang directly delivered the things and exchanged a few words before leaving. During the period, he did meet someone who was doing experiments in pajamas. Jiang Zhuxiang directly asked Lei Jin to deliver the things. After delivering all the things, Jiang Zhuxiang went back to the dean's wife to help. Lei Jin went to find a quiet place to contact the team members. After a good night's rest, Jiang Zhuxiang finished his morning routine exercise and went to find Alice and others with Lei Jin. Today they planned to take Alice and Ron to see their living environment and select an area for them to build a house. After that, as long as Alice and others designed the specific shape of the house, the construction team could do the rest. Alice and Ron didn't expect them to move so quickly, but they could set off at any time. Alice and Ron simply packed up and set off with Lei Jin and others. They had taken too many cars before, and now they felt that walking was not bad. Moreover, the place Lei Jin and others chose before was not too far from the Academy of Sciences. It only took 1 or 2 hours to walk there. If they used their own abilities, they could get there in half an hour at most. However, they were not in a hurry, so they just walked slowly. Most of the mutant plants along the way were cleared, in addition to some non-threatening mutant plants that were still decorating the wild. Some mutant beasts would occasionally appear. However, they have now begun to learn their lesson and will not easily attack humans. After all, these two-legged beasts are now obviously stronger than them, and they still have some self-knowledge. After 2 hours of trekking, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin's new home appeared in front of Alice and Ron. They were all 3-story villas with all other configurations, including guards at the door and various service facilities inside. Some houses used for investment promotion have also begun to be settled by ordinary merchants. This place will definitely become a small settlement in the future. Lei Jin greeted the guards at the door, who let Lei Jin and his men in, and then continued to close the door, firmly guarding this pass. Walking on the road made of super concrete, Alice was still surprised by the scene on the side. It was said that Jiang Zhuxiang and his men had only moved here for about a month, and this place had developed to this point. The managers here seemed to be very good. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin's house was located in the middle of the entire settlement, although the open space on the side had been preliminarily cleaned. Lei Jin had specially instructed that the side of Jiang Zhuxiang's house be specially treated. So it seemed that there were still many mutant plants. If they were to be cleaned up, it would still take a lot of manpower. Alice said with some embarrassment, "Is there any special way to quickly clear these plants?" Alice still didn't give up so easily. For his own peace of mind, Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head against his will. These plants are mutant plants that survived the previous disaster. Half of the drugs have no effect on them. Those highly toxic drugs are too destructive to the land, so we rarely use them. Alice was not the kind of person who would do anything to live next to Jiang Zhuxiang. When she heard this, she said directly, "Then let's keep them. Let's choose a place on the other side. Anyway, the distance here is quite short, so walking a few more steps can be regarded as exercise." Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin took them to the side of Lei Jin's house, which was quite clean. Alice and Ron were quite satisfied. According to the design they had initially decided on, they asked Lei Jin to help them circle a piece of land. If there was anything else they needed, they would add more. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time. It was almost time for lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Lei Jin to take them to his house. He went back to his house to get some food. They would have lunch at Lei Jin's house today. Lei Jin nodded to show that he understood. He took Alice and the others to his house. After placing them in the living room, he went to the kitchen to see if the kitchenware could be used. They used to go to Jiang Zhuxiang's house to cook. It seemed that the kitchen here was used for the first time today. Lei Jin walked into the kitchen and saw a pile of unopened kitchen utensils. He found a knife and started to unpack them, at least to give Xiao Xiang something to use. All the new kitchen utensils were placed in the right place. Lei Jin still felt very accomplished. He waited for his Xiao Xiang to come and use them. Maybe he could try cooking in the future. Lei Jin always hoped that he could cook for his Xiao Xiang. Even if the taste was not very good, at least he could eat it. Chapter 746 Roughness vs. Romance. Jiang Zhuxiang went back to get a lot of things. Recently, because Jiang Zhuxiang didn't come back, the Taotai basically didn't come back to eat. But they still habitually brought back some prey as reserve food. So there were a lot of things in the refrigerator. If they didn't eat them, they would be almost full. So Jiang Zhuxiang took out almost half of the refrigerator's things. When he moved them to Lei Jin's door alone, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't support it anymore and shouted directly, "Someone help me move it." In fact, the weight is not bad, mainly because these things are easy to slide down after being stacked. Alice and the others in the living room reacted faster than Lei Jin. They helped Jiang Zhuxiang share some of the food. The three of them lined up and entered the kitchen. Lei Jin was a little surprised and said, "Why did you take so many things? We can't finish them." "Right. There were only 4 of them in total. 6 dishes were enough for more than a dozen people," Jiang Zhuxiang said. "These are all the stocks in my refrigerator. We haven't been back recently, and we can't keep them anymore. So we'll bring more this time. If we can't finish them, we can leave them for Lei Kong and the others. If they don't want them, we can take them to the Academy of Sciences and ask the dean's wife to cook them for us, so they won't be wasted." Jiang Zhuxiang had already considered how to deal with these things when he took them, and he was not worried about waste at all. Lei Jin listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's arrangement and didn't say anything more, and made room for them to put the things. Jiang Zhuxiang put all the things on the cooking table first, and then began to pick out the ingredients that would be used for lunch today, and then asked Alice and the others to put the remaining unnecessary things in the refrigerator, and at the same time signaled Lei Jin to ask Lei Kong and the others for their opinions. Lei Kong said, "None of us can cook. You should take them back. At worst, we will go to the Academy of Sciences to have dinner with you." Lei Kong and the others have been relying on the nutrition supplements from the Academy of Sciences to fill their stomachs in the wild recently. And sometimes they will also be accompanied by some bread and snacks bought from the dean's wife. Of course, they bought them through the virtual network, and they still admire the dean's wife's cooking skills. Jiang Zhuxiang heard their reply and directly signaled Lei Jin and Lei Kong to say, if their mission location is close to the Academy of Sciences in the future, they can come to the Academy to find us directly. Then they can go to the Dean's wife's place for lunch together, which will also facilitate your communication. Lei Jin conveyed Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion. Lei Kong and others expressed their gratitude to Jiang Zhuxiang and said that they would definitely go there if they had time. Lei Kong said something to Lei Jin before ending the call. Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Alice to help cut vegetables, and he went to check the hygiene of the kitchen utensils. Seeing how clean they were, he was still a little surprised. Have you washed them? Lei Jin knew Jiang Zhuxiang's particularity, and quickly said, no. They were just taken apart. Do they still need to be washed? Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Lei Jin, and only the kitchen utensils that had not been used needed to be washed. Jiang Zhuxiang directly boiled a large pot of water to wash these kitchen utensils. After completing this procedure, Jiang Zhuxiang directly cooked the rice first, and then quickly prepared 6 dishes and a soup. It was the first time that Alice and the others saw Jiang Zhuxiang so full of fire. It was not until Jiang Zhuxiang reminded them that they started to serve the dishes. Jiang Zhuxiang first made himself a bowl of soup, and then asked Alice and the others with a little curiosity, what do you plan to build your house like? Can you show it to me? I promise not to make random comments. After all, it was the house they were going to live in, so even if it didn't match their aesthetics, Jiang Zhuxiang wouldn't say anything. Alice said, it doesn't matter. You can tell me directly if you have any opinions. We haven't finalized it yet. Now we only have a rough plan. I'll send you the draft. It was a mixture of her and Ron's opinions, which looked a bit strange. After all, sometimes it's hard to unify the styles between men and women. They still want to hear other people's opinions. Jiang Zhuxiang bit the spoon and checked the pictures they sent. The lines on it were a bit messy. Jiang Zhuxiang only saw a rough outline. If this kind of thing was handed over to the construction team, they probably wouldn't understand it. Jiang Zhuxiang tried to figure out their general ideas. Ron preferred a rough style, while Alice preferred a more romantic style. So when they were mixed together, it was a bit unsightly. Jiang Zhuxiang turned off the screen of the communicator and gave them a sincere suggestion. I think you can find a professional architect and tell him your ideas. Then let him design for you. This is to reduce your useless work. Accurate data is still needed during construction. It is better to let professionals do this to avoid mistakes. Alice and the others were more obedient to Jiang Zhuxiang's opinions. They did not think that their designs would be recognized by Jiang Zhuxiang. Alice, does Xiaoxiang have any good candidates to recommend to us? They have built 2 houses before, so there should be talents in this field. In fact, their houses were directly based on the previous design drawings, so they did not need designers. Jiang Zhuxiang said, we just needed 2 houses to live in at that time, and did not consider the style. However, there should be researchers who like this in the Academy of Sciences. I will ask the senior brother for you after we go back. The senior brother is more familiar with this kind of thing. After all, they should have been his friends in the past. Alice nodded and stopped talking. But Ron said, thank you for your help. Jiang Zhuxiang, it's okay. It's just a piece of cake. Jiang Zhuxiang was just helping for Alice's sake. The 4 of them started to eat lunch silently. And after eating, they took their things back to the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang took Alice and Ron to find the senior brother, and Lei Jin was sent by Jiang Zhuxiang to help the dean's wife. Yin Lei had just finished his work for the day, and was a little surprised to see Jiang Zhuxiang and the others coming again. Are you going to come and help? It's no wonder that Yin Lei misunderstood like this. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had never come to him twice in one day before. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head. I came here this time to ask you something. Are you free now? Chapter 747 Meeting with the Architect. Yin Lei nodded. I'm free now. Go ahead. What do you want to ask me? This is really a rare thing. Yin Lei hasn't been asked for help by Jiang Zhuxiang for a long time. It seems that after Jiang Zhuxiang had a serious illness before, she got used to handling everything by herself. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't notice Yin Lei's excitement, and told him his question. Does our Academy of Sciences have researchers who like architectural design? These 2 are my friends. They plan to build a long-term building in our fragments, and need designers to help them turn their ideas into reality. Jiang Zhuxiang pointed directly at Alice and the others. Without hiding anything, Yin Lei looked at Alice and the others. He knew something about Ron, as he was the one who got the fragments. As for Alice, Yin Lei only knew that his Xuxiang had a good relationship with her, but he didn't know much about other aspects. However, this did not prevent him from helping them. Yin Lei said, "Of course there are. But they should not be very free now. If you want to occupy their time, you have to pay something corresponding to it. And they generally don't make a move easily now." Which is why Jiang Zhuxiang came back to find Yin Lei. It would be much easier to talk if someone introduced him, even if it still costs a little. But it is still not worth mentioning. Alice said, "That's no problem. As long as he is willing to help us this time, we will agree to whatever conditions he proposes." They are quite familiar with the researchers of the Academy of Sciences, and believe that they will not propose any unacceptable conditions. Yin Lei saw that they were also sincere in seeking advice, so he did not embarrass them. He directly wrote them a letter of introduction on paper, and wrote down the address and contact information. Of course, the address refers to the laboratory where the researcher is located. Yin Lei said, "Do you need me to accompany you? I have nothing to do for the time being. And if they need it, it is not impossible." Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't want to trouble his senior brother too much. After all, he must be very tired after working all day today. It's better not to let him attend those unnecessary social events. "I'll accompany them. If you have nothing to do now, you should take a rest. Look at your two big dark circles." Yin Lei didn't care much about his appearance, but since Jiang Zhuxiang brought it up, he should pay attention to it. "Okay, go by yourselves. If he doesn't want to, you can come to me." Yin Lei believed that everyone in the Academy of Sciences should know Jiang Zhuxiang. In fact, if he didn't have his letter of introduction, he would have chosen to help her. So Yin Lei was very happy that Jiang Zhuxiang came to him for help, which meant that his junior sister trusted his senior brother very much. Jiang Zhuxiang took the letter of introduction from Yin Lei to the designated laboratory to find someone. After knocking on the door, he handed Yin Lei's letter of introduction to him. The man was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang, and even more surprised when he got the paper thing. He motioned them to come in first, and then carefully opened the letter of introduction. There are not many paper products now, and those who are lucky enough to get it cherish it very much. After reading the content, the man looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a strange look. Just for this matter, such a piece of paper was wasted. It seems that the dean's wife and others really dote on this daughter. He carefully folded it and put it back, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Can I keep this thing?" For Jiang Zhuxiang, these things may be insignificant, but they are still very precious to him. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded without any objection and said, "You can keep it. What do you think about this matter? Can you help us? What are your conditions?" For Jiang Zhuxiang, he never likes to beat around the bush, so he asked directly. The man actually agreed to this matter when Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to give him the paper products. At this time, he directly said, "Okay, but I don't have much time. If you want to modify it repeatedly after I make it according to your description, it is impossible. I only promise that I will do my best to design it." He had this experience when he was still an architectural designer. A drawing was revised countless times, and there were still comments. For them, this kind of thing was still a bit annoying. So later, he simply said that he would not help them to revise repeatedly, even if some customers were lost. He did not want to cause trouble for himself. Alice and Ron understood his idea. After all, his time was still very precious now. It was good that he was willing to help them design. Ron said, "No problem. As long as you can design it for us. We don't know much about some professional data, so we will directly find a construction team when the time comes." He appreciated their approach and took them to the lounge next door to communicate. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, he said directly, "You can go back first. If you want to wait for them to leave together, just wait here. Their communication time is estimated to be long. He must thoroughly understand his ideas before he can successfully design the house shape they want in one go." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally wanted to go back with Alice and the others. He waved his hand and let them communicate. He chose to find something to do by himself. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. Jiang Zhuxiang began to communicate with the previous injured person, wanting to understand his current situation. There were quite a lot of people on the injured side. They were a little surprised to see Jiang Zhuxiang's communication number flashing. They quickly answered it without avoiding the people around them. They had been with Jiang Zhuxiang before, so there was nothing to hide. "Patient, Miss Jiang. What's the matter?" This was the first time Jiang Zhuxiang sent a communication to me, which was a little surprising. "Jiang Zhuxiang, I haven't come to check on you in the past 2 days. How is your injury now? Is the new ointment working well? After giving the new ointment, Jiang Zhuxiang started to rush back. And then he was busy with Alice and the others' affairs. He was still a little worried about his situation. The injured, it's great. I can take care of my life now. I don't have to bother others, and I don't have to worry about my wounds opening. This is the first time I've seen such a magical ointment. Your idea is really good. This ointment does not need to be bandaged after use. It is especially convenient to use in the wild. If possible, he wants to ask Jiang Zhuxiang for more. Chapter 748 The Farthest Distance in the World. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved to hear him say that. Seeing that there was someone on his side, he said, then you go ahead, and I'll come over after dinner to help you check it out. Okay. Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to help him check and confirm the healing situation, which would also facilitate his subsequent medication. The injured person said, no problem. I'll wait for Miss Jiang to come over later. Now they really don't have much time. At night, it's private time. Other injured people generally won't be received anymore. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang is an exception. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others nodded to say goodbye and hung up the call first. The injured said with some emotion, I didn't expect that a little girl like her would have such a strong sense of responsibility and good ability. Let's continue where we were just now. Other people also knew something about Jiang Zhuxiang. They slightly agreed with him at this time. In the subsequent discussion, when it came to the Academy of Sciences, they couldn't help but relax a little. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how much convenience he brought to the Academy of Sciences because of him. After ending this communication, Jiang Zhuxiang began to check the medicinal materials he had used recently, if he wanted to prepare new medicines for the injured. It seemed that he needed to replenish his medicinal materials library again. Jiang Zhuxiang's previous medicinal materials were directly catalyzed by seeds. But because the plants themselves were basically used after catalysis, there were few seeds left. So there were not many seeds left now. I don't know if Lei Jun and his team of superpowers collected any useful seeds when they were cleaning the plants. While Jiang Zhuxiang was recording the missing seeds, he was thinking about how to solve this problem. Maybe he should consider opening a medicinal field to at least ensure the supply of seeds. Otherwise it would be easy to use them up if they continued to use them like this. While Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking about this, Alice and Ron had already explained to the architect the style they wanted, their preferences in detail, and the space they needed. The architect recorded their requirements one by one, and then began to reconfirm their requirements by repeatedly asking questions, until Alice and Ron felt that they were confused. He let them go. The architect put away his notebook and signaled that they could leave first. As for the price, I will tell you my requirements after I finish drawing the drawings. You can also consider what you can provide. It was rare for him to make a move, so he didn't care much about the reward. He let them do what they could. Alice and Ron said dazedly, okay. Then we will wait for your good news. Before they started chatting, they had exchanged contact numbers with each other. In the future, they no longer needed to contact through Jiang Zhuxiang and others, which would be much more convenient. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little curious when he saw the two of them dealing with it in a daze. He explained the house they wanted in detail. The two felt like they had gone through an exam. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up. Are you ready? Alice and Ron nodded and said, okay. Jiang Zhuxiang, then I'll take them away first. I'm really sorry to bother you today. Jiang Zhuxiang has always been respectful to the researchers in the laboratory. This is why no matter how many privileges she has, not many people are jealous of her. In the eyes of most researchers, Jiang Zhuxiang is just a polite little sister. The architect nodded and said nothing more. He sent them out directly. After Jiang Zhuxiang took them for a walk, he began to ask, are you satisfied with this one? If not, I can go find the senior brother and ask him to introduce you to another candidate. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little worried that this architect was not very friendly to Alice and the others. It would be bad if they were not satisfied. Alice quickly said, I am quite satisfied. He is a little bit amazing. He feels like our previous teacher. We were a little confused when we were asked before. We didn't understand many of his words. We don't need to change to other people. We don't want to be tested again. Alice and the others still had a special teacher to teach them when they were young. But the teachers there were more democratic. So they were a little uncomfortable when facing this one. If it was Jiang Zhuxiang and the other students, they would definitely be able to easily deal with this one's torture. Seeing that they were satisfied, Jiang Zhuxiang stopped talking and asked directly, where do you want to go now? Or should we go to the dean's wife? Jiang Zhuxiang felt that they needed to calm down their minds. Otherwise they probably wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Alice and Ron were brought to the dean's wife's bakery by Jiang Zhuxiang in a daze. Jiang Zhuxiang went into the kitchen and brought out 2 cups of milk tea for them. They smelled the sweet smell of the milk tea and began to calm down. They said, "Xiaoxiang, have you always studied under such a strict teacher before? I think you are so awesome." At least if they had such a teacher, they would definitely not be able to survive even a week. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how the original body had survived. At this moment, he could only smile awkwardly. As for his own teacher, he always taught according to the student's abilities. There were times when he was strict, and there were times when he was kind. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the teachers who might never see him again in this life, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. Alice and Ron didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to react like this, because they touched her sore spot. Er didn't say anything more, and directly held the cup to drink milk tea. The atmosphere became silent for a while. The dean's wife just came out of the kitchen to take a breath. Seeing the strange atmosphere here, she said a little speechlessly, "Xiaoxiang, what are you doing? What do you want to eat for dinner?" It was almost time for dinner, and the dean's wife came out to ask about this. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little listlessly, "Just make your decision. I don't have much appetite." The dean came over a little worriedly and asked, "What's wrong? If you feel unwell, tell me. You know that doctors don't treat themselves. Then let other doctors help you." Although the dean's wife herself did not study medicine, she also had a rough understanding of this aspect. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." Jiang Zhuxiang stood up after saying that, obviously intending to go into the kitchen to help. Seeing her in this state, the dean's wife obviously would not let him enter the kitchen, and directly said, "You should rest outside. Alice can come in." Chapter 749 Temporary Depression. After the dean's wife talked to Alice about this, she reminded Lei Jin, "Please take good care of Xiaoxiang for me. If there is anything wrong, come in and tell me immediately. I will find a suitable doctor for her." Although Jiang Zhuxiang's medical skills are the best in their academy, the academy still has a few people who can show off after so many years of cultivation. And if they can't solve it, there is Tingsha as the last choice. It's just that the dean's wife has never liked to deal with them, because in her eyes, they are people who will compete with her for Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin naturally said, "Okay. No problem. Don't worry. I think Xiaoxiang is just a little upset. There is nothing wrong with her body." Lei Jin is very familiar with Jiang Zhuxiang's physical condition. It is obvious that Jiang Zhuxiang's current situation is not caused by her physical condition, but she may be thinking of something unhappy. The dean's wife said, "If this is the case, you should enlighten her well. If she is still in this state after eating, she will have indigestion." After the dean's wife finished speaking, she took Alice into the kitchen. She still trusted Lei Jin. Now she just wanted to make some food that Xiaoxiang could eat more. Alice was the same. Alice had always seen Jiang Zhuxiang's high spirits, but it was rare to see her in such a low mood, and she was a little worried. While they were busy in the kitchen, Lei Jin asked Jiang Zhuxiang carefully, "Did anyone make you unhappy today? If so, tell me, and I will help you vent your anger." Lei Jin was a little worried that Jiang Zhuxiang was unwilling to tell him for some reason, and if it got serious, he would be even more unable to ask. Jiang Zhuxiang said lazily, "No one came to provoke me. I just suddenly felt a little unhappy. Just don't bother me for the time being. I will figure it out myself." Jiang Zhuxiang himself had been in a bad mood before, and the teachers and leaders would give him a calm environment to let him do his own things, and nothing would happen after venting. Therefore, Lei Jin's current behavior was not necessary in Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and planned to find a quiet place to stay. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite familiar with this place, so he quickly found such a place. This was the place where the dean's wife used to be lazy. So after Jiang Zhuxiang went in, he said to Lei Jin, who wanted to follow him, "Don't come in. If you feel bored, just find fun yourself." How could Lei Jin be at ease with Jiang Zhuxiang staying alone in this state? So he said directly, "I won't come in. Can I wait at the door?" Lei Jin just wanted to stay closer to Jiang Zhuxiang, so that he could rush in at the first time if there was any accident. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Lei Jin. "It's up to you. You are not allowed to come in and disturb me before I come out." After Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking, he closed the door and locked it, locking Lei Jin outside. Lei Jin could only drag a chair and wait outside the door. After the dean's wife and Alice prepared dinner, They saw Lei Jin sitting there and asked curiously, "What are you doing there? Where is Xiao Xiang?" Lei Jin pointed at that place helplessly. The dean's wife walked over. "She hasn't come out yet?" Lei Jin nodded. And there was no movement inside, which made Lei Jin even more uncertain. The dean's wife knocked on the door gently, but there was still no movement inside. Moreover, the door here was previously renovated with a traditional lock, and the ID card could not be swiped directly. The dean's wife told Lei Jin, "You wait here. I'll go get the key. I haven't been here for a long time, and I don't know what Xiao Xiang is doing inside." However, the interior was decorated according to her own preferences. Even if Xiao Xiang wanted to do something to hurt herself, it would be impossible. The dean's wife was not too worried. Moreover, there were basic alarm devices inside. If the people inside were in danger, they would definitely notify the people outside. After the dean's wife opened the door, Lei Jin and Alice followed in. The dean's wife only saw a small figure on the chair where she was originally sitting, curled up quietly, not moving at all. The dean's wife walked closer and saw that the little guy seemed to be asleep, completely unaware of how worried the people outside were, and even snoring a little. After the dean's wife breathed a sigh of relief, she began to gently wake her up. "Xiao Xiang, wake up. Let's eat something and go back to our room to sleep. Okay?" Perhaps she felt the breath of others. Jiang Zhuxiang slowly opened her eyes, rubbed her eyes with her hands, and said, "Am I asleep?" The dean's wife said a little helplessly, "Yes. Don't you know it yourself? This child's mental state today is a little bit wrong." The dean's wife is a little worried. Jiang Zhuxiang felt much better after sleeping. After all, she always knew that she probably couldn't go back, and she was just occasionally weak before. She stood up and said, "Then let's go to dinner. It should be ready." "Right." Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was hungry, the dean's wife didn't say much, and took Jiang Zhuxiang to the table where they had placed the food. Ron was guarding there before. Alice took a step back and said to Lei Jin, "If you have a chance recently, you should ask Xiaoxiang what happened today. Otherwise it won't be so easy to solve it if it happens again in the future." Lei Jin was also a little scared by Xiaoxiang, and decided to pay attention to his own Xiaoxiang's mental health in the future. Otherwise, he might not be able to stay so calm if this happened again. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that others were going to pay attention to her mental health because of her occasional fragility. For her, after this period of time, she would generally not think about this kind of thing for a long time. Now she was most concerned about checking the recovery of the injured after dinner and asking about their current thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly finished his dinner and planned to leave the table to do his own things, not even intervening in the cleaning. The dean's wife didn't mind Jiang Zhuxiang being a little lazy. She just signaled Lei Jin to follow. Jiang Zhuxiang's condition was worrying before. It would be bad if something happened on the way. Chapter 750, Chinese Quintessence Mahjong. Lei Jin followed Jiang Zhuxiang's steps, while Alice and Ron stayed to help the dean's wife. The dean's wife was still a little worried about Jiang Zhuxiang's previous depression, thinking that Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang had a good relationship. She wanted to ask her if there would be any clues. Jiang Zhuxiang's depression also occurred after chatting with Alice. The dean's wife, "What did you talk about with Xiaoxiang before that made her like this?" "Of course, I don't mean to blame you. I just want to know the specific situation so that I won't run into this kind of minefield in the future." The dean's wife was afraid that Jiang Zhuxiang would melt if she put it in her mouth, and would drop it if she held it in her hands, so she would not let go of any clues. Alice had thought that it might be because of the things she talked about with Jiang Zhuxiang that she might have thought of something, but no one asked her before, so Alice did not say it. This time, the dean's wife came to ask, and Alice directly explained every word she had said in the previous chat. This is also because Alice has a strong memory. Otherwise, it would be impossible to completely repeat what the two had said before. The dean's wife did not care much at first, and later, when Alice and the others mentioned the topic of teachers, Jiang Zhuxiang's emotions and his words obviously changed a bit, and the dean's wife knew what was wrong. This child probably thought of her own parents, which was also a problem they had always ignored before. They always thought that it was a good thing for Xiaoxiang to forget her parents. Now it seems that they still need to talk to her about this matter and let her let it go. The dean's wife thought this in her heart, but there was no emotion on her face. She just said to Alice, "This is not your fault. Just try not to talk to Xiaoxiang about the teacher in the future. Her parents were also researchers here at the Academy of Sciences, and they also taught many students. including the current senior brother Yen Lei of the Academy of Sciences. It's just that they died in an accident before. She had a serious illness because of this incident. At that time, she lost some of her memories about her parents. So she can recover now. Although we want her to remember her parents' kindness to her, we still didn't take the initiative to do anything for her to be able to hold on. Now it seems that she has been reminded of something by you. Next, we will control the speed of her memory recovery, so that she won't be unable to bear it herself. The dean's wife still needs to discuss this matter with the dean. So the dean's wife will now warn Alice not to mention things related to teachers. Alice also knows the severity of the matter. But for her, such words are sometimes mentioned unintentionally. Alice can only promise, I will not take the initiative to mention this matter to her. But I will sometimes unconsciously say these words. And you won't blame me when the time comes. If this doesn't work, Alice feels that she can only temporarily not see Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise she will definitely not be able to avoid mentioning these words. The dean's wife is not that strict. And nodded to say, it's good that you know you didn't mention it on purpose. And we are not so unkind. For Jiang Zhuxiang, Alice should be a very important friend. And the dean's wife would not deliberately isolate their previous communication. Alice was relieved to see the dean's wife's attitude. On the other side, Lei Jin ran a few steps to catch up with Jiang Zhuxiang, and asked carefully, Xiaoxiang, where are you going? Lei Jin was still quite scared of his Xiaoxiang's previous condition, so he didn't dare to speak too loudly now. Jiang Zhuxiang said, go check the wounded and test their attitude. What are you doing here? When contacting them before, he didn't mention that Lei Jin was going there too. What if the wounded saw him and got angry? Lei Jin and his team had previously put the injured into this state. Although Jiang Zhuxiang rescued them in time, Lei Jin and his team had not expressed their apologies. So Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried about taking Lei Jin with him. Lei Jin said, the dean's wife asked me to follow you. But I am still worried. Don't worry. If they don't welcome me, I will wait for you outside. Of course, if their attitude is not bad, I can apologize to them. But this is only from my personal standpoint. As for the rest, I still have to wait for my father and his team to come. This was also what the Lei clan leader said when he communicated with Lei Jin before. After all, they were still in the wrong in this matter. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect Lei Jin and his friends to be so nice. But Jiang Zhuxiang was still unsure about the attitude of the injured. So he could only follow Lei Jin. Jiang Zhuxiang first went back to his studio to get a medicine box that he had prepared before, so that if there was anything that needed to be replaced, he could take it out immediately. Jiang Zhuxiang knocked on the door gently. This was the residence that the dean had arranged for the injured. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know if there were other people inside. So he signaled Lei Jin to wait outside first, and then call him in after he was sure of their attitude. Lei Jin listened to Jiang Zhuxiang in this regard, and watched Jiang Zhuxiang go in, waiting outside with a little trepidation. Jiang Zhuxiang found that they were all here after entering the house, as if they were playing a game. Jiang Zhuxiang looked familiar, but could not recognize them. Seeing their crackling sounds, it was quite lively when Jiang Zhuxiang came in, except for the one who opened the door for him. No one else noticed her coming. Jiang Zhuxiang coughed softly with some helplessness, wanting to remind them to pay attention to her presence, especially the injured person who was watching on the side. How could you watch so attentively? It was not you who was playing. Jiang Zhuxiang's cough did not attract the attention of others. Even the one who opened the door for her before urgently needed to concentrate on the battle situation on the table. Jiang Zhuxiang could only helplessly go over and pat the injured person on the shoulder. What are you playing? Is it so fun? You didn't even notice that I had been in the door for so long? The injured smiled a little embarrassedly. You are here. They came to see me before, and they also felt that there was nothing else fun to do. So they asked the researchers here if there were any fun games. They recommended this thing to us. It is said to be your national quintessence. It is really very attractive. Until now, no one has stopped playing it. Chapter 751, An Addiction That Cannot Be Overcome. Jiang Zhuxiang had never heard of this kind of game. So he asked the patient directly, what on earth is this thing that has such great appeal? Jiang Zhuxiang had played games to kill time before, but this was the first time he had seen a game that could have such great appeal to people. The patient said, the researcher who introduced it to us before said that this thing is called mahjong. It seems to be something before the end of the world. He also restored it according to historical materials. The gameplay was found in the database, and we also learned it on the spot. It took a lot of time to learn the words on these small squares. And they actually started playing not long ago. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was also interested, the patient said, "Then you should go over and take a look. Maybe you will like it too. We can play together then." The patient still had a good impression of Jiang Zhuxiang, so he introduced him to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the enthusiastic look of those people over there, in order to avoid becoming like that himself in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang still refused. "I will help you check your current physical condition first, and then you can introduce me. By the way, Lei Jin is waiting outside. He wants to come over and apologize to you formally. What do you think?" Although Jiang Zhuxiang was attracted by their enthusiastic appearance at first, he still considered that Lei Jin was still waiting outside, regardless of whether they would agree or not. Jiang Zhuxiang still had to ask clearly before deciding whether to let him come in and wait or go back first. The injured person actually didn't care much about the damage Lei Jin had done to him at that time. And this was not caused intentionally by Lei Jin. The last incident was really an accident. After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, he said directly, "Then let him come in and wait. We will talk about it after they finish the game." After Jiang Zhuxiang got the news about the injured person, he said directly, "Then you find a quiet place to stay by yourself. I will go out and call him in. The atmosphere here is really not a place to see a doctor." Jiang Zhuxiang went out directly after he finished speaking. After waiting outside the door for a while, Lei Jin originally thought that the people inside would not come out, and they all planned to find a place to sit and wait for their own Xiaoxiang to come out. However, when this idea just came up, Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming out. Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, "Come in with me. They are all busy now. You probably have to wait for a while. After I finish checking that person, I will ask him to help you talk to them, and then you can also speak." In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, Lei Jin's self-esteem is still very strong, and sometimes such a middleman is really needed. Lei Jin did not explain anything, and directly told Jiang Zhuxiang, "Okay, then you go and get busy first." Lei Jin knew that Jiang Zhuxiang came here for a mission, and Lei Jin did not want to affect her work. Jiang Zhuxiang did not have so much time to consider Lei Jin's thoughts. After she brought Lei Jin in, she let Lei Jin act on his own, and she went to find the injured. Lei Jin followed Jiang Zhuxiang in. The place where the injured were found was a small study attached to this room. The sound insulation conditions here were better, and it was a place more suitable for some quiet work. Jiang Zhuxiang did not say much, and directly put down his medicine box and took out a small pillow and put it on the table, motioning him to put his wrist on it, and then began to examine him. Jiang Zhuxiang basically determined that his injury was fine after checking his pulse. After retracting his fingers, Jiang Zhuxiang began to ask, "Can I see your wound now? The ointment you use should be able to fall off now." The ointments Jiang Zhuxiang prepared can basically only be absorbed for 1 day. So there is a reason why Jiang Zhuxiang chose to come here for inspection at this time. The injured naturally said, "No problem. If they hadn't come to me, I would have changed the medicine." The injured rolled up the clothes on his arm, and then began to carefully tear off the dry and white film. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the wound under this film had begun to heal. It is estimated that it will be completely healed tomorrow. At that time, he only needs to continue to use the medicine to ensure that the wound heals intact. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still needs to prepare some scar removal ointment for him, which will be prepared together with what Alice wants. Jiang Zhuxiang signaled him to change the dressing, while she and Lei Jin waited outside the door. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to wait for him to come out and tell him the result. Their waiting did not take a long time. The injured patient quickly treated his wound and came out. Jiang Zhuxiang told him the previous results and asked him to keep it up and come back for a checkup in 2 days. At the same time, Jiang Zhuxiang explained to him the scar removal ointment that had been agreed upon before, and asked him if he had any special requirements. After all, this thing can be regarded as a skin care product, and some fragrance or texture are still particular. The injured person directly said, "Try to keep it simple, and don't have any smell, so that others will not think I'm wearing perfume. As a pure man, I don't really appreciate this kind of thing." When Jiang Zhuxiang heard his request, he was a little helpless, and thought that his original plan to be lazy could no longer be done. After all, Alice definitely didn't want such a simple scar removal cream. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed, and said, "Can you take Lei Jin to communicate with them now? After all, it's getting late now. If we don't contact them, what if they want to rest?" The injured said. You don't have to worry about this. They are planning to stay up late today. Do you think they look like people who will go to bed so early? Although they just finished a round, they obviously wanted to continue, with no intention of stopping, as if they were addicted. Jiang Zhuxiang had never seen such a powerful game. Jiang Zhuxiang said, then let's solve this problem quickly, so that they won't be able to stop at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised by their fanatical attitude, but she didn't intend to interfere. After all, this kind of thing was their own choice. She only cared about whether Lei Zhen's problem could be solved. The injured also knew Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts and said directly, okay, I'll go talk to them now, and they will still listen to me. After that, the injured pushed the wheelchair to the table. Half of his upper body was spread on the table, and said, you guys play later. Someone is looking for you now. Chapter 752, Mrs. Ginny who sleeps late. The people at the mahjong table were a little dissatisfied with the injured person's behavior. What are you doing? If you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. Don't mess up my cards. Who would come to us now? Can't they come tomorrow? We are having a good time. When you are having fun, someone comes to tell you that there is something else to do. That is the most unsatisfactory thing. The injured person quickly explained the situation. The boy from the Lei family who heard me before came to apologize to us. He has been waiting for a while. It's just a few words. You can continue playing after you listen to him. The injured person actually wanted to play at the table, but this matter really needed to be completed first. Otherwise, what if the other party didn't want to do it? The people at the card table had never expected that Lei Zhen, who had ignored them before, would come to apologize. They were all very surprised. It was not impossible to give up some time for fun for this matter. They all straightened their clothes and turned to look at the person who was said to be here to apologize. Lei Zhen was neither humble nor arrogant even when he came to apologize. Seeing them looking at him, he cleared his throat and said, everyone, what happened at the Lei family before was my mistake at work. I solemnly apologize to you. If there is anything I can do for you, please feel free to ask, as long as it does not violate morality. However, I only apologize to you from my personal standpoint. My father will talk to you about the Lei family during the meeting. As the young patriarch of a clan, Lei Zhen needs to be cautious in many things. After all, if he hurts the interests of his family, his father will never let him go. They also recognized his performance, and would not embarrass him too much. After all, the protagonist of this matter was not them, but the injured. They turned to look at the injured and planned to listen to his thoughts first. If he agreed to forgive, then they would have no position to not forgive. The injured considered their current situation, and there was nothing to forgive. After all, if it were not for their injury this time, their subsequent visits would not be treated so gently. They have at least gained the favorability of the subsequent visiting places, and have a certain understanding of the strength of this fragment. If a meeting is held later, they can also strive for their own cooperation. The most important thing is that they have met such a powerful doctor like Jiang Zhuxiang, and it will be easier for them to ask for anything in the future. The injured, you didn't do it on purpose. My injury has almost recovered. We were treated very well afterwards. I forgive you, but you have to pay a price. Otherwise, you can stay and play games with us tonight. The injured didn't really want to get any compensation from Lei Zhen. After all, he knew that Lei Zhen and Jiang Zhuxiang were a couple. Jiang Zhuxiang's not charging him for medical expenses was already compensation for him. Lei Zhen could still agree to this condition. He nodded and looked at the others. The others saw that the injured were relieved, so they naturally said, yes, yes, let's decide. We decided to stay up all night tonight. Young man, accompany us old people, and have some fun. They are already veterans now, so they don't believe he can beat them at the poker table later. They must make him pay for his contribution points. Lei Zhen saw that they all had this view, and he had no other ideas at this time. It seems that he doesn't want to sleep tonight. Jiang Zhuxiang thought it was good to solve the problem in this way, but staying up late would have a great impact on the body. Jiang Zhuxiang said, do you want me to stay with you? Jiang Zhuxiang was mainly considering letting them fall asleep at the right time, so that Lei Zhen could be relieved. He still had plenty of sleeping incense. Lei Zhen said with some worry, don't you have anything to do tomorrow? Lei Zhen naturally wanted his daughter Xiaoxiang to accompany him, but he was worried about her energy tomorrow. If she had work, she should not stay up late with him. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I am relatively free recently. I plan to marry the dean's wife to help tomorrow. It doesn't matter if I don't go then? Lei Jin didn't say anything. After the others saw that the couple had finished discussing, they said, okay. Okay. Let's continue. After that, they pulled Lei Jin to the table and said, watch us play a round first. If there is anything you don't want to do, remember to ask us. We will let you go when you just start playing. They will still take care of the strength of the newcomers, and will not kill them all at the beginning. Jiang Zhuxiang stood behind Lei Jin and watched. It seems that people who watch this kind of game are also very interested. However, Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little bored after watching for a while, and decided to go out for a walk. I don't know if the lady is asleep now. Jiang Zhuxiang still plans to visit her. Jiang Zhuxiang talked to Lei Jin and walked out by himself. Others didn't care much about Jiang Zhuxiang's departure. Anyway, she would come back in time. Jiang Zhuxiang knocked on the door of the lady gently and waited for her to come and open the door. Fortunately, the lady didn't have the habit of going to bed so early. But when she opened the door, she had a mask on her face. And it seemed that she was going to sleep. When she saw Jiang Zhuxiang, she was also a little surprised. Why did you come out so late? Most people should be sleeping or preparing to sleep at this time. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I went to see the situation of the injured before. Lei Jin also apologized to them. They are playing games there now. I came to visit you. Are you going to sleep now? If you are going to sleep, I will leave first. Jiang Zhuxiang still knows that some people like to sleep for beauty sleep. Mrs. Jenny does not have this habit. Although she also pays more attention to her appearance. She will still make appropriate concessions when she is outside. For example, now, she did not plan to go to bed so early, but was applying a mask while dealing with her own fragments. The main reason is that it is still dark there during the day, so she still has to deal with many things at night. Mrs. Jenny said, I don't go to bed so early. I basically go to bed around 12 o'clock now. But I still have some things to deal with now. If you can wait, you can come in and wait. Chapter 753, Madame Jenny's Kindness. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have the idea that he had to have someone accompany him when he came to see someone. So he nodded and said, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll find a place to stay and wait for you to finish your work. Jiang Zhuxiang still had a good impression of Madame Jenny, and was willing to cooperate as long as it was a reasonable request. Madame Jenny let the person into the house, after hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said. She was just having a video conference before, and now she would continue to do this after arranging Jiang Zhuxiang. Madame Jenny chose a position for Jiang Zhuxiang right behind her, so that she could take care of her at any time. Of course, this position was also easily seen by other people in the video conference. Sure enough, someone asked Jiang Zhuxiang who he was. Who is the little girl behind you? Why did she come to your room to find you so late? Could it be your daughter? Although Mrs. Jenny was sitting in a mask and could not make any expression, she still explained the current situation clearly to the person opposite. What nonsense are you talking about? The girl is an excellent member of the Academy of Sciences. She took us to visit their fragments before. She came to play with me tonight. You should finish the matter quickly so that I can have some time to play with her. Although Mrs. Jenny is a woman, she is still very resolute in official business. At this time, she directly urged her subordinates to improve their work efficiency. They still understand Mrs. Jenny. They know that she will never lie. And they are also used to her resolute style of doing things. At this time, they speed up the speed of each person's request. Everyone speaks quickly and describes the things they need to report while listening carefully to Mrs. Jenny's solution. Mrs. Jenny was busy at a speed of 5 minutes per task. Even with such a fast efficiency, it was 10 o'clock when all the tasks were completed, not including those who did not attend the video conference. She would then deal with those who reported via email. Mrs. Jenny had already taken off the mask on her face and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang. If you can't wait, you can find something to do or rest on my bed first. Mrs. Jenny still thinks highly of Jiang Zhuxiang and tries to provide her with a more comfortable environment. This was the first time that Jiang Zhuxiang saw Mrs. Jenny's attitude towards her subordinates. It seemed that she had not expressed her opinions at all during the previous visit. It was unknown what her true attitude towards their fragments was. Hearing what Mrs. Jenny said, Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, okay, you continue to be busy. I will find something to do. It's just right to deal with the herbs needed for scar removal cream later. And when the time comes, it can be made directly in a convenient place. Mrs. Jenny looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with satisfaction as he started to get busy, and she continued with her own things. This time, when Jiang Zhuxiang catalyzed the herbs, he left one herb until the seeds were catalyzed, and also filled the gap of the previous seeds. It's just that I don't know whether these catalyzed seeds can continue to catalyze. Jiang Zhuxiang put them in another place, and planned to try it next time. After preparing each one, Jiang Zhuxiang began to process the herbs into powder, and then packed them into bags according to the recipe, sealed them, and pasted the recipe on the bag, and then continued to look for things he had not done before. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his work process. It seemed that he had not given physical examinations to the researchers of the Academy of Sciences for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he needed to do this before he got busier, so he put it in his memo. He would go to the medical room tomorrow and ask them to arrange a suitable time to provide door-to-door service. Anyway, the current medical facilities also have very light and small items. After Jiang Zhuxiang did everything she had never done before, Madame Jenny finally finished her work for the day, and Jiang Zhuxiang was able to breathe a sigh of relief temporarily. She always felt that if she stopped and had nothing to do, Madame Jenny would definitely be dissatisfied. Although Madame Jenny had been busy with her own things before, she also paid attention to Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior. Knowing that she was indeed not idle before, she was also quite satisfied. Madame Jenny began to ask Jiang Zhuxiang about the purpose of coming. What do you want to see me for? After knowing Jiang Zhuxiang's identity, Madame Jenny did not dare to underestimate her. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little speechlessly, "Nothing? I just came to play with you. And by the way, I asked you what your fragments think of our fragments, and whether there is any conflict of interest." This is also the secret mission that Jiang Zhuxiang got from the dean, before the conference is actually held. Confirm the attitudes of each family, so that they can defeat them one by one. Mrs. Jenny is also very satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's honest attitude. She did not hide her true opinion. As for our fragments, we have no intention of being enemies with you. After all, the area of our fragments is not large, and the population is not large. We can't estimate the number of people in our own fragments, and we have no desire to expand our territory. I think we can find a suitable place to cooperate. For example, in agriculture, we probably need your agricultural products. And in industry, we have always had some advantages. Some factories are now well preserved. If your Academy of Sciences has any new products developed, our factories can produce them on your behalf. Madame Jenny is more aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, and speaks more sincerely. Jiang Zhuxiang was also very happy to hear Madame Jenny being so frank. After all, their fragments did not want to start a war, but just wanted to transition peacefully to avoid losing population at that time. After all, the population of each fragment is pitifully small now. Although there are some new humans joining, it is still difficult for them to be accepted by the current humans for a while. So everything needs to be treated with caution. Jiang Zhuxiang, I will help you convey your thoughts. You can talk to the dean directly about this issue. There is absolutely no problem with our Academy of Sciences, as long as your factory can really afford that kind of production task. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that Madame Jenny and their Academy of Sciences would definitely have a good cooperative relationship. After all, the advantages of both sides complemented each other. Madame Jenny was quite satisfied after receiving Jiang Zhuxiang's assurance, and returned the favor by saying, "Do you still want to ask other people's opinions? I can help you find out. I think they will be more likely to tell me the truth." Chapter 754. After staying up late, Madame Jenny has no interest in the expansion of territory that men are keen on. She has always been a conservative. As long as her fragments are well developed and outsiders dare not covet their things, she will be satisfied. So she is willing to help Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang has already received an unexpected surprise today. If Madame Jenny is still willing to help him do this, he will definitely give her a big gift. Jiang Zhuxiang, it would be best if you are willing. If you really get their exact attitude, I will agree to one condition of yours at that time, as long as I can do it. Jiang Zhuxiang has always been very trustworthy about these things, which also proves how grateful Jiang Zhuxiang is to Mrs. Jenny. Mrs. Jenny looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's bright eyes with a smile, patted her head and said, "Okay. Then I will wait for your condition at that time." Mrs. Jenny also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang had a lot of skills, so she didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage for helping this time, and said, "It's almost time to go over and rest now. Do you want to go back? If not, sleep with me tonight?" Jiang Zhuxiang thought of what Lei Zhen and the others were still playing, and it was not good for him to leave them and go to sleep. So he said, "You rest first. I will go to find Leijun and the others. I don't know how late they plan to play. I am a little worried about their health. Mrs. Jenny did not try to persuade Jiang Zhuxiang to stay. Those bastards will be very careful when they start playing. If you have a way, you should take your Leijun away as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get out of here. Mrs. Jenny did not say a good way to end the game, so she could only remind Jiang Zhuxiang to do it himself. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood, and then returned to the injured person's room. They were still playing enthusiastically, and only Leijun frowned and played helplessly there, and the injured person had not gone to rest until now. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to him leisurely. Why are you still here? It's 12 o'clock now. Isn't it your rest time? If you used to treat the schedule I set for you like this, I wonder if the ointment I prepared for you is wasted. The injured almost jumped up from his wheelchair when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice the time. He quickly explained, I only have one tonight. I have followed your schedule at other times. After that, he immediately turned the wheelchair and walked to his resting room. Jiang Zhuxiang stared at him after he fell asleep before returning to the small living room. He stared at Leijun's reluctant look with a bit of helplessness and asked, How is the situation? Mainly to ask about the win or loss situation. I don't know if those people are ruthless. Although Leijun's personal treasury is good, it would be a bit dangerous if someone kills him. Leijun said a little speechlessly, I'm fine. Basically I don't lose or win. But they are a little angry now. If they fight, will it be our responsibility? Maybe it was because of the luck of a novice. Leijun was always winning at the beginning. After mastering the trick, he began to consciously let the water go. But even if he let the water go, someone had to be able to catch it. So now Leijun's contribution value is still a little bit better. Although the amount is not large. Only about 10 digits. But it is still a win. Jiang Zhuxiang stared at their card game carefully for a while. The best card skill among the other three was the one sitting opposite Leijun. Or it could be said that he was not the best card skill. But the key was that he was lucky and quick-witted. And he could basically eat the cards given by the previous player. So he could win the game repeatedly. Jiang Zhuxiang could only sigh that this kind of gambling really depends on luck. Seeing that they were not going to finish for a while, Jiang Zhuxiang took out some candy that could improve their health from his personal space. Of course, the main ingredient was medicinal herbs. And gave it to Leijun. If you can't hold on, take one. This thing has no side effects, so you can eat it without worry. Jiang Zhuxiang had already decided to find a sofa to sleep for a while. Although he planned to accompany them, he didn't plan to stay up all the time. Jiang Zhuxiang comfortably found a single sofa that satisfied him, buried himself in it, and then got a small blanket and started to close his eyes and rest. Even the crackling sounds of them gradually disappeared. When Jiang Zhuxiang woke up, the room was still brightly lit. Although they had stayed up all night, they still did not get off the card table. They were all very excited, except for Leijun, who was a little tired. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the curtains of the French window and looked at the sky outside. It was almost dawn. Jiang Zhuxiang did not plan to sleep anymore, so he stood behind Leijun to help him look at the cards for a while, and massaged a few acupoints for him to relieve his fatigue. The game was not over until one person at the card table lost all his contribution points. Leijun put all the things he won on the table and had no intention of taking them away. Buy breakfast for all the uncles. Xiaoxiang and I will leave first. Leijun felt that he had spent the whole night to express his apology, and it was enough. If there were any interest in the future, Leijun would definitely not give in. When Leijun and Jiang Zhuxiang disappeared at the door, they all sighed. This kid really knows how to behave. They actually went to a breakfast shop to eat a meal, and then went back to their own rooms to catch up on sleep. Of course, they also felt the danger of this game, and decided not to play this game again, unless someone was willing to be a sucker. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Leijun's face, which was not bad, and asked, Do you want to eat first or take a rest first? In fact, it is impossible to sleep on an empty stomach. Jiang Zhuxiang still hopes that he can go to eat with him first. Leijun will naturally not miss the opportunity to have breakfast with his Xiaoxiang. Moreover, the candy Jiang Zhuxiang gave is effective. Even if he does not sleep, he does not feel tired. It is no problem to get through breakfast. Leijun, let's have breakfast first. Then we will go back to rest together. You can also take a nap before going to help the dean's wife. I believe the dean's wife will not blame you. Lei Jin still feels a little distressed for his Xiaoxiang to stay up late with him. Even if the dean's wife really blames him, he will take the blame himself. Chapter 755 Jiang Zhuxiang Standardized Management. Seeing Lei Jin's agreement, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go back to his home for breakfast, and also prepare breakfast for the dean and his wife, which was not a big deal. Lei Jin naturally had no objection. When the two entered the dean's house, the dean and his wife had not yet gotten up. Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and told Lei Jin to keep his voice down so as not to wake them up. After all, if they didn't get a good rest, they would not be able to work during the day. Lei Jin nodded, and like Jiang Zhuxiang, he tiptoed into the kitchen to see if there was anything he could do to help. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't get a good rest the night before, so he had no appetite. So he planned to cook some porridge with some side dishes. This traditional breakfast didn't require much help from Lei Jin, but just asked him to wash the rice first, and then he could add water and other things by himself. And he prepared the vegetables he needed first. Lei Jin did a good job on this little thing. There were no impurities left in the washed rice. Jiang Zhuxiang just put the water in and pressed the button to start boiling. They didn't need to watch. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Jin, "What do you want to eat?" Although Jiang Zhuxiang's appetite was not very good, he still didn't know Lei Jin. Lei Jin said, "It should be enough to fill you up." For Lei Jin, porridge was indeed not enough to fill him up. By then, this breakfast would be the same as if he had never eaten it before. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. Breakfast did need to prepare some dry goods. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and decided to make some egg pancakes. Scooping out a bowl of flour from the locker and pouring it into a small basin, Jiang Zhuxiang added 2 mutant chicken eggs and stirred them with water. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and asked Lei Jin, "Can you eat leeks? If you can eat it, just make it into leeks. Anyway, the dean and his wife will have no problem. Lei Jin likes everything prepared by his little Xiang. It's edible." Jiang Zhuxiang handed the batter to Lei Jin first, asking him to help stir it, and he went to prepare the leeks. Fortunately, the leeks that were catalyzed did not need to be washed. Jiang Zhuxiang directly cut it into small pieces and put it into the batter that Lei Jin was stirring, adding some salt appropriately, and asked him to continue stirring while he fried the side dishes first. After all, it still takes a lot of time to make the omelette, and it would be bad if it could not catch up with the dean and his wife's breakfast. After stir-frying the Chinese cabbage, preparing a few poached eggs, cutting some mustard tubers, and taking out the pickled cucumbers from the refrigerator, Jiang Zhuxiang basically prepared the side dishes for the porridge. And then he planned to start making the omelette. A little oil, scooped a spoonful of batter into it, spread it with the bottom of the spoon, and when one side of the pancake was fried, Jiang Zhuxiang used a spatula to turn it over. After a while, a fragrant omelette came out of the pan. Jiang Zhuxiang put it on a plate and continued his previous actions. Perhaps the fragrance of the omelette attracted the dean and his wife, and they got up a little earlier than before. After washing up, the dean's wife came to see Jiang Zhuxiang preparing these things, and said with a smile, "Xiaoxiang prepared breakfast, so we should eat more. Did you come back to sleep last night? I went to bed early last night and didn't pay attention. Did you hear it?" The dean stood behind the dean's wife and said expressionlessly, "I slept with you." That meant that she didn't hear it either. The dean's wife looked directly at Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, and asked them to explain themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "We didn't come back to sleep last night. The two of us went to look for the injured. We have to eliminate the hidden dangers before the meeting. How are your preparations?" Jiang Zhuxiang did not hide their whereabouts last night. Anyway, the dean and his wife would know it by then. When the dean's wife heard what Jiang Zhuxiang said, she felt very distressed. Then Xiaoxiang, you go to rest first. I'll take care of the rest. Have you had breakfast? If not, eat before going to bed? The dean's wife turned around and told the dean, "Wait until the children have rested before asking about work. There is no need to rush." Jiang Zhuxiang refused. "I'm almost done here. You should wait for breakfast this morning. We don't need this rest time." Jiang Zhuxiang was also able to prepare breakfast for the dean's wife on a rare occasion, and he didn't intend to give up halfway. The dean's wife saw that Jiang Zhuxiang insisted, so she didn't insist anymore. But the dean's wife did the other odds and ends. After breakfast was served, the dean's wife praised the breakfast prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang, and she didn't worry that the dean would have any opinions. After breakfast, the dean's wife took the dean out directly and asked Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to have a good rest. She would come back to prepare lunch. And they just had to sleep. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't hesitate and went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. He slept through the entire morning. When Jiang Zhuxiang woke up, the dean's wife had already returned. Jiang Zhuxiang went to see how the dean's wife was preparing, and then found that Lei Jin didn't seem to have woken up yet. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Should I go wake him up? If I don't wake him up, I'm sure I'll miss lunch. It's the first time I know that Lei Jin can sleep so well." The dean's wife said, "Then don't wake him up. If you stay up late to catch up on your sleep, it's better to let him wake up naturally. Otherwise, he will be out of energy all day. We can just warm up his food. What are your plans for the afternoon? Do you want to come to my place to help?" Jiang Zhuxiang thought about what he had promised before, and Lei Jin, who was still resting, "I won't go today. I want to borrow the dean's study later. Please help me talk to him." The dean's wife knew that she had something to do when Jiang Zhuxiang said this, and nodded in agreement. Until the dean's wife prepared the meal, Lei Jin didn't wake up. So Jiang Zhuxiang didn't bother him. He had lunch with the dean's wife, took over the task of cleaning up the dishes, and asked the dean's wife to go to work quickly. The dean's wife put the food left for Lei Jin in the incubator, asked Jiang Zhuxiang to remember to give it to Lei Jin, and then left. After Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned up the kitchen, he went to the dean's study to prepare the scar removal cream he had promised. The powder had been crushed before, and all Jiang Zhuxiang had to do was turn the powder into a paste. Jiang Zhuxiang directly found a container, took out the required coagulant, and then just stirred it. While stirring things alone, Jiang Zhuxiang began to think about where Tao Tai was now. Now that other fragments had come over, should he slightly restrict their range of activities? Chapter 756, Tao Tai's Way Out. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished applying 2 portions of scar removal cream, Lei Jin walked out of his room. He looked around in a daze, but didn't find anyone. So he sent a message to Jiang Zhuxiang, "Where have you been?" Jiang Zhuxiang answered while walking out of the study, "I'm in the dean's study. I had something to do before. Are you awake now?" Jiang Zhuxiang himself always asked the dean's wife to ask the dean before entering the study, so he didn't dare to let Lei Jin in. So he was already outside the door after answering. Lei Jin didn't care about this. He just wanted to see Jiang Zhuxiang as soon as possible. "I thought you would keep an eye on me, but I didn't expect that you, Xiaoxiang, were only concerned with doing your own things." The tone was a little bit sad. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless. He was so old, and he was still sleeping with someone watching him. "Next time, if you need this kind of flowers, you must tell me in advance. Otherwise, I don't know that you need someone to watch you before you can sleep," Jiang Zhuxiang said with a teasing tone. Lei Jin felt a little embarrassed after saying what he said before. This time, after hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's answer, it was difficult to say anything more. So he changed the subject. "Is there anything to eat? I'm a little hungry now." Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Jin to go to the restaurant to cook, and he planned to go to the kitchen to get something for him. Lei Jin didn't listen. He was not the kind of person who needed others to help him bring food to him, especially when this person was his partner. "I'll go by myself. And now it's not a proper meal time. I'll just solve it in the kitchen." If they go to the restaurant, Jiang Zhuxiang will have to clean up, and Lei Jin still doesn't want to trouble his little Xiang too much. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't insist, and took Lei Jin to the kitchen. Lei Jin had never touched the incubator before. After Jiang Zhuxiang helped to bring it out, Lei Jin was free to eat, and he began to think about what to eat in the evening. After all, he was at home now, and it was just right to prepare dinner. Lei Jin chatted with Jiang Zhuxiang while eating, mainly asking her what she was doing before. Jiang Zhuxiang prepared some things in advance, answered his questions, and reminded him, "Eat less. Otherwise you won't be able to eat dinner later." Lei Jin didn't care much about this kind of thing. His digestive ability was there. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished, there was no other topic to talk to Lei Jin, so he planned to ask Lei Jin's opinion on the Tao Tai. After all, he had been in contact with them for a while before. "Jiang Zhuxiang, do you think they can find something to do? Otherwise, I'm always worried that something will happen to them if they keep hanging around outside." Jiang Zhuxiang really wants them to find something to do. After all, their martial arts are too high. If they don't have something to restrain them, something will happen to them one day. Lei Jin is also familiar with Tao Tai. He has done a lot of things with their martial arts before. Now that the earth is returning to normal, Lei Jin is still a little worried about what the fate of these strong men who used to live underground will be. If his own Xiaoxiang wants to arrange these strong men, Lei Jin can only make some suggestions. I think their martial arts are also very strong. And now they have a good understanding of the outside world. Why don't you just let them form a task force, and let them take on some more difficult tasks? I think they will be very popular at that time. After all, some missions require such top-level rude people to take action. Lei Jin has thought about this idea many times before. Jiang Zhuxiang also took Lei Jin's suggestion to heart. He could indeed talk to them. But he needed to find them first, and then talk to them carefully. After all, this kind of thing is really hard to explain in the communicator. Moreover, this method can help them completely integrate into the crowd. After all, if they don't integrate into the crowd, their special characteristics will definitely be noticed by others in the future. It's possible that they will be calculated at that time. They have also suffered losses before. Jiang Zhuxiang, this is a good idea. I will talk to them when the time comes. If there is no problem, I will take them to apply at that time. It will be arranged directly at the Academy of Sciences. If there is anything that needs to be covered up, it will be more convenient to have me here. Jiang Zhuxiang is quite familiar with this kind of thing. And there are fewer people doing field missions at the Academy of Sciences, so it will be easier for them to gain a foothold. For Lei Jin, it doesn't matter where Tao Tai is assigned. There is only one thing: if we need any help, can you give them priority? Jiang Zhuxiang said speechlessly. It hasn't been decided yet. And it depends on whether they are really willing to do it. If it really works, I will mention it to them. Lei Jin didn't say anything. Jiang Zhuxiang recorded this matter in his memo, and then concentrated on preparing dinner. It was rare for the dean and his wife to come back at the same time in the evening. After Jiang Zhuxiang served the food, the dean's wife said with some emotion, as expected, "My daughter is a sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Xiaoxiang, why don't you live here with Lei Jin in the future, and just rent out the house you built outside?" The dean's wife really wanted to keep Jiang Zhuxiang and his family living here at the Academy of Sciences, or else the Lei family and their family could take turns. Jiang Zhuxiang twitched his eyes. What kind of words are these? It would be fine if he mentioned it before the house was ready, but it was a bit unrealistic to mention it now that they had moved out. After all, it was more free to live by himself. Even though Jiang Zhuxiang had a better relationship with the dean and his wife. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Don't be like this. At most, I can come more often in the future. It will be good for us to move out. Otherwise, you will miss us so much. So it makes sense that things far away are fragrant and things near are smelly. Sometimes, distance really creates beauty." The dean's wife thought about it and felt that it made sense. So she began to concentrate on eating and not talking. After dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned the things he had talked about with Mrs. Jinny to the dean, so that the dean would have a bottom line, and it would be convenient for him to control the overall situation at that time. The dean thought about it and said, "I know. You should keep in touch with her. Sometimes, this kind of thing is tacitly understood, and there is no need for the dean to reply. The dean will naturally give back at that time." Jiang Zhuxiang, "Okay. Then I will keep in touch with her. I think the attitudes of the people we took out are pretty good." Chapter 757, Summoning Tao Tai. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to contact Tao Tai and talk to them about what he had considered before, at least to let them gather in their new home first. Fortunately, Tao Tai still attached great importance to Jiang Zhuxiang's communication. When Jiang Zhuxiang dialed their number, they answered directly. Tao Tai said, "Xiaoxiang, do you have anything to say? I haven't contacted them for a long time. I don't know if there is anything important to contact them now." Jiang Zhuxiang, "Where are you now? I have something to tell you all. Can you come back to the house that I prepared for you before this afternoon? I will come over then." Jiang Zhuxiang did not reveal what exactly happened in the communicator. But with Tao Tai's trust in Jiang Zhuxiang, they would not rush to ask this question. "Tao Tai, we are moving around in the edge area first. It seems that the area here is getting narrower and narrower. If you ask us to go back, we will go back. You will definitely see us there," Tao Tai said, and planned to notify other members of the same kind. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said, "Okay. See you in the afternoon." Jiang Zhuxiang did not say anything more, and hung up the communication. Jiang Zhuxiang said at the breakfast table that he was going back in the afternoon. He mainly wanted to ask Lei Jin if he wanted to go back with him, so that he could chat with his team members. Lei Jin thought about it, and realized that he was still relatively free now. So it would be better to solve this matter. After all, if he got busy, he would really not be able to take care of it. Lei Jin nodded and said, "Okay, I will go back with you in the afternoon." Jiang Zhuxiang agreed because he was tired. And he didn't say anything more. He turned to look at the dean's wife and said, "Are you busy in the morning? If you are busy, we will go to your place to help you in the morning." Jiang Zhuxiang still values the dean's wife, and will give priority to her affairs if time permits. The dean's wife can also see that Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin probably have something to do when they go back. So naturally they will not let them come to help in the morning. You can prepare your own things. Come over at noon, and I will prepare some things for you. Take them back then. The things prepared by the dean's wife would naturally be related to food, and Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse, but nodded to show that he understood. Considering Alice and the others, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to ask them in the morning if they wanted to go with him. Now if the dean's wife did not need his help, he could come slowly. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to ask people first and then come back to pack up. After all, Alice and the others would definitely need time to prepare by then. Lei Jin knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was going to find Alice and the others, but he did not stop him, but said, "I will go with you." Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection and motioned Lei Jin to follow. Alice and the others had just gotten up and hadn't had breakfast yet when they heard someone knocking on the door. Ron went to open the door. When he saw the person outside, he let them in and asked curiously, "Why did you come so early today? Is there something going on?" Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. "I have something to talk to you about. Do you have any plans this afternoon?" Jiang Zhuxiang first confirmed whether they were free. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to ask them to go back with him. Alice had been busy in the kitchen making breakfast before, and she came out temporarily when she heard Jiang Zhuxiang's voice. When she heard Jiang Zhuxiang ask this, she knew that they probably had something for them to do together. And even if they had plans before, they didn't have them now. "No. Is there anything Xiaoxiang can help us with?" Alice cares much more about Jiang Zhuxiang than Ron, and she doesn't know how they have developed such a deep friendship in such a short time. Jiang Zhuxiang patted Alice's head. "It's not that I need your help with anything, but we plan to go back to our own home this afternoon. Do you want to go back with us to see how your new home is going?" Alice and her team's design drawings had been handed over to the construction team a few days ago, and they basically didn't need to worry about other things. Jiang Zhuxiang just took them there to have a look so that they could also understand the progress. After all, this is their own home. Alice didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to think so about them. So she nodded and said, "Okay, no problem. If we go to see them, should we bring something to the workers?" "Xiaoxiang, do you have any good suggestions?" Alice still knows some of the conventions of this fragment, but sometimes she still feels a little uncomfortable to implement it. So she asked Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang simply said, "If we go there in the afternoon, if you are willing, just prepare some afternoon tea, some snacks and tea, which can be regarded as a consolation to them." Jiang Zhuxiang has never done this kind of thing before, so this is all he can suggest. Alice nodded and said, "Okay, I'll start preparing in a while." "Xiaoxiang, can you come with me? I can't finish so many things by myself." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said, "No problem. But you don't have to prepare so much. The dean's wife asked me to go to her place at noon to get something. I'll give you some at that time. If you make it yourself, just make something simple." For Jiang Zhuxiang, the dean's wife's cooking skills are much better than Alice's. If Alice prepares it herself, as long as her heart is there, it will be fine. Alice, well, okay. Then I will rely on the dean's wife's things to support me. Let's make something simple. Anyway, we only have one morning. We can't make complicated things. Let's just sit on the pie. It's simple and delicious. Alice considered that most of the workers were men, so making meat pies should be quite popular and practical. If they didn't eat them themselves, they could take them back to their families. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said, "Let's settle it first. You continue to prepare breakfast, and we will start preparing the things we need after you finish eating. Anyway, there are so many people here, and there will be enough time." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin. "Do you have anything to take back? Otherwise, go back and pack it up now. We will go directly to the dean's wife later, and won't go back." Chapter 758, Prepare Afternoon Tea. Lei Jin listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion, thought about it, and realized that it was useless for him to stay here. So he turned around and planned to go out. But before leaving, he asked Jiang Zhuxiang, Xiaoxiang, don't you need to go back and pack up? Jiang Zhuxiang, there is nothing to take with you. There is everything over there. If you need anything, you can look for it in your personal space. You can go back first. Lei Jin did have something to take back, so he didn't waste any more time. After Lei Jin left, Jiang Zhuxiang found a place to sit down and waited for Alice and the others to finish their meal and come over. Alice saw that Ron was the only one at the table, and asked in surprise, did Xiaoxiang go home? Ron said, I don't know. Alice was still a little dissatisfied with Ron's indifferent attitude. Don't you know to entertain them for me? It's rare for them to come to us. After saying that, Alice went out to find someone. Alice found Jiang Zhuxiang, and seeing her bored in the living room, she dragged her to the restaurant. Even if you have eaten breakfast, you can eat a little more. I'll pour you a glass of milk. Alice took a glass and poured a glass of hot milk for Jiang Zhuxiang, and put it next to Jiang Zhuxiang, and didn't force her to do anything else. Jiang Zhuxiang could only drink the hot milk helplessly. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang had not finished his glass of milk yet. Alice did not urge him, and he slowly went to clean up the kitchen so that he could continue to use it later. Seeing that they were busy, Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to Lei Jin to urge him, and then he quickly finished the hot milk and took out the scar cream he had prepared for Alice from his personal space. Jiang Zhuxiang knocked on the kitchen door to remind Alice to look over, and then shook the thing in his hand. Your scar cream. Jiang Zhuxiang prepared the amount for 2 people. After all, he also needed to consider Ron's needs. Alice hurriedly took it carefully, opened it, and smelled the scent. It was the scent she had mentioned before, so she put it away with confidence, reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhuxiang's arm, and shook it gratefully. Thank you. I will prepare a portion of what I made myself when the time comes. You must remember to use it. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded helplessly. Alice had too many bottles and jars, and it would be troublesome for her to use only 1 or 2 at a time. However, Jiang Zhuxiang would not say it out loud to cause trouble for himself. Otherwise, Alice would definitely have a lot of things waiting to be said to him. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the situation in the kitchen, took out the apron and other things he usually used from his personal space, and began to prepare the ingredients. Today, because Alice was mainly responsible for preparing snacks, Jiang Zhuxiang was mainly doing auxiliary work. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Alice directly, what do you need me to do? Alice thought about what needed to be done and handed the dough-kneading task to Jiang Zhuxiang. Xiaoxiang, please help me turn the flour into dough. I always can't do this job well. Although Alice was strong enough, her hand control was still not enough. Sometimes she would break the container due to excessive force. So when she encountered work that required dough, she would always ask for help. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood, but still emphasized, it's okay to help you this time, but you still have to learn to knead the dough yourself in the future. And I think this job is also good for your training. Isn't it? Alice started to chop the meat with a smile. I know. But since you're here, I'm just being lazy. Don't you know that Ron won't help me even if I mess up the job? He'll just scold me. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't really believe what Alice said. Ron never said anything in front of Alice. I think even if he was angry, it was just because Alice got into trouble. Jiang Zhuxiang kneaded the dough in his hand and smiled without saying anything. Alice knew that few people would believe her, so she smiled and didn't say anything, just concentrating on mixing the meat in her hand. As for Ron, Lei Jin had packed up and came over before, and now I don't know what the 2 of them are doing together. After the dough is almost done, it needs to be left for a while. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang went to prepare the vegetables needed for the meat filling for Alice. If there was only meat, it would still be too greasy. After chopping the vegetables into small pieces and mixing them into the meat filling, Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice cleaned the cooking table again and covered it with a layer of plastic wrap to facilitate the placement of the wrapped pies. After everything was ready, Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Alice to call Lei Jin and others in. The next work was not very troublesome. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that Lei Jin and Ron could help. While Alice went to call for help, Jiang Zhuxiang began to divide the dough into small pieces, which would be more convenient to use later. After Ron and Lei Jin entered the kitchen became a little crowded. After Alice showed them how to wrap pies on one side, she put some of the ingredients on the other side of the kitchen counter for their convenience. Watching the center of the kitchen counter covered with plastic wrap slowly filled with wrapped pies, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends felt a sense of accomplishment. The next step was the last step, which was to bake the pies. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice greased the baking tray and placed the pies one by one, because there were still a lot of them. It was estimated that they would need to be completed in several times. Jiang Zhuxiang saw the oven start working. So he asked, "What are you going to prepare for drinks? If you are going to prepare juice or something like that, you can wait until you get there to prepare it on the spot, which is also fresh." However, Alice obviously has another choice. This kind of pie is perfect with black tea, which can also relieve greasiness. I still have a pack of black tea I brought from our fragments before, which should be enough for them to drink. Xiaxiang, do you have a teapot in your new home? I will make it myself when the time comes. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally has teapots, but the ones she has are all teapots for making tea. It is obviously a bit wasteful to use them to make tea. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Can I boil a kettle?" The size of their teapots is very small, and they can only provide tea for 4 people at most. In that case, I don't know how long it will take to boil. Alice hesitated. "Then you can show it to me, and I will decide." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to indicate that it was okay. And then he concentrated on waiting for the pies to be baked. He took them out of the oven and packaged them at the same time. They were busy until 11 o'clock. Chapter 759, Inhuman Task Force. Jiang Zhuxiang patted the huge food box and said helplessly, "Are you going to carry it over like this?" Alice smiled and said, "Aren't you here? Please put it in your personal space for me first." Alice never knew how to be polite to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang put it away directly, looked at the time, and said, "Where should we eat lunch? Or should we go directly to the dean's wife to solve it? And we have to go there to get things later, so it saves trouble." Alice thought about it, and asked Lei Jun and Ron for their opinions. They naturally agreed. It didn't make any difference to them where to eat. When they arrived at the dean's wife's place, she was about to have lunch. Seeing them coming, she smiled and said, "You came just in time. The things I prepared for you are ready. Come and have lunch with me now." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said, "Thank you, Dean's wife. We are just planning to find a place to eat." After finishing lunch together, Jiang Zhuxiang took the things and went to their new home with Lei Jun and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang still hoped that Tao Tai and the others had arrived by now. Otherwise it would be very troublesome to wait. Fortunately, Tao Tai and the others listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's words very much. When they arrived, they were already at home. Jiang Zhuxiang could feel their breath from a distance, so he planned to act separately from Alice and the others for the time being. "Jiang Zhuxiang, I will go there too. Lei Jun, take Alice and the others to your place first and wait for a while. I will come to find you later. Besides, the construction team should have just had lunch now, so they are definitely not ready for afternoon tea. Alice, if you want to rest, you can take a rest first. It should be almost time for a nap by then. After all, afternoon tea is most suitable at around 3 o'clock. Eating at this time can provide them with physical supplements. The chef hired by the construction team before should have arranged it this way." Lei Jun nodded and said, "Okay, I will take them there first, and you can come over after you finish your work." Lei Jun also knew what Jiang Zhuxiang was worried about, so he didn't explain much and took Alice and the others away. Alice always respected Jiang Zhuxiang's privacy, so she followed Lei Jun. Jiang Zhuxiang approached his house and saw that they were all squeezed in the sofa. He said speechlessly, "Do you like to sit together so much? Are there no seats elsewhere?" Tingsha occupied a single sofa and said lazily, "Other places are too hard." Jiang Zhuxiang was speechless and took out half of the things that the dean's wife had prepared for him in his personal space and put them directly on the coffee table in the middle. "You probably haven't eaten lunch yet, so just use these things to cushion your lunch today. I'll prepare dinner for you later before leaving." As Jiang Zhuxiang spoke, he put things in place and found tea sets to prepare tea for them. The Tao Tai were not picky. After solving their stomach problems, they asked directly, "Why did you ask us to come back?" They were not dissatisfied. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say it, they would come back once in a while. It was just that it was rare for Jiang Zhuxiang to come to them for something. Jiang Zhuxiang was also very direct when facing them. "You should have seen a lot of people who are not fragments of us outside recently. You also noticed that the fragments are beginning to get closer. In the future, people will definitely come and go more frequently. It is not realistic for you to move freely outside. I decided to give you a proper identity. so that you can move outside openly in the future. What do you think? Tingsha has always been the one who pays more attention to this kind of thing. He was the one who spoke up at this time. It would be great if we had a legitimate identity. What kind of identity do you plan to give us? Xu Xiang from Jihua Temple? In fact, they still have identity cards. So Tingsha is curious about this. Jiang Zhuxiang said, what do you think of a team of superpowers like Lei Jin? They are always active outside now. And no one will bother them. Even if there is a problem, the Lei family will come forward to solve it. Tingsha smiled and said, does Xiaoxiang plan to be our backer? Jiang Zhuxiang said, do you need it? If you want me to be your backer, it's not impossible. But I originally planned to let the Academy of Sciences be your guarantor. After all, the Academy of Sciences is more convincing in this matter. And Jiang Zhuxiang's own words are still too weak. Tingsha said, the Academy of Sciences still has too many restrictions for us. So let's go with you. We usually don't need your help. If we have any gains, we can give you a share. Right? Guaranteeing a task team can still be a commission. If they let the Academy of Sciences do this, they are still unwilling to do it. After all, some of their gains may not be digested by the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang agreed a little reluctantly. But he still had to give the Academy of Sciences a little face. Then if you want to register, you should go to the Academy of Sciences to register. I can't register for you myself. And you probably won't be willing to do it for other families. Right? Registration also requires a certain contribution value. And Jiang Zhuxiang will still give the Academy of Sciences some benefits. They naturally have no objection to this. So they nodded and agreed. They will naturally come together for the registration capital. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved after deciding on this matter. Then you can come to the Academy of Sciences to find me tomorrow. Or you can go back with me tonight. And I will help you register tomorrow. You can think about the name of your task team first, so as not to be unable to think of it at that time. The name of a team is still very important. And Jiang Zhuxiang still hopes that they can take it seriously. Tingsha nodded to show that he knew. Don't worry. I will let them think about it carefully. If you are stuck, do it first if you have other things to do. We will come to you tomorrow, so that you don't have to arrange our accommodation tonight. Tingsha knew that the dean and his wife still valued Jiang Zhuxiang, but they still didn't want to trouble them too much. Jiang Zhuxiang trusted Tingsha quite a bit, so he didn't interfere in the matter. He simply cleaned up the table and went directly to the next room. He didn't know whether they had woken up or not. Chapter 760 checked the progress of the project. When Jiang Zhuxiang entered Lei Jin's house, Lei Jin was discussing something with his team members. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, he signaled to suspend the meeting and asked, have you finished your work? Do you want to sit down and listen together? Lei Jin always wanted his little Xiang to be able to participate in his own affairs. So he didn't mind Jiang Zhuxiang sitting in on this kind of meeting. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any objections, but he didn't know whether his team members were willing to stay. Jiang Zhuxiang turned to look at Lei Jin's team members. If they had any objections, he would naturally not stay. After all, he also had things to do, such as calling Alice and the others to get up. The other team members naturally had no objection to Jiang Zhuxiang, and nodded to say, Xiaoxiang, you can stay. We have no objection. For the team members, Jiang Zhuxiang is definitely more reliable than their captain. And if there is anything, they can listen to her opinions. Seeing them say this, Jiang Zhuxiang sat down to listen, and her position was naturally next to Lei Jin. The team members continued to report the matter to Lei Jin, who dealt with it according to the situation, and occasionally asked Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion. But Jiang Zhuxiang basically didn't speak much, unless her opinion was really needed. Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior made the team members trust her more. After all, they didn't want a captain's wife who wanted to compete with their captain for power everywhere. After the matter was settled, Lei Jin asked Jiang Zhuxiang how his own affairs were handled. Did they agree to the previous matter? Jiang Zhuxiang said, they agreed. They will come back to the Academy of Sciences to apply tomorrow. But they don't want the Academy of Sciences to guarantee them. They want me to go. I am a little worried that I can't protect them at that time. After all, with their military strength, if something happens, it will definitely be a big deal. Lei Jin was a little amused by Jiang Zhuxiang's worries. Xiaoxiang, you are too self-deprecating. Do you think what you did before is useless? Now everyone should know that the Academy of Sciences has a doctor who is better than the healing ability users. As long as they are human, they can't be afraid of getting sick. They will give you face at that time. If you are really worried, I will go with you at that time. The weight of the two of us can always protect them. Jiang Zhuxiang had never seriously examined what he had done over the years. He just did what he thought. Therefore, he thought Lei Zhen's suggestion was not bad. But he was a little worried. Will your father have any objections to you doing this? After all, Lei Zhen's identity was not as simple as his. If there was a conflict with the interests of the Lei family, he didn't know what he would choose. Lei Zhen said, how could he have any objections? This is just my personal position. Moreover, he had already told his mother that he and Jiang Zhuxiang had signed a marriage contract. They now regarded Jiang Zhuxiang as a member of the Lei family. It was just that he had not found the time to mention it to Jiang Zhuxiang. After hearing what he said, Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Then I will go and wake up the two people upstairs. It's almost time now. Where did you arrange them? After saying that, Jiang Zhuxiang got up and walked upstairs. Lei Zhen followed Jiang Zhuxiang and said, it's next to our room. There are no people staying there for the time being, so we will arrange it for them first. That room was originally reserved for his parents to come over. It is suitable for Alice and the others. The conditions there are also good. Jiang Zhuxiang's knock on the door woke Alice and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang waited outside the door for a while, before seeing them come out to open the door. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Alice's messy hair, and obviously just woke up. It seems that you slept well? Didn't you sleep well last night? Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that they would sleep for at most an hour. And now it was already 3 o'clock. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's teasing, Alice said generously, of course. I slept well last night. Xiaoxiang, I think you can try that kind of exercise with your family. Alice has no taboos about this kind of thing. But she would never mention it to Jiang Zhuxiang in the past. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang is still shy. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally heard the implication of Alice's words, and glared at her directly. You'd better pack up quickly. Do you still want to go to the construction site to take a look? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to be led into a ditch by Alice. And such words were not said in front of people. Alice also knew to stop when she was done. So she retreated and packed up. Jiang Zhuxiang said directly to Lei Zhen, I'm going downstairs to wait. What about you? Lei Zhen glanced at the tip of his little Xiang's slightly red ears, and nodded to show his agreement. When Alice came down, Jiang Zhuxiang had already moved the huge food box out, and put it on the table. Thinking of Alice's previous suggestion, he took her to the kitchen to find a suitable teapot. Luckily, Lei Zhen also liked to drink tea, so there were still a few tea sets to choose from. Alice finally chose a relatively large purple clay teapot, and put it on the fire. This teapot had a relatively large volume. Otherwise Alice would not have chosen it this way. After all, this kind of thing was still quite precious. Alice put her treasure tea leaves into the pot, then poured in the water she had collected before, and started to boil it directly, while asking Jiang Zhuxiang, is there a thermos pot here? No matter how large the capacity of this purple clay pot is, it is impossible to make tea for more than a dozen people at once. Jiang Zhuxiang turned his head to look at Lei Zhen, and he was more familiar with the things in his kitchen. Lei Zhen himself didn't know much, so he started to look in the kitchen cabinets, and finally found a few larger ones, which seemed to have never been used. Jiang Zhuxiang got some hot water to clean them to avoid any odor. Everything was ready, and it was almost 4 o'clock. Alice led Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to the construction site next door in a hurry. Lei Zhen went over first to talk to the foreman about the situation and asked him to call the workers over. The foreman knew about this matter before, but he thought they would come at 3:30. But he didn't expect it to be delayed until this time. However, he didn't say much, and directly asked the busy workers to come over. The tables and other things were ready. Jiang Zhuxiang helped Alice distribute the things. Fortunately, the things Alice prepared were relatively practical. Otherwise these workers might not have no complaints. Chapter 761. Communication that is like talking at cross purposes. After dividing the food, Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Alice to ask if she had any questions. Otherwise they would definitely have to continue working after eating. After all, the task of their construction team was quite heavy, and the construction period provided by Alice and her team was not long. Alice nodded to indicate that she understood, and took the foreman to ask about the situation. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen held tea and waited slowly. Jiang Zhuxiang was not very interested in pies, and she usually didn't eat anything other than staple food. Lei Zhen saw Jiang Zhuxiang's bored look, so he racked his brains to think about what he could do now. and finally decided to take Jiang Zhuxiang to the construction site to take a look. Lei Jin asked the foreman for 2 safety helmets, and then took Jiang Zhuxiang in for a stroll. The progress of the construction team is actually quite fast. It has only been more than 10 days since the foundation was laid, and 1 floor has been completed. It seems that the construction team has not rested much. Otherwise the speed would not be so fast. Jiang Zhuxiang touched the wall, which was similar to what he had done before. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin walked around, they found that the layout of this house was quite interesting. Half of it was completely in the style of brutalism, while the other half was full of romanticism. I don't know how the designer made this decision. It looks completely divided. Jiang Zhuxiang digested it for a while, but still felt that he couldn't accept such a split style. He looked at Lei Jin with a smile. Do you think they will live together or separately in the future? Even the house has to have such a clear style. Their rooms must not have the same style. Lei Jin said a little speechlessly, Xiao Xiang, why do you care what they are like? They must have a way to unify. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been together for so long. But Xiao Xiang, when will you give me access to your room? Lei Jin doesn't care how others get along. He will only seize the time to fight for his own benefits. When Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Jin's question, he turned his head to look elsewhere, pretending that he hadn't heard the question just now. Obviously, he didn't intend to give Lei Jin a direct answer. Lei Jin didn't feel surprised to see this expected reaction, and he didn't embarrass Jiang Zhuxiang. He planned to fight for it later. While they were wandering around here, some workers came back to work one after another. In order not to affect their work, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin left the construction site and planned to find Alice and the others. At this time, the atmosphere between Alice and the foreman was still a bit strange. Alice asked questions one by one in a firm tone, but the foreman's answers were a bit ambiguous, which made Alice further ask the question. The foreman continued to answer ambiguously. Alice looked like she was going to be in a bad state. If they continued to communicate like this, they would have to quarrel. This is the problem of communication between different cultures. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, he could understand the foreman's way of speaking. His answer must have taken into account the time needed to delay if there was an unexpected situation, while Alice needed an accurate time. Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, Okay, Alice, let the foreman go and eat something. Tell me what you want to know. I will let Lei Jin ask, and then tell you the answer. It will definitely be more convenient for them to communicate. Considering the gender and cultural factors, Alice still followed Jiang Zhuxiang's advice. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly signaled the foreman to leave first, so that Alice would not be stubborn. The foreman also felt that he had no way to communicate with this girl, and left with a heavy burden. He had just spent so much time, and he felt that this girl could not understand human words at all. If it were not for the fact that she was the one who paid the salary, the foreman would have left long ago. Alice asked Jiang Zhuxiang a little angrily, Do you think he deliberately opposed me? I just want a definite answer. Is it so difficult for him to answer? Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, He also has an answer. But you just speak differently. People here have to be more humble. They will not make promises easily. Otherwise it will be bad if they cannot do it at that time. Don't worry. I will let Lei Jin bring you a satisfactory answer later. Now tell me what you want to know. Of course, this answer must have been translated by Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise, Alice would definitely not understand it. Alice thought about it and thought so. So she sent the questions she wanted to know one by one to Jiang Zhuxiang's communicator, including when the second floor could be completed, when the third floor could be completed, when the roof could be sealed, when the decoration would start, etc. After Jiang Zhuxiang sorted it out, he sent it directly to Lei Jin, indicating that he should go to talk to the foreman. Lei Jin also brought Ron. After all, Ron would definitely have to communicate with the people of their fragments in the future, and he must get used to their way of speaking now. Otherwise it would be a conflict between the fragments. Alice was not a big deal. She would just follow her own Xiaoxiang in the future. Anyway, with her own Xiaoxiang as the middleman, there would generally be no conflicts. When Lei Jin came back with the answer, Jiang Zhuxiang organized his words and conveyed the answer to Alice. Alice finally got a satisfactory answer. This trip was not in vain. Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly took her away from here to prevent her from having other questions. On the way back to Lei Jin's house, Jiang Zhuxiang said to Lei Jin with a little distress, I plan to prepare a dinner for Tao Tai and others today before going back. What about your dinner? Otherwise, you go back first? Lei Jin refused. We can eat with Tao Tai and others. You want them to join the crowd anyway. So start with Alice and others. At least they won't go out and talk nonsense even if they have questions. After all, Tao Tai has no problem on the surface. At most, they just eat a little more. Alice and the others just think they are big eaters. And as Alice's training deepens, her appetite starts to grow. Maybe there won't be any problem at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and felt that it was true. It was also a bit unreasonable that Alice and the others had not been to his house. Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to Tingsha, saying, I'm going to bring 2 strangers here. Please be careful. Chapter 762 Jiang Zhuxiang's Oolong Incident. Tingsha was a little curious. Xiaoxiang, have you made new friends? Xiaoxiang had never told them anything that needed their attention before. It seemed that these 2 friends were very important to her. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it. Alice should not be considered a new friend, but she should be considered a stranger to Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little uncertain after thinking about it. Tingsha saw that Jiang Zhuxiang stopped talking. So he said, then we will go to prepare first. You can come slowly. Tingsha hung up the communicator after he finished speaking. Jiang Zhuxiang also reacted to what Tingsha said, and nodded directly, okay. Jiang Zhuxiang turned to look at Alice and the others. Let's go to my new home today. You have only been to Lei Jin's place before. Today I will show you how mine is. Alice was naturally very interested. Okay. I don't know what style your place is. Zhuxiang. It looks a bit similar to Lei Jin's place. Jiang Zhuxiang said, as he led them to his place. The exterior looks the same. I also let Lei Jin decide at that time. It's just that the interior decoration may be slightly different. As for Jiang Zhuxiang himself, he still prefers the ancient style decoration. Lei Jin's place has a more obvious modern style. Alice followed Jiang Zhuxiang into the yard, and personally felt the ancient style that Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned. Everything inside looked a bit historical, but not very old, making people feel very comfortable. Alice especially liked the stone table and stone benches in the yard. She felt that it would be very comfortable here in summer, and it was similar to the manor in her own fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped and urged helplessly, come in first. If you want to see it, wait a while before coming out. There are still people waiting inside. After all, they are elders, so it's not good to be too rude. According to the character of Tao Tai, they will not come out to greet people. Jiang Zhuxiang pulled Alice and the others into the house. And sure enough, they saw those elders sitting upright on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Zhuxiang greeted them with Alice and Ron with a smile. Hello everyone. These 2 are the guests who came here today. This is Alice. And the other is her partner Ron. This should be the first time you meet? Tao Tai and Tingsha hesitated for a moment. And Tingsha said, Xiaoxiang, are you serious? How could these people who had clearly met in other fragments before think they were strangers? It seems that Xiaoxiang's memory is sometimes quite worrying. Alice and Ron went up to say, long time no see. Seniors, sorry to bother you today. Alice and Ron originally thought that Jiang Zhuxiang was going to introduce them to someone, but they didn't expect it to be someone they knew before. Their nervous mood relaxed at once, seeing how familiar they were. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his head in confusion. It seemed that he had forgotten something. Lei Jin reminded Jiang Zhuxiang with a smile. Before, at the fragment, Alice and the others went hunting with the seniors. Have you forgotten? And at that time, they also helped Alice and the others rebuild their homes. They should know each other completely. Lei Jin thought that his Xiaoxiang's rare confusion was also very funny, but he couldn't watch too much. After reminding him, Lei Jin went to the kitchen silently, waiting for his Xiaoxiang to come to the kitchen after she reacted, so that he could comfort her at that time. As expected, Jiang Zhuxiang rushed into the kitchen after she realized what was happening, leaving Alice and Ron behind. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang still needed to feel ashamed for a while. After entering the kitchen, Jiang Zhuxiang quietly took out a piece of meat and chopped it to vent his anger. Lei Jin looked at his little Xiang's behavior with amusement, and silently provided her with various seasonings. After his little Xiang finished venting, a large bowl of meat filling was ready. Lei Jin reminded, Xiaoxiang, what are you going to do with this? Jiang Zhuxiang looked at it for a while, and he was unexpectedly strong today. The meat filling was chopped very finely. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to make this into meatballs, and there would be many ways to eat it. After the previous embarrassment passed, Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, go out and help me see how they get along. If you need anything, come in and tell me. I am embarrassed to go out now. And Jiang Zhuxiang is a little helpless thinking about his previous mistake. Lei Zhen went out to check according to Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions. They are getting along well. Tao Tai has even taken Ron to the training room for guidance. Alice is also communicating with Fei Fei and Qilin. They have never met these two before. Alice is quite interested. Their abilities seem to be quite special. Lei Zhen asked, "Do you need anything?" Lei Zhen felt that they didn't need anything. They got along so well. And his Xiao Xiang was a great helper. Alice said, "Nothing is needed." Does Xiao Xiang need help? Alice had planned to go into the kitchen to help after Ron was taken away by Tao Tai. But she was worried that Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't adjusted herself yet. And it would be bad if she was kicked out. Lei Zhen smiled and refused. "It's better not to go in. Let her be alone. You must tell me if you need anything. She can still accept me going in." Alice said, "Okay." It seems that Xiao Xiang needs to calm down for a while. So we won't disturb her. Did Xiao Xiang really forget that we met before? Alice really couldn't believe that Xiao Xiang was still so confused. Lei Zhen said, "I don't know. But it looks true. Don't mention it when she comes out later. Especially the seniors. Otherwise Xiao Xiang will be even more embarrassed." Tao Tai and the others were more understanding. After all, they were their juniors. So they couldn't tease them too much. After Jiang Zhuxiang brought out the dinner, everyone's expression management was in place. And Jiang Zhuxiang had a peaceful dinner. After the meal, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai emphasized that they must come to see him tomorrow. And then rushed back to the Academy of Sciences with Lei Zhen and the others. I don't know if the dean and the others will leave the door for them. Fortunately, it's still early now. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen returned home before the curfew of the dean's house. The dean's wife and the others didn't rest before seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and the others return. And they were waiting for them in the living room. After Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean briefly talked about what happened today, they went back to their rooms to rest. Chapter 763 The mission team has successfully registered. Early in the morning, Jiang Zhuxiang began to prepare for the Tao Tai and the others to come. At least they had to have lunch here. In the future, they would definitely have to return to the academy to hand in their tasks. So the academy still needed to arrange a fixed house for them to stay for a day or two. This was also something that Jiang Zhuxiang needed to arrange. Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned this to the dean and his wife at the breakfast table. The dean nodded indifferently to show that he knew. The dean completely believed that Jiang Zhuxiang could do this. He only needed to agree when she came to him. He didn't need to worry about other things. The dean's wife, however, was very concerned about this matter. Xiao Xiang, where are you going to find a house for them to live in? The houses in the Academy of Sciences were all built according to the population. So it is still a bit difficult to find an empty house. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I originally planned to arrange for them to live in the place where Brother Wen lived before. But his place is a bit too small. If there are so many of them, it may not be enough for them to live in. Do you have any good suggestions? Jiang Zhuxiang actually thinks that a group of houses can be built outside the walls of the Academy of Sciences as a place for other fragments to visit in the future. It is relatively safe outside now. And there is no need to worry about the Tao Tai living outside. And it can also prevent them from having conflicts with researchers. It is really the best choice. The dean's wife's idea is actually similar to Jiang Zhuxiang's. The academy originally planned to build a batch of houses outside the protective wall. They have submitted the plan to me. I was still considering it. Now it seems that it can be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After the batch of houses are built, they will be rented out to people for living. However, the academy will only provide basic defense. If there is any accident, the academy will provide assistance, but will not be responsible for it, because of the other debris visitors. The dean's wife has been considering how to strengthen the infrastructure of the academy. The dean has always handed over this matter to the dean's wife. After all, the dean's wife is quite good at this kind of thing. Jiang Zhuxiang agreed with the suggestion of the dean's wife and said, remember to leave a big set for the Tao Tai seniors. They definitely don't want to live separately. Before it's done, let them rush back and forth for a while. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared the information needed to apply for the task force and waited for the Tao Tai to come. The Tao Tai were quite punctual. Jiang Zhuxiang waited for them for about 10 minutes. The Tao Tai knocked on the door. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the door and asked them, do you want to come in and rest before going over? The Tao Tai rejected Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion. Let's get it done first and then rest. We are not very tired. I just don't know if the task force you mentioned is troublesome. Jiang Zhuxiang himself had never done this before, so he just guessed it should be okay. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many mission teams operating outside. Those mission teams were not as famous as Lei Zhan's team, but news of them would reach Jiang Zhuxiang's ears. Lei Zhan had been silent before, but now he said, "It's easy. As long as you don't have a serious criminal record, you can apply for it. And now the mission teams will also accept people with minor criminal records. After all, this is not the era with strict legal regulations." Tao Tai and the others trusted Lei Zhan's words. After all, he had experience in this area. So Jiang Zhuxiang took them directly to the mission hall. The mission hall was also very busy in the morning, with traffic concentrated at the major windows. The registration desk was quite quiet. Jiang Zhuxiang took Tao Tai and the others to the queue and waited for 2 minutes before it was their turn. After Jiang Zhuxiang told the staff inside about his requirements, the staff directly handed over a terminal for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to enter the corresponding information first. The team name mentioned by Jiang Zhuxiang before was also included in the above requirements. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai and the others. "Did you discuss the team name last night? Also, you need a captain and 2 vice captains. Tell me after you decide, and I will help you fill it out." This is what Jiang Zhuxiang told him yesterday. And Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to hear a negative answer. Fortunately, Tao Tai and the others also knew the importance of this matter, and directly said, "Let's call the team the Zhang's task team. As for the captain, we decided yesterday to let Kunpeng, the oldest among us, take the position. As for the 2 vice captains, one is Tingsha, and the other is me." Tao Tai answered Jiang Zhuxiang's question and recommended himself. Jiang Zhuxiang asked other seniors for their opinions, and when they didn't refute, he directly filled in all the information Tao Tai said. As for the remaining information, which was the personal information of each of them, Jiang Zhuxiang directly handed the terminal to them and asked them to fill it out themselves. After all, this kind of thing was their privacy, and Jiang Zhuxiang would not read it too much. After Tao Tai and the others had filled out the forms carefully, all that was left was to transfer the required contribution points. Tao Tai and the others transferred the funds to Jiang Zhuxiang, who could then directly transfer the funds to the mission hall. Jiang Zhuxiang returned the terminal to the staff inside. When she started to register them, Jiang Zhuxiang transferred the previous funds to the public account of the mission hall, so that the mission team could be activated directly after registration. About half an hour later, the staff said, "The mission team has been registered. The team leader can go to a self-service terminal to activate it. The initial level of the mission team is F level. You can upgrade by completing tasks and obtaining tasks of the corresponding level. After you activate them, the mission hall will send you a beginner's guide. Please remember to read it carefully." After the staff member finished reminding, he handed Jiang Zhuxiang the badge that symbolized the identity of the task force. She could also see who was the real boss here. Jiang Zhuxiang took it and thanked her, then took Tao Tai and the others to the self-service terminal to complete the activation steps. Jiang Zhuxiang called up the corresponding page and let Kunpeng operate it himself. Lei Zhan stood beside him and asked him for advice at any time. Chapter 764 Trivial Novice Tasks. Kunpeng completed the activation steps according to Lei Zhan's instructions. Seeing the F-level task team logo and the task content related to this level clearly displayed above, Kunpeng said to Tao Tai with a bit of a toothache, "It seems that we need to do more tasks to upgrade. Otherwise the tasks of this level will definitely torture us to death." Tao Tai leaned over to take a look. There were some trivial things on it. He touched the goosebumps on his body and agreed, "Yes, we should upgrade quickly. And it would be best if we could upgrade to the highest level. I heard that in that case, we can only participate in 1 task a year. The mission teams have a number of missions to complete every year, which is one of the reasons to motivate all mission teams to upgrade as soon as possible. Of course, the other reason is nothing more than treatment and remuneration." Jiang Zhuxiang was also very pleased to see this scene. It seems that they will never run around in the future. After all, those trivial matters are all carried out around the major shelters, and will never go deep into the wild. Lei Zhan reminded them, "You should read the novice guide first, and after understanding the corresponding regulations in it, start choosing tasks to complete. Try not to stay at F level for too long. Otherwise, you will be easily suppressed by other mission teams. The requirements for the mission teams in each shelter are different, except that they all need to get rid of the low-level missions as soon as possible." Tao Tai and the others communicators all sounded the receipt of the message at the same time. They plan to find a place to rest and read the so-called novice guide first. The mission hall does have a rest area, and there are also supporting catering services. Jiang Zhuxiang is familiar with this place, so he took them to find a corner seat to sit down. Those places with better seats are reserved by those high-level mission teams. Jiang Zhuxiang still has to try to avoid conflicts. Tao Tai and the others believe that after reading the novice guide, they asked Lei Jin about the corresponding differences and wanted to know whether their regulations are reasonable. Lei Jin listened to their description and nodded silently. The mission team of the Academy of Sciences is more considerate of researchers. After all, they are all people with developed brains and simple limbs. If there are no corresponding protection measures, it will be difficult to upgrade the level of the mission team. Moreover, the mission team of the Academy of Sciences has a 1-year protection period for newcomers. During this period, no one can attack or plunder the mission items of this mission team. Lei Jin said, "The conditions of the Academy of Sciences are much better than the medicines in our place. According to the strength of the predecessors, you will definitely be able to quickly achieve your desired goals." Then the Tao Tai said with relief, "Then Xiaoxiang will be left to you to take care of during this period. We will complete the tasks to upgrade first, and we probably won't come back often." Thinking of those trivial tasks, Kuiping and the others were also very troubled, and their attention to Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely decrease. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "You don't have to worry about me. I can take good care of myself. You should also be careful when doing tasks. If you encounter difficult task objects, you must tell me. I will help you solve them." Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he was quite good at handling interpersonal relationships, and there was absolutely no problem in being the backup of Tao Ai and the others. If you can't find me for a while, you can find him first. He can also help you deal with these problems. Originally, Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to talk to the dean's wife, but considering that the dean's wife would be busy recently, Jiang Zhuxiang changed the target. Lei Jin was quite satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's words. This was the first time that his little Xian agreed with him so much. Lei Jin nodded and promised, "You can contact me at any time. Even if I don't reply for a while, I will let my team members help you solve it." As a top task team, Lei Jin's team members have very good connections and can completely solve the problems they will encounter in the future. Tingsha smiled and said, "Thank you for your care, but I will try my best to watch them." After saying that, Tingsha followed Kuenping to the self-service terminal to select tasks. Lei Jin also went to see if there was anything he could help with. The people who stayed behind and Jiang Zhuxiang waited for them to come back. Jiang Zhuxiang picked up the electronic ordering menu on the seat and selected some drinks to place an order so that they would not be impatient waiting. Lei Jin and his team spent a full half-hour selecting. After all, this kind of thing is still quite troublesome. Jiang Zhuxiang also checked the tasks they took on after they came back. Although they were also trivial tasks, most of them were things that could be solved by force. It seems that they are also very self-aware. Only Tingsha chose some tasks related to herbs. After all, its advantages cannot be discarded. Jiang Zhuxiang had no other opinions. He drank the drink in his hand and said, "Let's go have lunch first. I think you can start to complete the task after lunch." Jiang Zhuxiang took them directly to the dean's wife and told her about Fei Fei and Qilin. After starting the task, they need to act with the team. Their role in the task is still very important and can be used to ease conflicts. Fei Fei and Qilin were taken care of by the dean's wife for a while before, and the dean's wife was still a little reluctant to leave. She said, "If you need anything, please tell me. I am willing to give it to you." The dean's wife also knew that it was not good to stop them from going out. After all, they always need to be trained. Otherwise it will be difficult for them to get along well with humans in the future. Fei Fei and Qilin were also a little reluctant to leave the dean's wife's treatment here. After all, the dean's wife's cooking skills are still very good, and the customers who come to the store are also very friendly to them. Fei Fei said, "Can you help us prepare more food? I think it will be difficult for us to eat such delicious food after we go out." When doing tasks, they can only take nutritional supplements. Fei Fei and Qilin still have this understanding. The dean's wife can still meet their request and said, "No problem. There is a batch of bread just coming out of the oven. All of which are your favorites. I asked them to pack it for you. You can take it yourself. Do you have space to store it?" Qilin said, "Yes. Thank you, ma'am. If you can eat the bread of the dean's wife when you are out, it is already a good enjoyment. As for other things, they are embarrassed to trouble her." Chapter 765 Lei Jin's Uneasiness. The dean's wife stopped worrying after hearing what Qilin said, and went straight into the kitchen to get busy. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Do you need anything else?" Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think they would be missing anything. He just wanted to do his part. Tingsha said, "I haven't thought about it yet. If there is anything missing, I will send you a message. You should know how to find us. Just express it to us directly. By the way, give us some of the medicine you prepared before. It's not convenient for us to get those pills in the wild. Take yours first for emergency use. If there are any rare medicinal materials, I will keep them for you." Tingsha had no habit of taking advantage of Jiang Zhuxiang, and always exchanged on an equal basis. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and took out all the pills and potions that he had prepared in his personal space, letting it choose whatever it wanted. As for the other seniors, they definitely didn't know about this, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't let them come up. Tingsha carefully selected some common medicines used in the wild, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang for an ordinary medicine box to put them in, so as not to lose the efficacy of the medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang put the rest away by himself, and these were all to be sold in his own virtual online store. His own virtual online store has been doing quite well recently. Lei Jin watched them communicate, and also gave Tingsha the communication numbers of the members of his superpower team. After watching them add each other's contact information, he said, "Xiaoxiang, what are you going to do this afternoon?" After all, their affairs were arranged. Lei Jin felt that Jiang Zhuxiang should start to do some serious work. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and said, "I will ask the dean later. The people from other fragments should be back soon. See if he needs any help. If there is no need for his help here, he will go to prepare the medicine field for himself." Lei Jin was relieved to see that Jiang Zhuxiang had his own plans. After all, he had promised his father to go back first. If his little Xiang had nothing to do, he would really be worried about her being alone. Lei Jin talked about this with Jiang Zhuxiang, and Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Then you can go and do it. You don't have to worry about me. Even if there is nothing to do, I will find something to do myself." Jiang Zhuxiang has never been a person who can't live without a man. Maybe she can live more wonderfully by herself. Lei Jin naturally saw Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts, and couldn't help but said a little sourly, "Don't get too close to others when I'm not around. If I hear something bad, be careful that I will punish you." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded speechlessly. "Don't worry. I promise I won't take the initiative to provoke others. It's not my fault that others want to come over. I have never deliberately seduced others." Lei Jin could only go back to the Lei family with 12,000 worries. When he followed the Lei clan leader to hand over family affairs, he was a little absent-minded, which made the Lei clan leader angry and funny. He couldn't help complaining to Mrs. Lei, "This is really a wife who forgets his parents. His wife has taken his heart away." Mrs. Lei rolled her eyes at him. "You said it as if you didn't do it before. You are just the pot calling the kettle black." Patriarch Lei said with a smile, "This proves that our family has a long history of loyalty. You can't blame me for this. But that kid should also take care of his heart. At least, he should use his brain when he is working. Otherwise, how can I trust him to take care of the family?" Mrs. Lei said, "He just came back today. Don't worry. I will talk to him in the evening and send a message to Xiaoxiang. Then Xiaoxiang will pay more attention to him, and he will be able to change his mind." Patriarch Lei was still relatively confident in his wife's methods. After all, no one in the Lei family disobeyed her. He just didn't know if Jiang Zhuxiang would have this ability in the future. While talking about Jiang Zhuxiang, the dean was also talking to Jiang Zhuxiang about Lei Jin. The Lei family is already changing power. If Lei Jin comes to this meeting, Xiaoxiang, you should pay more attention to Lei Jin during this period to prevent him from getting into trouble. The dean knew what was going on between Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin, but he would not tell the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "I will contact him when I have time in the evening. He is a grown man. Can he still ask me to support him?" The dean silently complained, "That's hard to say. Although Lei Jin is more mature in his behavior, he is just a brat in front of Jiang Zhuxiang." Dean looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's indifferent expression and said no more. After all, this was their business, and Lei Jin would definitely give Jiang Zhuxiang a real feeling. "Dean, just pay attention to what I told you before. They are coming soon. You and your senior brother should assign tasks. There must be no mistakes. At least they can't catch anything. You should take good care of the meeting arrangements and life arrangements. You can have a good rest after the meeting. Also, Xiaoxiang, you should know why the fragments suddenly changed again. When you think it's time to let us know, tell us. If you don't want to show up, leave it to me. We won't let you suffer any loss. The dean has always known that his adopted daughter has many secrets. But generally, he would not force her to tell them. He was just a little worried that she would hurt herself if she kept hiding them. If she told them, at least they could discuss what to do. Jiang Zhuxiang was shocked when he heard what the dean said, and thought that he had been exposed somewhere. After hearing what he said later, he knew why he said that, and began to consider taking out the things that he had hidden in his personal space before and showing them to him. If he intervened, he would feel much more relaxed. The dean saw that Jiang Zhuxiang looked thoughtful and knew that she had listened to him. So he did not say anything more, and asked her to go down to do her work first, and she would definitely tell him what she should say when the time came. Jiang Zhuxiang went down obediently and went directly to find Yin Lei. After all, the next things must be discussed carefully before they can be decided. If the communication is not in place, it will definitely be easy to go wrong. Yin Lei had been called by the dean before. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming, he knew why she came. He found an absolutely safe place and began to slowly discuss with Jiang Zhuxiang how to make arrangements. Chapter 766. A busy family. The first thing to solve is the accommodation problem during the meeting. After all, a stable place can ensure a good rest. In addition, they should not be too closely connected. Otherwise, if they collude privately during the meeting without knowing it, it will be disadvantageous to their academy. Yin Lei said, Xiao Xiang, how do you think we should separate them? Yin Lei still thinks that Jiang Zhuxiang is better at this kind of trivial matters in life. So Yin Lei waited for Jiang Zhuxiang's answer. Jiang Zhuxiang had never thought about this before. But after hearing what Lei Zhen said just now, he felt that it made sense. After careful consideration, Jiang Zhuxiang said, otherwise, separate them and arrange them in the researchers' families, so that they can understand how people in our academy live. If they want to know the news, it is more convenient to live in the family. This method of staying overnight was not unheard of in other shards before. In the past, if someone from their shards wanted to go to other places to study, they would be arranged to live with local families in order to speed up their adaptation to local life. Yin Lei thought about it and felt that this method was not bad. In this way, they would not have to arrange the problem of eating. At that time, the Academy of Sciences would only need to give a meal subsidy to the responsible families. I believe they would be happy to help the Academy solve the problem. After the accommodation problem was solved, Yin Lei considered the meeting arrangements at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang was not very familiar with this aspect and completely listened to Yin Lei's arrangements. Yin Lei sent the draft to Jiang Zhuxiang to see if there were any problems with the venue in time. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked on the meeting schedule Yin Lei sent to him. It had a meeting schedule for nearly a week. The schedule from the general meeting to the small meeting was quite tight. The main purpose was to discuss the cooperation after the Earth was restored to its original state, and how to better promote the restoration of the Earth. After all, the current speed was still quite slow. If the process could be accelerated so that the Earth could be closed within the specified time, then their cooperation would be stable. Jiang Zhuxiang had no opinion on the content of the meeting arranged by Yin Lei, but was a little curious. Are they in a hurry to go back? Is this schedule a little too tight? There was only 5 minutes of break time between two meetings, which was not even enough to take a breath. Yin Lei only considered the issue of efficiency when making the arrangements. After concentrating time to solve the problem, he could arrange for them to look around and relax. After all, the previous arrangement was more intimidating than friendly. If everyone played together, they could get closer. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless after hearing Yin Lei's explanation. I think it's a bit too obvious if we do this. It's better to arrange it during the meeting. If the nerves are always so tense, it will be inefficient. I think you can arrange some relaxing activities during the meeting, such as tea parties. If their wives didn't come, I could let the dean's wife try the diplomacy of the wives. It's a bit strange to have a group of men hold a tea party. Yin Lei nodded and took note of what Jiang Zhuxiang had said, and then urged Jiang Zhuxiang to check if there were any other problems, so that it would be difficult to change them if there were any problems in the arrangement. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully checked it twice, but didn't find any other problems. So he just said, please change the time arrangement first, and then show it to me. I will go to the meeting place you arranged before and see if there are any other problems, so that I can make other arrangements at that time. In fact, the arrangement of the venue is also a big thing, but this point can only be checked after the arrangement is completed. And it seems that the dean's wife is arranging this aspect. So Jiang Zhuxiang can rest assured. After all, she has been in charge of this aspect before, and there has been no mistakes. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and still felt that it was necessary to arrange a meal for everyone during the meeting. Jiang Zhuxiang, after you slow down the pace, you can arrange a business meal for everyone to eat together. At that time, you can also get closer to each other. The time can be arranged a little later, but you need to pay attention to the arrangement of food to avoid taboos at that time. No matter what Jiang Zhuxiang said, Yanlei wrote it down first. After all, how to arrange it at that time still needs to be reviewed by the dean. Yanlei and Jiang Zhuxiang are just executors. After Jiang Zhuxiang said this, he didn't have any other ideas. So he said directly, I will put this thing aside first, and I will destroy it after checking the venue. You can modify it first, when you go to the dean to review it. If you need me to go over, you can tell me. After all, if the dean is dissatisfied, he can also disperse the firepower. Yanlei is quite satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughtfulness. Then I will wait for you, my junior sister, to come to the rescue. Although Yanlei has never seen the dean angry, it is terrifying if such a person is angry. Yanlei may really need someone to rescue him at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a little smile, Okay, I know. I'll go first. The dean said before that they will be back tomorrow night at the latest, and they may be back tomorrow morning if they are early. So the layout and arrangements must be finalized before tomorrow morning. Jiang Zhuxiang feels that what he needs to do most now is to find out which families are willing to accept these other fragments. After all, these people are not easy to serve, especially those who have not returned yet. Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't know what their temper is. If there is a conflict at that time, it will be troublesome. Jiang Zhuxiang really couldn't understand the people in the institute as well as the dean's wife. So he went to find the dean's wife directly, not caring whether he would disturb her now. The dean's wife was also busy arranging the venue at this time. When Jiang Zhuxiang went to find her, she was sitting at a table and directing people to arrange tables and chairs. She was holding a big loudspeaker in her hand and sweating profusely, which was completely different from the elegant woman in the bakery in the morning. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little stunned, seeing her busy appearance. Jiang Zhuxiang began to feel distressed. Should he ask someone else for advice? Chapter 767, The Host's Way of Dealing with the World. Jiang Zhuxiang stood there and thought for a while. When he was about to turn around and leave, the dean's wife happened to look over and recognized him. She stopped her and said, Xiaoxiang, what's the matter with you coming to see me now? After all, everyone is busy now, and Jiang Zhuxiang must have something to do. Jiang Zhuxiang walked over helplessly. He was about to leave, but now it seems that he still has to trouble the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang, my senior brother, and I have discussed placing the other fragments in the researcher's home, which is convenient for care and avoids them colluding privately. I came here to ask you which families are trustworthy. Then I will go and discuss with them directly, so as to avoid difficulties in tomorrow's arrangements. As for the few people who followed them out before, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that they were relatively easy to deal with. When the time comes, as long as the ordinary families are arranged, they will not cause any trouble. The dean's wife did not expect that Jiang Zhuxiang came to her for advice, but this kind of thing is really familiar to her. After all, she has been dealing with researchers for a long time. The dean's wife went through it in her mind and directly left the names and addresses of several more suitable families on her communicator, which was also convenient for Jiang Zhuxiang to visit. After it was done, she sent it directly to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang was not in a hurry to leave after getting the list. He stayed where he was to see if there was anything he could help with. The dean's wife didn't need Jiang Zhuxiang's help. Okay, go and do your own thing first. I'll arrange it here, and you can come and take a look. You will have to learn this in the future. It would be great if your senior brother gets married. Then we can all be more relaxed. After all, as the future successor of the Academy of Sciences, her wife will naturally take over all the things in the hands of the dean's wife. So as to avoid being in a hurry, Jiang Zhuxiang saw the pity on the dean's wife's face, and could only leave silently. If he didn't leave, the dean's wife would definitely drag him to be a soldier. He already had a lot of things to do, and he didn't want to find more things for himself. The dean's wife saw Jiang Zhuxiang leave, and continued to direct the people below to do things. What lingered in her mind was still Yanlei's marriage problem. There was really no one who married early in their academy. No one in this generation got married, so the dean's wife couldn't find a helper. It seemed that this matter had to be put on the agenda. They couldn't just delay it. If Jiang Zhuxiang knew that the dean's wife wanted to arrange a blind date with the eldest brother after such an experience, Jiang Zhuxiang said that he had no sympathy at all. It was originally more convenient to solve this kind of thing by himself. When the elders needed to worry about it, it would be a big trouble. Thinking of this, he really should thank Lei Zhen. If it weren't for him, he would be in trouble. Jiang Zhuxiang went to each household according to the addresses on the list. Fortunately, this time was basically the time to prepare dinner, and there were people at home. When they saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming, they were very polite and asked if they wanted to stay for dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "You don't have to eat. I have a lot of things to do now. I just want to trouble you with one thing. The people in other fragments may have different habits. Everyone should prepare according to the level of their own family. Don't be wrong. The courtyard will pay for half of the expenses. You can just keep the account yourself. If they are not satisfied with anything, you can also come to me directly, and that will help you adjust it. We are the host family, and there is no need to be too wronged. The courtyard will always take care of you." Although Jiang Zhuxiang arranged for people to live in their home, they were just guests after all, and they were not honored. It was fine as long as they had a reasonable relationship, and let them feel the atmosphere of life in the academy. The researchers were relieved when they heard Jiang Zhuxiang say this. After all, it was the first time for them to receive people from other fragments, and they were completely unsure. Moreover, their ability levels were quite high, and they really had no advantage if a conflict arose. They told Jiang Zhuxiang about this, and Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it. This was also a problem. The researchers were all brain power people, and their attack power was really tight. "Jiang Zhuxiang, I will report this issue to the dean, and then see if I can equip you with a combat robot. It is unlikely to give it to you directly, but it should be okay to lend it to you for a while." The researchers nodded in thanks, and Jiang Zhuxiang asked them to pick up the people who were already living in the Academy of Sciences, and help them clean up. It was also a matter of acting first and reporting later. Even if those who came later wanted to protest, they would not be able to say anything. As for the others who had not come yet, Jiang Zhuxiang and his team would lead them over. Jiang Zhuxiang said thank you to the family responsible for receiving those people in advance. "We don't know what their temper will be. You should be patient. If they are too much, you don't have to be patient. At worst, we can arrange them to the dean's house. They don't dare to mess around. The dean's house will not arrange these people to go in now. After all, there are many confidential matters in the dean's house. And Yen Lei and I have to find the dean a lot of times. It will be a troublesome matter at that time. These families are all very familiar with the dean's wife, or they are very valued by the dean. Only such families have the confidence to accept those who may be troublemakers, which is what the dean's wife has mentioned before. They themselves are also aware of their responsibilities and said, 'Don't worry. They are just themselves. We have a family. There is always a way to make them obedient.' Although they don't have supernatural powers, sometimes supernatural powers are really not the most important." After Jiang Zhuxiang explained these things, he was relieved. He planned to call Yen Lei and go to the dean's wife together. He didn't know how the meeting schedule of the eldest brother was arranged. When the time comes, go and check the venue arrangement of the dean's wife. Yen Lei was still changing the schedule when Jiang Zhuxiang came over. After all, this kind of adjustment is considered a big adjustment. Fortunately, this version has not been sent out. Otherwise it would be a big trouble. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming over, Yen Lei first gave the revised part to Jiang Zhuxiang to look at. If there are still any problems, let Jiang Zhuxiang make changes directly on it, and save the trouble of tossing back and forth. Jiang Zhuxiang explained the reason for his coming. Yen Lei looked at the time and saw that it was almost dinner time, so he nodded and followed Jiang Zhuxiang. Chapter 768 Objects resemble their owners. When Jiang Zhuxiang and the others went there, the dean's wife had not yet completely arranged the venue. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and Yen Lei coming over, the dean's wife directly pulled them to help. Now there is no problem with the tables and chairs, but there are still some things on the table. The dean's wife is a little worried. During the meeting, they will inevitably have to eat something. Should I arrange it in advance or let them take it themselves when the time comes? Regarding this point, Jiang Zhuxiang still has some ideas. I think it's better to let them take it themselves. After all, we don't know what their tastes are. If they don't eat it after arranging it in advance, it won't be a waste. I think Alice can help with this matter. After all, She should know more about the food culture of other fragments. Moreover, Jiang Zhuxiang also knew about Alice's past. And now it was a chance for her to show up. The dean's wife was quite satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal. As for Alice, the dean's wife had met Alice before when she was helping. But she might not be able to handle it alone. So the dean's wife thought, let her be the only one, and arrange for another person to prepare food for our fragment participants, so as not to be partial to one and neglect the other. Although the people on our side would be less picky, we could not ignore them because of this. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said, you can arrange this kind of thing. Is there anything else we need to do? In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, this venue is almost ready. After all, it is better not to have too many things to disturb them during the meeting. The dean's wife said, if you have time in the future, add a few bouquets of flowers here every day. It can also refresh the spirit. After all, this is the main venue, and it can't be too empty. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that it was a bit wasteful to change it every day. So he said, why not change it to potted plants, which are basically green, which can ease their eyes. The potted plants I sent to the farm before should still be there. When the time comes, let the third brother send them over. If you are worried, let him take some photos and send them to you, so you can pick them. Those things are the favorites of his little demon spirit. If it weren't for the current situation, Jiang Zhuxiang would not be willing to contribute them. The dean's wife thought about it, and it was true. Living plants are better than dead ones. It also shows the sincerity of their academy. She was just afraid that Jiang Zhuxiang would feel bad. Then let's use your things to decorate them first. I will ask them to take good care of them. If there is any problem, I will ask them to compensate you tenfold. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much. His potted plants were very strong. Such a period of time would not affect their growth at all. Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, do you have anything else? If not, let's go and have dinner first. By the way, let the senior brother talk to you about the meeting arrangements. You will inevitably attend at that time. The dean's wife didn't expect the time to come. So she said directly, okay, let's go to the bakery and eat and chat. I don't have the energy to cook today, so let them just make something to eat. As she walked out, Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei followed. On the way, Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to Wu Jing, asking him to send the pictures while it was still light. The dean's wife found a seat and sat down casually. The staff immediately came over to ask, what do you need? They were not qualified to decide such matters, so they just listened to the dean's wife's instructions. The dean's wife didn't delay and directly ordered the food that they liked the most. As for who would do it, they didn't care. After all, the cooking skills of the kitchen staff couldn't compare to their own. The dean's wife thought of something. Let Xiaoyan come out for a while. The other person in charge also needed to be decided. There was only this person here besides herself and Jiang Zhuxiang. Xiaoyan had planned to prepare their dinner herself. But after hearing the summons, she explained the matter and went to the front. The dean's wife said directly, during the meeting, you should go to the main venue to watch over the refreshments. When the time comes, you should prepare all the materials and cooperate well with the other person. Don't lose face for our Academy of Sciences on such occasions. If she can't figure it out and starts arguing with Alice, then don't blame your subordinates for being merciless. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei were listening to the dean's wife's instructions. They used both sweet dates and big sticks. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei silently felt that they were still no match for her. They were both still at the stage of using rules to manage people. Xiaoyan naturally had no objection to the dean's wife's instructions. Instead, she felt honored. After all, if the dean's wife was willing to let her come forward in such an occasion, it would definitely be a promotion for her. As for the other person, the dean's wife has not said who it is so far, so it will definitely not be from the Academy of Sciences. It has absolutely nothing to do with her in terms of interests, so she will naturally not compete with him. Seeing that the dean's wife had nothing to say, Xiaoyan returned to the kitchen again. At this time, the dean's wife also received the pictures sent by Wu Jing. She directly enlarged the screen of the communicator and asked Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei to choose together. Jiang Zhuxiang really hadn't seen these potted plants for a long time. Seeing them full of vitality was also very happy. It seemed that the third brother still took good care of them. However, these potted plants looked a little bit beaten. Jiang Zhuxiang had never told them to trim them in the past, so there was not much beauty in the shape. At most, people could see that they were growing freely. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but have a headache. It seemed that his advantage of free range was too thorough. He didn't know if the dean's wife would like it. The dean's wife was also a little surprised to see these potted plants. She couldn't help but look at her own Xiaoxiang. It seems that this thing resembles the owner's shape. After selecting and choosing, the dean's wife still chose 2 pots. One pot is a clivia, which will never go bad no matter how it grows. And the appearance is also good. The other pot is an evergreen pine. This kind of thing does not need excessive pruning. It is the vitality that is important. Seeing the dean's wife's laughing expression, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to trim the branches of these plants after this incident. If they continue to be left alone, Jiang Zhuxiang is afraid that the monsters will dislike them. Chapter 769 Jiang Zhuxiang, who is able to do 2 things at once. After the dean's wife decided on this matter, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The main venue is the most used place. Now that it is ready, she doesn't have to worry too much for the time being. She doesn't have to worry too much about other branch venues. After all, there is still time. Jiang Zhuxiang understands the dean's wife's idea. However, if she needs to check all the venues, she still has to urge the dean's wife to finish setting up all the venues. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little cautiously, "When do you plan to set up the other venues?" "Then my senior brother and I may need to go and see it. This is also to prevent any trouble when it is needed. No matter who is responsible for this matter." The dean's wife was not sad about this matter, but she said with some emotion, "Xiaoxiang is really serious and responsible. Don't worry. I will definitely work overtime tonight to arrange it. Do you have anything to do in the evening? If not, come and help me." Jiang Zhuxiang, "Not yet. But I don't know if other people will come to me for something. You go ahead and do your work. If no one comes to me at 12 o'clock, I will come to help you. What do you think?" After all, he also has a lot of things to do. Jiang Zhuxiang really dare not say that he has nothing to do in the evening. The dean's wife also knew this, so she nodded to show that she knew. Dinner was coming, so Jiang Zhuxiang and the others filled their stomachs first. When Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei were almost done eating, they began to revise the schedule. They planned to show it to the dean's wife after she finished eating, so that she could adjust the venue. After Yan Lei adjusted what needed to be adjusted, he waited for Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang had also checked Yan Lei's revised schedule before. After picking out a few minor problems, he didn't say anything more and sent it directly to Yan Lei. After Yan Lei carefully checked it, he sent Jiang Zhuxiang's copy directly to the dean's wife. "Please help us see if there are any omissions in it, so that we can revise it later." Yan Lei didn't want to revise it, but it was just hard to say it directly. The dean's wife ate and read it. This schedule was already relaxed. There were serious places and relaxed processes. Compared with the recollection process arranged by the dean before, it was much more humane. It was indeed the result of the cooperation between men and women. The dean's wife personally felt that there was no problem, so she saved it for easy reference later. The dean's wife said, "I don't have any problems here. You can go to the dean. If he has no problem, it can be finalized. It can also be sent to the participants, so that they can come to familiarize themselves with the venue in advance if they have time tomorrow." Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei both nodded, and then said goodbye. "Take your time to eat. We'll go find the dean first." The dean's wife waved her hand indifferently. After all, business was more important now. It was a bit troublesome to find the dean at this time. Jiang Zhuxiang first sent a message to the dean, asking him where he was, and then went to find him. The dean was naturally solving the problem of dinner at this time, because he knew that his wife was also busy. So he did not choose to find the dean's wife, but went to find a place to solve the dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Are you almost finished eating now? If you are, we will go to your office to find you." After all, a place to eat is not a place to talk about things. Not every restaurant has good confidentiality measures, like the bakery of the dean's wife. The dean said, "It's almost time. You go over. I'll be there in 10 minutes. During the busy time, no one has time to eat properly. The dean originally planned to pack up and go back to his office to eat, but later he stayed here to eat because he saw the good atmosphere here. Even so, the ferry was almost done. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei didn't wait for long. The dean came back slowly. His ability to nourish his qi also made Jiang Zhuxiang and the others admire him. The dean took them into the office, prepared a cup of tea for himself, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, "Do you want it?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No. We'll leave right after we finish talking." We have other things to do. Yen Lei nodded in agreement. The dean said, "You guys start." Yen Lei turned on the large screen of the communicator, and then began to report to the dean one by one the reasons for his arrangement. After all, if the dean looked at the schedule himself, he would definitely not approve it. After listening to Yen Lei's report, the dean's frown relaxed and said, "Then let's decide it first. Send me a copy, and I'll send it to them when the time comes. If your dean's wife is busy, you can help her out, and don't let her get too tired." Seeing the dean say this, Yen Lei thought about it and realized that he really had nothing to do. So he said, "Then I'll go over and help later. Xiao Xiang should have something to do." The dean nodded and turned on the terminal on his desk, obviously getting busy. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yen Lei took the initiative to leave the office, and then planned to start preparing for their own things. On Jiang Zhuxiang's side, the previously arranged residents took pictures of the rooms they had cleaned up and sent them to him, asking Jiang Zhuxiang to see if there were any problems. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully checked the pictures and gave corresponding opinions. While he was busy, the communicator began to flash. Jiang Zhuxiang flipped to the communication page and found that two people were sending messages at the same time. In order to save time, Jiang Zhuxiang answered them directly. Fortunately, it was Lei Jin and his mother on the other end of the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a little surprise, "How did you think of sending messages to me at the same time?" It's not strange that Lei Jin sent a message to himself. Mrs. Lei has never taken the initiative to send a message to himself before, and they should be in the same place now. So why send them separately? Lei Jin really didn't know that his mother also sent a message at this time. But he didn't have anything to say. So he said generously, "We are mother and son, and we have a tacit understanding. Xiao Xiang, don't you think so? Although I am at home now, I am not in the same room. Otherwise we wouldn't be so troublesome." Mrs. Lei also smiled and said, "Yes. Xiao Xiang, if you don't have anything else to do now, just chat with us first. Even if you have something to do, you can listen while you are busy. We don't mind Xiao Xiang doing two things at the same time." Chapter 770 Glue the Tablecloth. When Jiang Zhuxiang heard what they said, he knew that they probably didn't have any big things to do, so he didn't pay too much attention to them for the time being. He was anxious to do his own things first. Even if they asked him any questions, he would just say from time to time in response. After he finished his work and made sure that there was nothing wrong with the rooms prepared by those people, he officially planned to start chatting with them. "Jiang Zhuxiang, when do you plan to come over? Although the remaining people here will not be back until tomorrow. If you come earlier, you can also take a look at the venue here first, so as not to be unable to find a place when the time comes." Jiang Zhuxiang still cared for them a little bit, and hoped that they could stay for a few days when they came. Mrs. Lei said, "We also want to come earlier, but the family has not been sorted out yet. We will leave immediately after sorting it out." "I heard that, Xiao Xiang. You are still living in the dean's house. Is there any vacant house next to the dean's house now? Then we can live closer." Mrs. Lei still values Jiang Zhuxiang very much. She wants to live closer so that it is convenient for them to take care of each other. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "There is a house, but it was lived in by someone before. He lived alone before. I don't know if you can get used to it when the time comes. The house next to the dean's house has always been occupied by people who are close to the dean's family. That house used to be a water pattern, and it was occupied by other people from the fragments. Now they should have moved out." Mrs. Lei didn't care much about the accommodation conditions. "If only your Uncle Lei and I move in, the original single apartment will not matter. Ah Shen, please take care of it and live in the dean's house." "Okay." Mrs. Lei also wanted to hurry up to let Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang get close. Otherwise, how could Lei Jin take Jiang Zhuxiang back in the future? Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless after hearing what Mrs. Lei said, and asked Lei Jin directly, "Do you really want to live in the dean's house? The dean will also live at home at that time." The implication was that Lei Jin should give up. After all, the dean's attitude towards Lei Jin was not good. Lei Jin was almost convinced by Jiang Zhuxiang. But Mrs. Lei took over. "It would be better if the dean was here, so that this brat would learn a lesson, so that he would not be able to take good care of you." Mrs. Lei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang meaningfully. Seeing that they were so persistent, Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to say, so he nodded and agreed. Mrs. Lei saw that Jiang Zhuxiang frequently checked the time, and it seemed that he had something else to do. So she said, "Then we will not disturb you today. You can go and do your things first." But you should also pay attention to your health and don't get sick. Although the possibility of getting sick as a superpower is still very small. Mrs. Lei still has to hold on. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. And said to Lei Jun, "I'll contact you later." And then hung up the call. Looking at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock. If someone asked him to do something, it wouldn't be so late. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to help the dean's wife. But before going, he still had to ask if they were still there. After all, the branch venue must be easier to get to than the main venue. Maybe it's ready now. But Yin Lei's answer surprised Jiang Zhuxiang a little. "Xiaoxiang, come and take a look quickly. Otherwise this place is really not good." The main reason was that he really couldn't understand some of the orders from the dean's wife. So all the things he had done now needed to be done again. Yin Lei really wanted to cry, but had no tears. So when he received Jiang Zhuxiang's communication, he felt deeply that he was saved. Jiang Zhuxiang was startled and hurried over to find that the dean's wife was still busy inside. Yin Lei felt that he was kicked out. Jiang Zhuxiang asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" In any case, he shouldn't be kicked out. If he doesn't know his mistakes, he can just correct them. Yin Lei said, "I don't know why I was kicked out. Don't talk to me first. Go in and see the dean's wife first. I feel a little angry." Jiang Zhuxiang walked to the dean's wife carefully and said, "Are you okay? There doesn't seem to be any problem in the place. It looks quite neat." The dean's wife said, "Yin Lei asked you to come here, so you should go and see what he has done. The tables are almost unusable. He asked me to put a tablecloth on them, but he thought of using glue. Fortunately, I found out in time. Otherwise all the tables would be unusable." Jiang Zhuxiang was also surprised to hear this. No wonder the dean's wife was angry. It seems that Yin Lei really has no life experience. Jiang Zhuxiang said silently, "What are you going to do with the ones that have been laid out before? After all, it's already stuck. If you want to use it again, you must wash it off. If you don't want to use it, you need to move another table over. I don't know if it's too late." The dean's wife said helplessly, "It's definitely too late to move the table over again. So just continue to use it. You ask the guy outside to think about whether there is a solvent for the glue. Even if there is no solvent, you have to get it out for me. When the meeting is over, let him change it back for me." Jiang Zhuxiang thought that this was not bad, nodded and went out to talk to Yin Lei, and then went in to continue helping. After working until 2 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife were relieved. The sanitation of the venue had been taken care of. Other things that were still missing could be said directly. If you go back to rest now, don't think about it this morning. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he could sleep directly until the afternoon. When they walked out of the branch venue, they found Yin Lei still outside the door. Jiang Zhuxiang said speechlessly, "Can you go to work when it's dawn? The dean will definitely look for you. You are really a bit out of line." Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that he should go back to rest after he came out and talked to him. What's the point of waiting outside like this? Yin Lei said a little aggrievedly, "You didn't say let me." And he made the dean's wife unhappy. How could he leave like this? At least he should say sorry. The dean's wife was too angry before, and he didn't even say sorry. The dean's wife looked at Yin Lei, and Yin Lei immediately said, "It was my fault before. If it really can't be removed, I will go to make a table for you myself. What do you think?" Chapter 771, A Frightened Bird. The dean's wife was a little annoyed at first, but after hearing what Yin Lei said, she had no other thoughts and was just curious. Can you do it? After all, Yin Lei had always been doing experiments in the laboratory before, and had never been involved in manual work. If he made a bunch of messy things at that time, he didn't want it. Yin Lei listened to the dean's wife's worries with a bit of laughter and tears, and could only promise, "If you are worried, you can give me a drawing of your tables, and I will follow it when the time comes." Right? As for other basic things, Yin Lei felt that he could learn them first, and it wouldn't be such a trouble to make these tables and chairs after learning them. The dean's wife said, "Then I'll wait for your samples. You should go back and rest first. We don't have anything to do here. After all, they can get up a little later tomorrow." But Yin Lei still has to be busy, and may not sleep for a few hours. Jiang Zhuxiang also thought so. "Yin Lei, I'll take you and Xiaoxiang back, and we'll stay at your house. Please arrange a place for me to stay." Yin Lei had always lived in the dean's house before, but he had been mostly in the laboratory before, so his room was basically vacant. So he still needed the dean's wife to help tidy it up. Seeing that he insisted, the dean's wife didn't say anything more and said directly, "Okay, let's all go back." After returning home, the dean's wife went to help Yan Lei clean up the room first, while Jiang Zhuxiang waited with Yan Lei in the living room and asked what he wanted to know. "How do you plan for tomorrow? If I can get up by then, I will come to help." "Okay, Yan Lei, you and the dean's wife should have a good rest tomorrow. There are still many people in our Academy of Sciences. At worst, we can just ask your third brother to come out. After all, he has been free recently. Wu Jing basically stays at home during the winter break, so it's okay to ask him to do something. But Yan Lei needs to explain it to him." Seeing him say that, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say much. He had made up his mind to help when he woke up. The dean's wife quickly finished Yan Lei's room and told Yan Lei to go to rest. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, the dean's wife said, "Xiaoxiang, if you don't want to sleep yet, you can go to your own room first. The temperature outside is not adjusted for you now, so you don't have to stay there." The dean's wife herself was going to rest immediately. After all, she couldn't stay up late at her age. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and stood up. He sent the dean's wife back to her room first, and then he went back to his room and lay there blankly. He couldn't fall asleep for the time being, so he began to think about tomorrow's affairs. After thinking about it over and over again, he finally fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yan Lei was awakened by the dean. The two went to the incubator to find some food to solve their breakfast problem. The dean took Yan Lei out quietly, before going to do his own things. The dean warned Yan Lei, "You can ask anyone for help today, but let the two of us have a good rest." Yan Lei nodded. "I know. I would have thought so. But if they want to come over by themselves, I can't stop them." Yan Lei also knew the temper of Jiang Zhuxiang and others, so he said this kind of thing in advance. "Dean, I know. I just asked you not to call them over." The dean didn't dare to stop them, but they still had to rest well. Yan Lei and the dean separated with a sympathetic heart, and each went to do their own things. Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife woke up at noon. After all, they woke up just in time to prepare lunch. While eating their own lunch, Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife sent messages to the dean and Yan Lei respectively, mainly to ask about their current situation. This time is actually just right. After all, they must be free now. The dean and Yan Lei said with a headache. They woke up too early. Should we ask them to come over now? It was normal for them to want to come over, and they could only tell them the truth and let them make their own choice. Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife said enthusiastically, "Then we will come to you after dinner. You are not allowed to leave early." "Okay." Yan Lei and the dean reluctantly agreed and waited for them to come over. 15 minutes later, Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife came to meet them and went to the door to pick them up together. The number of people who came later was actually not large, and there was no need for such a high standard. It was just that they came late, so they were greeted so solemnly. After seeing the car coming at the door, they stopped talking. After they got off the car, Jiang Zhuxiang found that their expressions were heavier than those of the previous people, and they felt like they were scared. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little incredible. Could it be that they were severely punished before? But who dared to do this? Especially when they saw the dean and his men waiting at the door. They seemed even more frightened. This time, even the dean frowned. Did they encounter something outside? The dean motioned Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei to go forward to receive them. They were younger, so they might not be so afraid. The dean and his wife called their previous team leader aside and asked about what happened on the road. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that they looked a little frightened, so he didn't get too close. He just said, "Everyone follow me first. This gentleman and I will take you to the family that we arranged for you to stay. When you have anything to say, come and tell us. If you don't want to tell us, you can tell the family of the family you are staying with directly, and they will also tell us. You don't have to be too polite." Perhaps Jiang Zhuxiang's distance made them feel at ease. They followed slowly from behind. Yan Lei followed directly behind them, which was considered to be the end. This situation continued until they reached the door of the family they had originally decided on. Jiang Zhuxiang knocked on the door and took them directly into the living room of the family. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "You decide who wants to live here. They are all very kind people. It doesn't matter if no one stays." When facing them, Jiang Zhuxiang unconsciously used the tone of coaxing a child. They discussed with each other again and again, and they really felt the kindness of this family. In the end, one person stayed, and the others followed Jiang Zhuxiang to continue walking. Chapter 772 Crazy Potted Plants. After Jiang Zhuxiang settled them, he sent his communication number to them again, so that they could find him in time if they had any problems. Then he took Yin Lei to find the dean and his wife again, wanting to understand what happened before. The dean and his wife told Jiang Zhuxiang what they had found out. It turned out that when this team went to visit, each family showed 80% of their strength to them, because of the accident that Jiang Zhuxiang and his team had encountered before. Although they were not killed, they did feel the strength of their fragments. In addition, the team leader was also quite strong on some issues, so the other fragments were still quite obedient, and even a little scared. When they saw Jiang Zhuxiang and his team coming to greet them, they thought they were going to be beaten again. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little amused by the result. After all, this kind of thing was beyond the control of others. Jiang Zhuxiang also advised the dean not to bother with them. At least, they would be more honest in the future, and their work would be reduced. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang, the dean said, although there are some benefits, there are also many hidden dangers in the future. Don't let them participate in the next things, so as not to be unclear at that time. Xiaxiang, you should find someone else to take charge of these people's affairs. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. They were also for the good of the Academy of Sciences. It was not easy to punish them. So he said, then they will be responsible for the liaison work here in our own fragments. They can still do things. They will never lose their sense of proportion when facing people from their own fragments. The main reason is that the staff is still a bit tight. Jiang Zhuxiang cherishes every person who can interact with others. After all, there are not many researchers who are willing to communicate with others. The dean didn't care much about this arrangement and said directly, you can arrange it. I will go to do other things first. I hope there will be no omissions at that time. Is there any problem with the venue? The dean has not officially visited the venue, because it was arranged by the dean's wife. The dean is not very worried. Jiang Zhuxiang said, it was just completed last night. If you are willing, you can go there with Yin Lei now, and check the place by the way to see if the schedule arranged by the senior brother is suitable. After all, there is still a certain distance between the main venue and the branch venue, and Jiang Zhuxiang himself has not walked there on time. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's insistence, the dean also planned to go over and take a look. After all, it is better to see it with your own eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang himself did not intend to go with him, and directly said, I will go to find the third senior brother first. Do you want to go with me and move the potted plants over by the way? Jiang Zhuxiang told the dean's wife, and he did not intend to let the dean's wife really go with him. After all, he still has a lot of things to do now. The dean's wife said, I also have things to do. I haven't been to the bakery today. Xiaxiang, since you are going to the farm, you can take a look at how the ingredients are prepared there. When the time comes, bring them together and put them in the bakery's cold storage, which will also be convenient for later use. The dean's wife also needs to go and decide on the menu with Xiaoyan, and it's better to confirm with Alice that there will be no overlap. After all, if the same food is made, it will be a waste. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to indicate that he understood, and everyone started to act separately. Jiang Zhuxiang went to the farm first, and on the way, he started to contact Wu Jing. After all, he was still the person in charge there. When Wu Jing received Jiang Zhuxiang's communication, Yudian was still helpless. After all, he had said before that he would send the things over, and he didn't expect her to come here by herself. Jiang Zhuxiang said as he walked, I just think it's better to come here in person. Otherwise, you probably don't even know where the venue is. Where are you going to send the things to? Jiang Zhuxiang had not thought of this question before, and only thought of it when the dean mentioned it before. Wu Jing was the same. When he heard Jiang Zhuxiang mention this, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have not asked this question before, and said with a little relief, Fortunately you came here. Otherwise, I would have come in vain. Jiang Zhuxiang hung up the communicator with a smile and said, Then I'll talk about it when I get there. Wu Jing nodded to show that he understood. Jiang Zhuxiang entered the valley that he was now familiar with. Now Jiang Zhuxiang had the authority to enter independently. Wu Jing did not go out to greet him. He waited for people directly at the place where Jiang Zhuxiang had placed the potted plants before. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang was familiar with that place. When Jiang Zhuxiang didn't see anyone at the door, he went there to look for someone. When he saw Wu Jing moving the two potted plants, Jiang Zhuxiang also saw that the other potted plants were almost turning into a forest. Wu Jing had difficulty walking among them. When Jiang Zhuxiang was about to trip, he reached out to help him. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "How do you raise these things? How can they grow so fast? According to the growth cycle of these plants, they should still be seedlings now. Did they use superpowers?" However, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that there were no with superpowers here, so he ruled this out. Wu Jing put the 2 potted plants in his hand on the flat ground, and then began to explain, "We didn't do anything. We just put them there. It should be because the vitality of your potted plants has become stronger. Where did you get these things?" If possible, Wu Jing really wanted to monopolize these things, but it was a pity that they were the things of the junior sister. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "There is nothing special about this. I cultivated them with branches and leaves from the Mu family. I don't know how they can grow so fast. If you are curious, the Mu family should come over this time. You can ask them what they did. Anyway, I didn't do anything myself." Jiang Zhuxiang himself only used his wood ability to keep them alive, and at other times he just let them grow freely. Wu Jing said, "When you see them, Xiaoxiang, tell me and I will ask them. If they have any secrets, we can also exchange contribution points with them. If it is useful, it can greatly shorten the maturity cycle of plants, and it can also solve some problems at that time." Chapter 773 Pioneers. Jiang Zhuxiang could only nod helplessly. "Okay. I will inform you if I meet them. But whether they are willing or not depends on themselves. This kind of thing cannot be forced. After all, it is their livelihood." Wu Jing, "Of course. I just want to give it a try. Our Academy of Sciences has made great progress in plant research during this period. If possible, I still hope to use the technology that ordinary people can master to cultivate plants. After all, although this is a bit slower, it is still healthier. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to grow plants in the end times, Wu Jing would not have set his sights on the Mu family." Wu Jing wanted to consider shortening the plant growth cycle because he took into account the explosive population growth that would occur after the Earth returned to normal. Seeing that Wu Jing understood, Jiang Zhuxiang stopped talking. After all, they still had things to do. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "The dean's wife should have told you about the ingredients before. I'm coming here to take all these things at once, so you don't have to go again later." When the dean's wife suggested this before, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that she was thinking this way. Wu Jing nodded. "It's ready. Can you carry it by yourself? Do you want me to go with you?" Wu Jing saw the 2 large potted plants in his hand. When the time came, plus the large amount of ingredients, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely not be able to carry so many things no matter how strong he was. Jiang Zhuxiang reminded him with a bit of amusement, "Have you forgotten that I am a space power user? I can just put it in the space and take it with me." Wu Jing had really forgotten about this matter before. Now when he heard her mention it, he quickly said, "I really didn't think of it before. In this case, you can put the potted plants first, and I will take you to see the ingredients. Although the ingredients have been prepared before, Jiang Zhuxiang still needs to check them." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to indicate that he understood. After putting the potted plants into his personal space, he followed Wu Jing to see the ingredients he had prepared in advance. Most of these ingredients are flour, including some rice flour. After all, they are all used to make dim sum, and rice flour is still used a lot in Chinese dim sum. As for other ingredients, Wu Jing still considered the freshness of the ingredients. Some of the materials are still alive, so they can be killed when they are needed. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little embarrassed when he saw those living things. After all, although his personal space can accommodate living things, it will inevitably get messy if no one takes care of him, and it will be troublesome to clean up by himself. "Jiang Zhuxiang, can these things be tied up in my personal space? If they are released, I am afraid they will mess around." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the mutant animals that were obviously larger than normal animals with a little distress, hoping that Wu Jing could support his idea. Fortunately, Wu Jing also knew the lethality of these animals, so he nodded and said, "That's no problem. Even if you take them out, don't let them go easily. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to catch them again." When they caught these mutant animals before, they also relied on anesthetics. Otherwise they couldn't tie them up. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, and he didn't plan to take them out at all, so he would wait until he was about to kill them. Wu Jing helped Jiang Zhuxiang to sort them, and Jiang Zhuxiang piled them into his personal space one by one. After Jiang Zhuxiang was done, he asked Wu Jing, "Do you have any idle land here? I want to open a medicinal field to avoid not being able to find the medicinal materials I need. You can plant more species in the medicinal fields you develop yourself, as long as you set up the corresponding environment. The Academy of Sciences is quite experienced in this regard." Wu Jing, now it's winter. Everyone's fields are empty. And we were supposed to discuss the types of crops to be planted next year. Since you said so, I will reserve a piece for you first. This kind of thing is not a problem for Wu Jing at all. After all, the Academy of Sciences has taken back the farm. The original farm residents only have the right to use it. And this right to use still needs to be exchanged for their contribution points. So if Jiang Zhuxiang wants such a medicinal field, he can also use his contribution points to exchange it. Jiang Zhuxiang said after knowing this, "Okay. I will transfer the contribution points to you after you leave me a piece." After discussing, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared to go back. Wu Jing sent Jiang Zhuxiang back to the original place. After watching Jiang Zhuxiang restore the door at the entrance of the canyon to its original state, Wu Jing returned to his residence to prepare some luggage. Yin Lei had told him that he would go to help. It is estimated that he will have to live outside during this period. However, he did not know how Yin Lei arranged it, so he did not mention it to Jiang Zhuxiang before. Jiang Zhuxiang took 2 potted plants back to the main venue and put them in the location agreed before. Then he took the materials and other things to the bakery. It happened that the dean's wife and others were there. Alice was also summoned by the dean's wife. They were just drawing up a menu. Jiang Zhuxiang greeted them. "Do you want to take a look at your materials? This will also make it easier for you to decide what to do." The dean's wife nodded in agreement with Jiang Zhuxiang's idea, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to take the things out first. Jiang Zhuxiang asked them to move away slightly. After all, there were still a lot of things here. After Jiang Zhuxiang took them out one by one, there was really no space for them to stand. Alice and Xiaoyan said with some distress, "Xiaoxiang, do you have a list? If you do, it will be convenient for us to check. After all, there are still too many things here. If we look at them one by one, we will definitely not be able to see them all." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel anything when he put them in before. But now that he took them out and spread them out, he found that there were really a lot of things. After hearing Alice's request, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to start looking for them. It seemed that Wu Jing had given him some things before. After finding them, Jiang Zhuxiang sent them to Alice and Xiaoyan, and discussed with the dean's wife where to put them more conveniently. They had said before that they should be put in the cold storage, but that place needs to be taken out in advance for use, which is actually not very convenient. Besides, the temperature outside is not bad now, and the food is not so easy to spoil outside. The dean's wife also thought of Jiang Zhuxiang's concerns and said, "Put it in the cold storage for the time being. As for other places, I will discuss with your dean before deciding." Chapter 774 Waiting in the Middle of the Night. After hearing the decision of the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Let's do it this way for now. Don't forget it when the time comes. Otherwise Alice and Xiaoyan will have nothing to use. It has been decided to start this meeting tomorrow, and the materials will be consumed very quickly by then." The dean's wife said, "No problem. At worst, if we can't find other places by then, we can just put these ingredients in our space, and they can ask us directly if they need them. The space for 2 people can definitely hold these ingredients." And the dean's wife is not worried at all. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything, just said, "It's better to try to find a place." After Jiang Zhuxiang showed the ingredients he had prepared one by one to the dean's wife for inspection, he asked the dean's wife, "Is there anything wrong?" As someone who has been in contact with these ingredients for many years, the dean's wife does not need to use a machine when checking, and can directly check whether these ingredients are qualified. The dean's wife, "No problem. It seems that the farm has been doing very well recently. Xiaoxiang, if you meet your third brother, remember to say thank you to him for his hard work." The dean's wife didn't like the so-called third brother before, but now it seems that he is still very serious about doing things. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Okay. If there is time then." After all, there is definitely no time recently. After Jiang Zhuxiang confirmed that there is no problem with these ingredients, he planned to ask the dean when those people who are our own fragments plan to come. After all, there is not much time left. They will not come tomorrow. The dean's wife also knows that Jiang Zhuxiang is busy, and directly said, "You go. Leave it to us to clean up here." Jiang Zhuxiang, Then don't loosen the ropes of these mutant animals. Otherwise they will definitely hurt you by mistake. Although the dean's wife and Alice both have superpowers, the other people in the store are still ordinary people. It will be bad if a few of them fall down at that time. After all, they are also important manpower to support the bakery. The dean's wife smiled and touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head. Okay, Xiaxiang, go and do your work first. There will be no problem here. Jiang Zhuxiang was pushed out of the door helplessly, and Jiang Zhuxiang went to find the dean, who should still be in his office at this time. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's questions, the dean said helplessly, "Don't worry. They must know the limits. If you are worried, you can notify them again now." Although the dean was a little curious about why they hadn't come yet, the dean knew them better and was not worried that they would not come. Seeing that the dean didn't seem to care, Jiang Zhuxiang used the communicator to contact the other clan leaders, mainly to remind them of the specific time of the meeting and hope that they would arrive on time. After they saw Jiang Zhuxiang's notice, they all gave a specific time, and someone would still be needed to contact and receive them. However, only Lei Zhen sent a message to Jiang Zhuxiang when he received the notice, saying, "We are on the way. Can you pick us up at the door when we arrive?" Lei Zhen did have a temporary pass for the Academy of Sciences, but Lei Zhen still wanted Xiaxiang to come out to pick him up. After all, he hadn't seen her for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "If you arrive early, I will come to pick you up. If you arrive late, I will definitely go to sleep. I didn't sleep all night last night. I need to make up for it tonight." Lei Zhen was a little surprised. "Why didn't you sleep last night? Did you have insomnia? Then we don't need you to pick you up. Go to bed early. I wanted Xiaxiang to come just to see her, and I can talk about it the next day. Xiaxiang's health is more important." Mrs. Lei's voice came from the side. "Xiaxiang, you should have a good rest. Don't worry about us. We will definitely find a place to rest." The dean had already decided on the resting place for the people who were in their own fragments when he notified them, and also sent the location address at the same time, so there was no need for anyone else to lead the way. Jiang Zhuxiang greeted Mrs. Lei and said, "It's okay. I will definitely come to find you as long as I am not asleep at that time. It's mainly a matter of time." Lei Zhen saw that Jiang Zhuxiang insisted, so he didn't say anything more and directly said, "Then I will contact you when I arrive." Jiang Zhuxiang hung up the communicator on the other end of the drip. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished the call, he looked at the time, and it was time for dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang reminded the dean, "Are you still going to have dinner?" The dean's wife must not have finished her work yet. Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking about going back to get some food, but he didn't know what the dean was going to do. The dean said, "I plan to drink a nutritional supplement tonight. If you want to eat, just go and eat by yourself." The dean still needs to confirm the agenda of the meeting. After all, it will officially start tomorrow, and he plans to go back later tonight. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood, and then went back alone. He didn't need to drink nutritional supplements yet. After making some simple food, he began to rest, so that he would not be tired when Lei Zhen and others came. Jiang Zhuxiang set a time of 1 hour for himself, and got up immediately after the time was up. He looked at the time, and saw that Lei Zhen and the others should be here soon. Jiang Zhuxiang went to the bathroom to clean up, and put on a thick coat before going out. After all, it was still quite cold at night. When they arrived at the entrance of the Academy of Sciences, there were still quite a lot of people. The eldest brother had arranged for someone to come over before. After all, except for the Lei family, other families and the Academy of Sciences were still quite unfamiliar. This time, it was almost the first time for them to come here, and it was basically impossible to recognize the way, so someone had to wait at the door. They were still a little surprised when they saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming over. They didn't expect that Jiang Zhuxiang would be sent by Yan Lei to wait for someone. After they greeted Jiang Zhuxiang in a low voice, they silently asked, "Who are you waiting for?" If Jiang Zhuxiang could be dispatched to pick someone up, he must be a person of some status. Jiang Zhuxiang silently said, "I'm here to wait for the Lei family. I don't know if my eldest brother has arranged someone else. It would be bad if he was too serious." Chapter 775. Nervous to the point of insomnia. Fortunately, Yan Lei also knew the temperament of the Lei family, and did not arrange for anyone else to pick them up. If they had this need, they would definitely go to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, they were very familiar with each other. Those who were waiting with Jiang Zhuxiang also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, They did not want to compete with Jiang Zhuxiang. If they wanted to rob her, they would definitely not be able to rob her. After all, her status was much higher than theirs. Someone stomped his feet and said, "When will they arrive? It's almost 8 o'clock now. If they don't come, we won't have to sleep tonight." Another person said, "Even if it's past 8 o'clock, we have to wait. When we receive the task, we already mentioned the time issue. Do you think it's so easy to earn so many contribution points? The Academy is willing to give more contribution points because this task will be more difficult in terms of time. The extra contribution is to compensate the tasker." Jiang Zhuxiang listened to them mumbling and silently circulated his energy to provide himself with some heat. If he had known that they would be so slow, he would have made some hot drinks before coming. Luckily, at 8 o'clock, there was finally movement outside. Jiang Zhuxiang and others saw land vehicles driving outside. It seemed that they had agreed on a time to come together. Others rushed to meet them without waiting for the car to stop. Jiang Zhuxiang was not so anxious and waited there. When Lei Jin and the others got off the car, they would contact him. He would let them come to find him. When Lei Jin was in the car, he told his parents directly, "Let's find a place to park the car first. And then I will send a message to Xiaoxiang. It would be best if she is still awake. If she is asleep, we can find a place by ourselves." They are quite familiar with the Academy of Sciences, and they don't necessarily need someone to lead the way. The Lei clan leader and his wife naturally have no objection. "You can decide on this matter yourself. After all, you are the boss of the Lei family now, and we just need to follow your command." Finally, all the affairs of the Lei family were handed over to his son. The Lei clan leader was now happy physically and mentally. As long as he finished this memory, he could take his wife to go around, and maybe he could see some different scenery at that time. Lei Jin twitched his mouth helplessly. His father was really a weird person. Lei Jin really didn't want to talk to him more. If he was not the only child in his family, he would definitely not want to accept the mess of the Lei family. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Lei Jin quickly found the phone number of his Xiaoxiang and dialed it. He still hoped that his Xiaoxiang was still awake. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the communicator and asked, "Where are you?" "I'm at the door. You can see me if you come over." Jiang Zhuxiang turned the camera of the communicator towards the door and indicated their location. Lei Jin didn't expect that his Xiaoxiang would be waiting at the door, and hurriedly said, "Then Xiaoxiang, don't move now. We will come right over." Lei Jin hung up the communicator directly after speaking, and then took his parents to find him. It was still a bit cold outside, and Lei Jin was reluctant to let his Xiaoxiang wait outside like this. The Lei clan leader and his wife followed their son with a smile. After all, it was getting late, and they still wanted to rest quickly. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang, Lei Jin took 2 steps forward and hugged her. He really missed her because he hadn't seen her for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang endured for 2 minutes, then pushed Lei Jin away. "Let's go quickly. Do you still want to rest?" After that, he greeted the Lei clan leader and his wife, and without saying much, he led the way. The arrangement for them in the academy was in the shelter. Not all of the people who moved out in the past were transformed into studios. Some people still kept their own houses. Sometimes they would sleep there if they stayed in the laboratory for a long time. Recently, someone was coming over, and the Academy of Sciences temporarily requisitioned these people's houses for their own fragments to live in, also considering their safety issues and their living habits. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the door of one of the small apartments. This was originally Shuiwen's house. After he returned, it was closed. Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned it up before he knew Lei Jin and the others were coming. Now it is no problem for people to live here. Jiang Zhuxiang made way for the door and introduced them. This was originally Brother Wen's house. He lived alone. It is completely fine for uncle and aunt to live here. But Lei Jin, you need to make do with the living room. Jiang Zhuxiang had already prepared quilts and other things for Lei Jin. But if Lei Jin didn't want to, he could still think of other ways. After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang pitifully. "I don't think I can sleep well on the sofa here. Xiaoxiang, can you help me find another place?" Lei Jin didn't directly mention living with her. After all, it would be too obvious if he did. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little embarrassed. People had already been arranged in other places. Mrs. Lei directly suggested there should be an empty room at the dean's house. Otherwise, Xiaoxiang, you can take Ashen back. Anyway, you are a young couple, and the dean and his wife should not mind. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and nodded in agreement. There were indeed 1 or 2 empty rooms in her house. So Lei Jin would not be afraid of having no place to live if he went there. Jiang Zhuxiang said good night to the Lei clan leader and his wife. Then took Lei Jin back home. Took Lei Jin to an empty room. Prepared some things for him to sleep. And said directly, have a good rest. There are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. After all, tomorrow will be the first day of the meeting. And it is unknown how many things will be waiting to be done by then. Jiang Zhuxiang has no time to think about what Lei Jin and his friends are doing for the time being. And everything has to give way to this meeting. Lei Jin also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang's energy would not be focused on himself at this moment. So he said obediently, good night. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room and communicated with Yan Lei again on the communication about the process of the meeting, what they need to pay attention to, and the corresponding emergency plan, to ensure that there will be no problems tomorrow. After Yan Lei finished, he asked Jiang Zhuxiang helplessly, can you sleep tonight? I don't think I'm sleepy at all now. Chapter 776. Each has his own plan. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel that way. After all, she was still very busy today. Now she would definitely fall asleep if she just lay down. However, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't just leave Yan Lei alone. If you can't sleep, I have a tranquilizing soup here. I'll give you the recipe. As for the herbs, you can find them yourself and boil them to drink. This kind of wash is more effective than sleeping pills and has no side effects. You can use it with confidence. Jiang Zhuxiang still believed that Yan Lei could find some simple herbs. And when they were almost done, it would definitely be time to go to bed. And Yan Lei would definitely fall asleep by then. Yan Lei said helplessly, it seems that Xiaoxiang doesn't have such troubles. Then you can give me the formula and I will make it myself. After all, it is more reassuring to do this kind of thing by yourself. After Jiang Zhuxiang sent the things over, he simply washed himself and lay down. He fell asleep in a few minutes. After Jiang Zhuxiang fell asleep, Yan Lei was still making the tranquilizing soup. While waiting for the soup to get better, he held a small meeting with Lei Jin and others on the virtual network. This was agreed upon when he asked them to come over. Yan Lei listened silently to their respective preparations, occasionally speaking a few words, asking them to make adjustments as appropriate. After all, this kind of thing should be voluntary. When everyone worked together for this meeting, Yan Lei could still retreat slightly on some things, such as the words and deeds of those people in the base shelter. Fortunately, they also knew how to restrain themselves, and they stopped talking when it was almost time. Yan Lei looked at Lei Jin. What are you going to do this time? Each family will prepare their best things for display, so that it will be convenient for everyone to cooperate at that time. So Yan Lei still needs to understand it in advance, so that it will be convenient for arrangements at that time. Lei Jin said, didn't Xiaoxiang tell us about the characteristics of my family? Martial arts have always been the characteristics of our Lei family. Of course, supernatural powers are also considered. But our family has always attached more importance to the research of physical skills, and we will focus on this aspect at that time. Lei Jin has always had nothing to hide from Yan Lei. After all, it will definitely be made public at that time. Yan Lei nodded and wrote it down on the terminal, then looked at the next one. After all, no one could escape. The next one was the Yin family. This time, the head of the Yin clan also came, and naturally brought Yin Yin. Seeing his eldest brother looking at him, he was a little helpless and said, brother, don't you know what my family has? You don't even need to ask us. Yin Yin was still instinctively a little scared when he saw his eldest brother. After all, he was brought up by his eldest brother. Even if his eldest brother left home later, the impression of childhood could not be erased. Yan Lei laughed. How can I know if you don't tell me? I haven't been back for at least 10 years. Who knows if you have come up with any new tricks? It's better to tell me honestly. Don't think about getting away with it. Yin Yin was startled by his elder brother's laugh, and quickly said, our family will still demonstrate refining equipment, and I will personally go on stage at that time. And you just wait and see my performance. Elder brother. Although Yin Yin is now learning those strange things from his father, he still can't ignore his elder brother like his father did. In fact, his elder brother made a deeper impression on him when his father became more and more unfamiliar. After Yan Lei took note, he stopped watching Yin Yan's antics. Although his younger brother is still relatively stable in front of most people, he always becomes childish in front of him for some reason. When Jin Yin saw Yan Lei looking over, he explained directly, we will still display metal-related things. in order to avoid overlap with the Academy of Sciences. My father and I have discussed and decided to display pure metal control things. After all, those things are also our family's characteristics. The Academy of Sciences is the host this time. If there is any overlap, it will be a slap in their face. So the Jing family will avoid it in advance. Yin Lei shook his head and said, "You don't have to be so careful. We don't plan to display instrument control this time. You can make adjustments. There are so many things that can be displayed at the Academy of Sciences. So there is no worry about overlapping with any other family." The one who came from the Mu family was Mu Mu. And he came alone. The Mu clan leader was in charge of the Mu family. And he was also worried that others would take the opportunity to attack their family. After all, the fighting power of the Mu family is still not good. So they are so timid. Mu Mu directly said, "The characteristics of the Mu family have always been in plants. But the plants of the Mu family have always relied on the supernatural powers of the Mu family to support them. I personally think there is nothing to show. But our family has nothing else for the time being." Mu Mu always thought that his family was no different from other families. But now it seems that it is really a bit embarrassing. Yin Lei said, "Nothing. You just need to try your best. And let us arrange other things. You just haven't found the right way for some things." Yin Lei remembered that Xiao Xiang used to admire the Mu family. But the Mu family has been complacent recently. So there has been no progress. Yin Lei will still take care of them for Jiang Zhuxiang's sake. Yin Lei's eyes turned to Shui Wen. He didn't need to ask this person. He looked directly at the person with the least image among the people present. He didn't know if this person was still awake. Fortunately, the leader of the base could still feel the gazes of others. And said lazily, "We are also ready to show our force at that time. Mainly in terms of supernatural powers. Don't worry. We won't steal the limelight from the Lei family. We rely on the word ruthlessness here. If I offend anyone, please bear with me." Although he said so, his attitude was not like that. It was just that he was the elder here. So Yin Lei couldn't say anything. Yin Lei said, "We will bear it to the extent that we can bear it. But you should not go too far and make it out of control." Yin Lei still had to talk about their bottom line. Otherwise, if he messed up, the dean would not be able to resist. Yin Lei sorted out the results in his hands and said, "Please arrive on time tomorrow, so that everyone can get to know each other. The main task of the first day is to get to know each other. Otherwise, there is definitely no way to proceed to the next step." Chapter 777, the tense moment before entering the venue. Others said, "No problem. You should also have a good rest, and don't stay up too late." Most of them still have a good impression of Yin Lei. After all, he is the next leader of the Academy of Sciences. And it is not bad to build a good relationship in advance. Yin Lei nodded to show that he knew, and took the lead in downloading the virtual online store. After all, if he didn't download it first, they would probably have to accompany him. Yin Lei looked at the tranquilizing soup in the medicine furnace. There was almost only one bowl left. Yin Lei poured it out in a large bowl and let it dry while thinking about tomorrow's affairs. After a while, Yin Lei drank the medicine in the bowl and finally went back to bed to rest. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was called up by the dean's wife. She watched him change into a proper suit. And then he went to have breakfast with the dean. This morning's meeting was basically nothing for them, as long as they watched what was happening outside the venue. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Since there is nothing for me to do, don't wake me up so early. I haven't woken up yet. Usually at this time, I am still asleep. And it's not time for my morning exercise yet." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the dean and found that his clothes were also blurry. And it seemed that he was also pulled up by the dean's wife. "Dean, your mother woke up at 3 o'clock this morning. If I hadn't held her back, she would have come to call you at 3 o'clock. The dean resisted the urge to yawn and explained to Jiang Zhuxiang in silence. Jiang Zhuxiang said silently, "Can you hold on today? I didn't have anything to do outside, so I could secretly take a nap at that time. The dean had to be in the conference hall all day today, and it would be bad if he was not energetic at that time." The dean said, "It has to be okay. You must not let your mother wake up so early in the future. Xiaxiang, can you get some medicine for your mother to sleep well?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Is the tranquilizing soup okay? I think the senior brother must have slept well last night." The dean said, "You decide." The dean's wife protested, "Don't you ask me what I think? Although I got up a little early today, I was just too nervous. At most, I can prepare coffee for them." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "You should prepare some strong tea. Coffee is not good for the human body. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the tea leaves from his personal space and asked the dean's wife to prepare it. The dean's wife quietly entered the kitchen, and Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean yawned together. The two stuffed the rest of their breakfast into their mouths and lay on the table to sleep for a while. When the dean's wife came out, they were all a little sleepy. The dean's wife was afraid that they would catch a cold, and she felt a little guilty for getting up so early. If you really want to sleep, go back to your room and sleep. I'll call you when the time comes. The two refused. Forget it. We'll have to go through a lot later. They each poured a cup of strong tea and drank it in one gulp. They were shocked by the bitterness and immediately became energetic. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time. I'm going to exercise first. You can find something to do. It was still a little too early to go to the venue now, and Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go there after he finished exercising. After changing into comfortable clothes, Jiang Zhuxiang started to exercise in the exercise room, thinking about what he had to do today. He stopped working after sweating a little. After washing in the bathroom, he changed into his formal clothes again. The dean and his wife were no longer in sight. It seemed that they had already gone to the venue. Jiang Zhuxiang turned on the communicator to contact Lei Zhen and others while walking towards the venue. I don't know how the dean's wife arranged breakfast for the participants. Those who lived in other people's homes were easy to deal with, but Lei Zhen and his friends were a bit troublesome. Fortunately, the dean's wife also thought of this. When Lei Zhen got through the communication, he was in the bakery, so they had breakfast there. Jiang Zhuxiang, are you having breakfast? Did you sleep well last night? Lei Zhen, yeah. Not bad. Do you want to come over? Lei Zhen still wanted to have breakfast with his little Xiang, so he asked this question. Jiang Zhuxiang, eat by yourselves. I've already eaten. See you later when you're free. Jiang Zhuxiang still needed to go to the venue to take a look. He didn't know how the senior brother was doing, so he had to go and take a look. Lei Zhen also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang probably didn't have much time today, so he didn't say anything more. After chatting with Jiang Zhuxiang for a few more words, he hung up the call. Outside the venue, Alice and Xiaoyan were already processing the ingredients that would be needed later. Seeing that they were still busy, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't go over to join them and went straight into the venue. The eldest brother was checking the operation of various instruments. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming, he asked her to stand still. Come and listen. How is the reception on your side? Jiang Zhuxiang stood still, after she could clearly hear Yanlei's voice. Yanlei let Jiang Zhuxiang move freely. Jiang Zhuxiang walked over. When did you come here? Have the dean and others come here? Jiang Zhuxiang mainly wanted to know whether the tranquilizing soup last night was useful. After all, it was the first time to use it. Yanlei, I just arrived before. The dean and others came here once. They seemed to get up a little early. The dean had never gotten up so early before, but this time was rare. Jiang Zhuxiang silently told Yanlei about the situation in the morning. Yanlei said, the calming soup you gave me last night worked quite well. Originally, it should be me who behaved like the dean's wife, and it seems that I am not the only one who is nervous. Jiang Zhuxiang silently decided to prepare this thing for the dean's wife in the future. Otherwise, they would definitely not sleep well. After seeing that he didn't need to worry about the venue, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to go outside to take a look. He didn't know if Alice could adapt to that kind of work later. Alice was still very happy to see Jiang Zhuxiang coming over, and secretly gave Jiang Zhuxiang a sample to let her try. How do you think it tastes? Alice was more worried that they would not be able to eat it, and it would be embarrassing if no one came. Jiang Zhuxiang ate a little bit of everything, and the sweetness was slightly bitter, which was quite palatable for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I think it's not bad. Don't worry too much. If everyone eats it, just leave it for me. Jiang Zhuxiang joked. Xiaoyan also said, yes. We can make less at that time. After all, there are more people from other fragments, and I am worried that I can't finish the food here. If there is any left, I can sell it in the store. Alice was a little less nervous after hearing what Xiaoyan said. After all, the two of them were in the same boat, and if there was anything wrong, they could share the responsibility. Chapter 778 Recording the meeting contents. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless about their nervous attitude, and said, I think you should prepare a normal amount. After all, it is not certain whether they can eat lunch on time, and they will have to rely on your snacks to fill their stomachs. This meeting may not end on time, and Alice and Xiaoyan will be very useful at that time. Alice still trusts Jiang Zhuxiang. and nodded and said, "Okay. I will prepare the amount. Do you want to prepare drinks for them? After all, snacks are too dry." Jiang Zhuxiang, this is something that people in the venue need to worry about. You just need to prepare your own things. The elder brother of his family naturally made some arrangements for the drinking water in the venue. So Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to worry about this at all. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, Xiaoyan started to make it. We can prepare the semi-finished products first, and then we can do the final processing when someone comes to pick them up. This can also reduce waste. We don't need to consider other things for now. Alice also started to work. Jiang Zhuxiang left here and went to find Yin Lei again. When did you arrange to enter the venue? Yin Lei, at 9 o'clock. They can come after breakfast, which will be convenient for us to make arrangements. Yin Lei conducted the last round of inspections. Ordinary people from the Academy of Sciences, who had signed up as volunteers, were already in the venue. They would be responsible for the routine maintenance of the venue. There were drinking water equipment at the entrance of the venue. It seemed that our senior brother had already made arrangements. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Do we need to greet them outside when the time comes?" Yin Lei, don't worry about such trivial matters. I have arranged someone else. Xiaoxiang, you just need to focus on what you should do. Nothing will go wrong here. Yin Lei thought his junior sister Yuan Bei was still a calm person. But now she was getting nervous. So he wanted to find something to distract her. Yin Lei, if you don't have anything to do now, go find the dean for me. The meeting is about to start, and I don't know where he is, except for the one time he met before. Yin Lei didn't see the dean again. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that she knew. Her intuition told her that the dean must be with the dean's wife. When they arrived at the bakery, they saw the dean and his wife here, and the other people who had finished breakfast were also here. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little speechlessly, "Why don't you go to the venue? It's almost time now." "Right. Dean, we are planning to go there." "Xiaoxiang, you stay here with your mother to clean up, and you guys will come over later." After the dean finished his instructions, he took the others away. Lei Zhen even touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head before leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the dean's wife, a little puzzled, what were they talking about before? Why did they change their minds at the last minute when they had agreed on something? The dean's wife said, "It's not strange. There are still 2 clerks missing in the meeting hall to record the content of the meeting. The dean would not trust others to do this kind of work, so he asked us to sit in that position. Don't worry. I will teach you if you don't know how to do it." Originally, the wife of the dean often did the job of a clerk. Now that he brought Jiang Zhuxiang with him, the dean was considering the things that Jiang Zhuxiang had concealed. He wanted her to come to him to explain it herself. After all, only after seeing the seriousness of the matter would Jiang Zhuxiang know that concealing was wrong. However, the wife of the dean would not say such things directly to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, such things were only the dean's speculation. If the child did not hide anything, things would not look good. Jiang Zhuxiang helped the wife of the dean to tidy up the place. "Is the bakery still open today? If it is still open, there should not be enough staff here." The dean's wife, "No. We will be responsible for delivering lunch to the venue. This is also because the rest time is limited. And Xiaoyan and I are not here, so we will definitely be too busy." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said nothing more. The dean's wife went in and talked to the people in the kitchen, and then took Jiang Zhuxiang to the venue. The venue was already very noisy at this time. Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife waited outside for everyone else to enter first. Anyway, their work would not start until the meeting started, so there was no need to rush in. When there were fewer people at the door, the dean's wife took Jiang Zhuxiang to sit at a table behind the venue. There were corresponding equipment for Jiang Zhuxiang and others to use, so that Jiang Zhuxiang and others could record the content of the meeting without interference. The dean's wife gave instructions. What needs to be recorded is some topics and speeches of some main figures. Don't worry too much about other details. Otherwise we will definitely not record well. We must distinguish the main from the secondary. This is the first time for Jiang Zhuxiang to do this kind of thing, and she is not expected to remember much. It depends on herself. Jiang Zhuxiang listened and turned on the equipment. This was the first time for her to do this kind of thing, so she was not very familiar with it. She just needed to do her best. At this time, the venue had begun to fill up one after another. Yin Lei used a loudspeaker to guide the later people to find empty seats, and do it as soon as possible. This kind of memory with a large number of people was still quite troublesome before the opening. When the venue was quiet, the dean began to speak. The content was roughly some welcome to his fragments, and the introduction of the main purpose of this meeting. Although he tried to be concise, it still took almost an hour. Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife were a little helpless to write down his speech. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "What's the point of writing these things down?" The dean's wife said, "Just think of it as a practice. Every time there is such a conference, there will always be such an official speech. In the future, when you go to the Lei family, you will definitely have to help Lei Zhen with this kind of thing. This speech is drafted by me. Your dean doesn't have the patience to write such things." Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at the things recorded on the terminal. It seemed like the same things. It was indeed a bit official. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that Lei Zhen would not need such things. Then the dean finally got to the point of today, and asked some major researchers of the Academy of Sciences to introduce some research topics of the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite familiar with these things, and recorded the corresponding content with ease. He was just a little worried that there might be some problems if the dean revealed the research results of the Academy of Sciences in this way. Chapter 779, Different Styles of Speech. Jiang Zhuxiang threw this question to the dean's wife, who didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "Xiaoxiang, have you not paid attention to the research results of the Academy of Sciences for a long time recently? These are all research projects that have already produced results and have applied for patents. Even if they know about it, they can't use it casually. They still have to pay the contribution value when the time comes." The dean's wife still knows something about her own Xiaoxiang. It seems that she has not paid attention to this aspect recently. Jiang Zhuxiang, "I see. Then I'm relieved. But is it really okay for us to reveal our trump cards so early? Isn't the main purpose of today to introduce people?" Jiang Zhuxiang admitted that he had not been paying attention to the research projects of the Academy of Sciences recently, mainly because he had no time to do these things. But he was a little confused about his dean's ability to grasp the key points. The dean's wife also had this doubt. Aren't the people who introduced those research projects human? The projects they introduced are the results of their research, which is enough to show their abilities, isn't it? The dean's wife was a little depressed because she didn't know where her little Xiang was focusing. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and felt that it was true. So he didn't say anything more. According to Yan Lei's original arrangement, his fragments and other fragments were introduced in turn. So, now the people from other fragments are on the stage, out of consideration for their own people. This time it is Ron and his fragments who are on the stage. Of course, Ron is not the protagonist. There are other people from their fragments. Ron is just one of the people being introduced and appears as a background. Jiang Zhuxiang found that the introduction of people from other fragments is much more direct. When introducing a person, he just introduces his ability, his level, and how many achievements he has made. So the speed is still very fast in comparison. Jiang Zhuxiang's recording this time is also more convenient. He just records the main content of their introduction. It is really concise and clear. The dean's wife is also very relaxed. The two of them have time to chat about this difference. Jiang Zhuxiang, "I still prefer their style. And it saves a lot of effort to record. What do you think?" Dean's wife, "Yes. But this is determined by the culture of each place. We also have our own advantages here. We still have to cherish the performance of our own people." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally knew this. So he didn't say anything more and said directly, "I know." After this round of introductions, the morning time was almost half over. Yan Lei came on stage and said, "Now it's break time. We have arranged refreshments outside the venue. Please take them by yourself. Drinks are still at the entrance of the venue. You can also take them by yourself. We will continue the meeting in half an hour." The time in the morning was quite tight, so the break was only half an hour. If it was in the afternoon, they could definitely take their time. However, the participants were quite satisfied with this arrangement. After all, they also knew that the break time of previous meetings was only 10 minutes at most. Everyone was quite curious about the refreshments, and Jiang Zhuxiang asked the dean's wife, "Do you want to go and have some?" Just as if you were going to check on Alice and Xiaoyan's work. Jiang Zhuxiang mainly wanted to go out and see if they could handle it. After all, half of the people in the venue had already gone out, and the number of people was still quite considerable. The dean's wife also understood Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts, but her position was slightly different from Jiang Zhuxiang's. Most of the participants were still familiar with her. If she went over, she could only get some food for herself, but it was still impossible to help. Jiang Zhuxiang knew this, and did not force it, but just pulled the dean's wife outside. The situation outside was similar to what Jiang Zhuxiang imagined. The things on the two long tables were quickly cleared, and the volunteers, who came to help, walked quickly between the processing table and the long table. Alice and Xiaoyan kept putting the semi-finished products that had been prepared into the corresponding equipment for final processing. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang reminded them to prepare in advance. Otherwise, the scene would definitely be even more chaotic now. Even so, Alice and Xiaoyan were a little panicked now, because after this wave of people passed, the remaining people in the venue were also attracted out, and the things they had prepared before were not enough to support the consumption of this group of people. When they saw Jiang Zhuxiang, it was like seeing a savior. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly put on her apron and started the preliminary processing. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang's hands were fast enough to barely keep up with their consumption speed. When they all returned to the venue to enjoy the food, Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved and said, "I think you must prepare more semi-finished products in the afternoon. Otherwise it will definitely be even more insufficient. After all, the consumption in the afternoon will definitely be greater. You can start now." Alice and Xiaoyan said a little speechlessly, "The key is that we only brought the materials for the morning, and the materials for the afternoon are still in the warehouse. Can we go home now?" This question was asked to the dean's wife. The dean's wife had been watching them busy, and would quietly lend a hand when they really couldn't keep up. But she did it very covertly. The next thing had nothing to do with them, and it didn't matter if they went back to prepare in advance. After listening to the dean's wife's words, they started to work quickly. After all, this kind of thing was quite troublesome. Jiang Zhuxiang helped for a while, and then returned to the venue. The two of them found a cart, and took some things back. At this time, the bakery was busy with the lunch problem. When they went back, no one helped them. However, they also knew the limit, and did not go into the kitchen to make trouble. They prepared directly on the table outside. After all, they basically didn't need any processing equipment. They just needed to make the semi-finished products and borrow knives and chopsticks at most. While they were busy here, the dean's wife and Jiang Zhuxiang returned to their original seats. After a short break, the venue became quiet again, and the next wave of introductions began again. This time, it was the Lei family who came on stage. When the Lei clan leader came on stage, he brought Lei Jin with him. After introducing the basic members of the Lei family, he also directly talked about the power change in the Lei family. He said that if there was any cooperation in the future, they could directly contact Lei Jin, and that he was going to start traveling. Chapter 780 Yan Lei's Dilemma. The people below were not very receptive to the way that Patriarch Lei said he would delegate power. But the people from other fragments appreciated this style. Jiang Zhuxiang heard the people from other fragments in front of him talking about the father and son of the Lei family, saying that their styles were similar to theirs, and they could consider cooperation in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang was not surprised by this. After all, he knew that Lei Jin and his team were about to start the handover. He sat there very calmly, and took notes, while listening to Lei Jin's very official speech. However, the style of that speech was obviously Mrs. Lei's style. After all, Mrs. Lei was the only one in the Lei family who had such literary accomplishment. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that he could follow this route in the future, and Lei Jin should be able to accept it. The dean's wife was quite envious of Lei Jin and his son's performance, and said to Jiang Zhuxiang, "When will your dean be able to let go like this? I also want to go out and fulfill my duties." Jiang Zhuxiang, you can talk to the dean about this matter yourself. Anyway, I think the eldest brother has adapted well now, and it won't be too difficult for the dean to let go. Moreover, the Academy of Sciences is easier to manage than the Lei family, because the members of the Academy of Sciences are all otakus. No matter who is above them, it has nothing to do with them. As long as their research materials are provided by someone, it's fine. The dean's wife sighed helplessly. There is no problem with Yan Lei's ability. But the key is that your dean is still reluctant to let go. What can he do after he lets go? We can't just hang around outside. It's a bit unbelievable for the dean to retire so early. So even though he doesn't have anything to do now, he hasn't considered handing it over to Yan Lei. Jiang Zhuxiang has no way to deal with this. After all, his former teachers all have their own hobbies. Even if they hand over their chores to the next generation, they still have their favorite careers. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Otherwise, you and the dean can find your own hobbies while traveling. Some things are not age-specific. What do you think?" In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, everyone may like different things at different times. Of course, There are also those who are very loyal and always like the same things. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not see this trait in the dean, so it can still be developed in another way. The dean's wife, this is a good idea. I will ask him when the time comes. After this topic came to an end temporarily, the Lei family members on the stage also went down. And the next ones to come up were the people of other fragments. The first sentence they said when they came on stage was, "We fragments are looking forward to cooperating with the Lei family. We hope to have private negotiations with the Lei family at that time." After saying this, they began to introduce their own personnel. They were quite suitable for the Lei family. Their fragments were more inclined to wind-related abilities. They could probably learn from each other. They also liked physical skills, so they could communicate with each other. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite surprised by this. The two parties were originally opposing each other. It was good to be able to cooperate now. After all, fighting would definitely consume their energy. After this round of introductions, it was already lunchtime. Jiang Zhuxiang asked in a low voice, "How is the preparation at the bakery? It's lunchtime next. If it's not ready yet, I can talk to the eldest brother and arrange another round of people to go up. After all, there are still many people waiting for the introduction, so it is good to hurry up." The dean's wife said, "No. We still have to take care of their health. The food they ate before has been consumed long ago." The bakery said that they have already set off and will arrive in 5 minutes. After hearing this, Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to Yin Lei, saying that lunch will arrive in 5 minutes. Yin Lei went on stage and said, "This morning's introduction is temporarily here. Next, the Academy of Sciences has arranged a meal delivery service, which will arrive in 5 minutes. Everyone can choose their favorite lunch, and the dining location is inside the venue." After all, it was a bit difficult for so many people to go to other places for dining, and Yin Lei did not arrange other dining places. 5 minutes later, the staff of the bakery arrived at the venue with a dining cart. Yin Lei arranged for people to come up and pick up their own meals. The order was still maintained. Everyone chose their favorite lunch. The bakery prepared a lot of lunches, which could meet their tastes. After the dean and his wife chose their lunch, they occupied Jiang Zhuxiang's table. After Jiang Zhuxiang chose his lunch, he was called over by Lei Zhen's family. Yin Lei looked around and decided to be a light bulb for Jiang Zhuxiang and his family. After all, there was no place for him to stand in other places. Although Lei Zhen glared at him fiercely, he still sat calmly between Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen. The Lei clan leader and his wife were relatively tolerant of Yin Lei and talked to him. "How is your dean doing recently? I heard that he has handed over most of the things to you." Yin Lei, "Yes. I am almost busy. Originally, this kind of thing should be done by Xiaoxiang, according to the relationship between them. Xiaoxiang, as an adopted daughter, could have inherited the dean's mantle first. It was only after Xiaoxiang and Lei Zhen became entangled that the dean chose himself, who was closer to Xiaoxiang, and also considered that he could support Xiaoxiang in the future." The Lei clan leader and his wife naturally knew what Yin Lei meant by this, but it was meaningless to point it out. After all, they had never thought that their son would get together with Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, this was still the fate between their young people. Yin Lei was just complaining now, and they did not stop Jiang Zhuxiang from returning to the Academy of Sciences from time to time. Lei Zhen said, "This is what you should have come. Xiaoxiang is a girl. Just do what she likes, and don't bother her with other things." Lei Zhen was still a little uncomfortable with Yin Lei's behavior of asking Jiang Zhuxiang to go back to help him from time to time. After all, this way he would have less time to contact Xiaoxiang. Yin Lei naturally knew that his Xiaoxiang didn't like to manage these things in the Academy of Sciences, but there was no one else in the Academy of Sciences who could help him, so he had to bother Jiang Zhuxiang every time, and Yin Lei was a little reluctant. Chapter 781, Boring Meeting Content. Lei Zhen said disapprovingly, "You can let ordinary people do those things that don't require brainpower. You just need to grasp the key points. Sometimes it is the key for leaders to use talents. Like me, I don't plan to spend my brainpower on those troublesome things. When the time comes, I just need to find a brainpower person. I just need to know the key things. In addition, I just need to ensure that my own martial arts value is at the top of our Lei family. This is enough to make them dare not make any small moves." Lei Zhen was a little proud of his plan. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei watched the faces of the Lei clan leader and his wife getting darker and darker. Then they both raised their hands and slapped Lei Zhen's head fiercely, and shouted at the same time, "Do you dare to do this? although they wanted to relax. If their son really dared to do this, they would still watch Lei Jin take over the family affairs obediently before leaving for the sake of the Lei family's ancestors. Lei Jin realized that he was too happy, rubbed his head silently, and quickly said to his parents, Okay, I will definitely accept the family affairs obediently. But there are some things that are okay to ask for help. I promise that I will make the final decision. Right? After all, if I have to do everything by myself, it's really too busy. I still want to get along well with Xiaoxiang. If I do everything by myself, I will definitely not have time to take care of Jiang Zhuxiang. After hearing Lei Jin's reason, Jiang Zhuxiang silently pinched Lei Jin's arm. How could he say such a thing so carelessly? If the Lei clan leader and his wife misunderstood that he asked Lei Jin to do this, his previous good impression would be in vain. Fortunately, the Lei clan leader and his wife were quite reasonable about this. They still wanted their own grandson. If their son was too busy to have time to give them a grandson, their family would be without descendants. The former Lei clan leader said, You just need to be careful. And since Xiaoxiang has helped Yin Lei before, it is not difficult for him to be familiar with the Lei family's affairs. I think you can hand over some of the things to Jiang Zhuxiang at that time. After all, Xiaoxiang is much more reliable than the unknown brain power person you will get in the future. Lei Jin was quite respectful of his father's words, but he still had to consider Xiaoxiang's opinion. Lei Jin did have this consideration. Lei Jin nodded and stopped talking. After everyone finished lunch, there was still some time before the afternoon meeting. This was also the digestion time arranged by Yin Lei for everyone. Otherwise, sitting there all the time would definitely cause indigestion. Jiang Zhuxiang was dragged outside by Lei Jin for a walk. But he didn't walk far. He was around the venue, and could meet participants from time to time. Jiang Zhuxiang had met these people before, and he always had to say hello when he met them. So after half an hour, Lei Jin still didn't find time to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin said a little speechlessly, Xiaoxiang, you are too popular. Right? Jiang Zhuxiang said, This is just basic courtesy. I don't believe you wouldn't get this treatment if you were in the Lei family. Lei Jin really didn't get this treatment in the Lei family. The Lei family's way of greeting each other was basically the same as fighting. So if there was something urgent along the way, they would definitely not greet anyone. Otherwise, it would definitely be endless. Lei Jin, what do you think of the thing my father mentioned before? Also, after the meeting, if you don't have any plans, can you go to the Lei family with me to live for a while? Lei Jin still looked forward to working with Xiaoxiang. But Xiaoxiang also had her own favorite things. So Lei Jin didn't dare to make a decision casually. Jiang Zhuxiang, I don't think it's a good idea. There won't be any problems with this kind of thing in the short term. But I've been planning to open a clinic. If the Earth returns to its original state, I'll have the conditions to do this. I'm already preparing for the medicinal fields. This has always been on my plan. I think you should find the brain power person you want as soon as possible. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't completely refuse. During the preparation of his own clinic, Jiang Zhuxiang still felt that he could help Lei Jin for a while. When the clinic officially opened, he should be able to find the person he needed. Lei Jin also remembered that Jiang Zhuxiang had indeed talked to him about this before. She had moved out because of this. If she really wanted to open it, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lei Jin could only say, It's just a period of time. I'll hurry up to find someone. If I really can't find anyone by then, I can let Lei Kong fill in the gap. Lei Jin spared no effort to squeeze the abilities of his friends. If Lei Kong and the others could help him deal with it, Lei Jin would be most relieved. Jiang Zhuxiang, I think this plan is good. After all, Lei Kong and the others have been with you for a long time. If you leave them and find someone else, it will inevitably cause conflicts with them. Moreover, Lei Kong and the others did a good job before. When Lei Jin was absent, Lei Kong was able to manage the team of superpowers, which was enough to prove that Lei Kong had this ability. It was almost time. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin returned to the venue. The afternoon meeting was still arranged in rounds of introductions. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little sleepy, and the dean's wife was also a little sleepy. After all, they got up too early in the morning, and the power of the cup of strong tea had been consumed. During the break, Jiang Zhuxiang hurried to the drinking fountain to get himself another cup of strong tea, picked some snacks for himself, and replenished his energy. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to record the next meeting. The dean's wife was also equipped with the same equipment. After drinking a cup of strong tea, the dean's wife said, I will definitely go to bed early today. I will definitely not wake you up so early tomorrow morning. If I wake up, I will just lie in bed and not move. The dean's wife deeply felt the power of her own evil, and she would never mess around again. Jiang Zhuxiang took a sip of tea and a bite of snacks. It's good for you to know it yourself. I don't know how the dean is now. The one who suffered the most was definitely the dean. Jiang Zhuxiang at least managed to sleep a few more minutes. Speak of the devil. The dean also came over with a cup of strong tea in hand, yawning, to check their meeting minutes. He was a little surprised when he saw what Jiang Zhuxiang had recorded. Xiaoxiang did a pretty good job. He should be able to help Lei Jin in the future. Chapter 782 Busy Sorting. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, this is not a difficult task. I may not need to do it when the time comes. After all, Lei Jin can't be without talents in this area. At most, he can fill in the gaps at the beginning. When he brings out a newcomer, he can retire. The dean agrees with Jiang Zhuxiang's mentality. Some things are really good to know. It's a pity that our Academy of Sciences doesn't have talents in this area. Otherwise, your mother would have rested long ago. The dean also felt sorry for his wife. But the abilities of other people in the Academy of Sciences were developed in other areas. Jiang Zhuxiang said, in fact, it is not impossible to find other people for this kind of thing. I mentioned to my senior brother before that we should find ordinary people to help. Dean, you can also try it. If one person doesn't work, you can find 2 more. Then mother will be able to do other things. Sometimes it makes sense to make up for the lack of quality with quantity. Jiang Zhuxiang thinks that such things still need to open up new ideas. The dean's wife was a little bit looking forward to it after hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's words. After all, it is a bit of a waste of time to repeat such boring things too much. Now she can only spare half of her time to do the things she originally liked. The dean's wife is not without complaints. The dean said, Yin Lei actually agreed to this kind of thing. I'll go and see it after he gets it. Speaking of which, there are quite a few ordinary people here. If it weren't for the participation of these ordinary people, it would be difficult for the Academy of Sciences to maintain this meeting. Originally, the Academy of Sciences is also the most suitable place for ordinary people. When every ordinary person comes in, the Academy of Sciences will try their best to let them survive. Now it seems that they can play a greater role. Jiang Zhuxiang is very sure about this. After this topic passed, Jiang Zhuxiang began to ask about the next meeting agenda. Can you finish the introduction today? If you can't finish it today, and if it's the same thing tomorrow, I won't come tomorrow. After all, this kind of repetitive work is too boring. Jiang Zhuxiang would rather go to cultivate his own herbal medicine field. The dean said, it will definitely be finished today, and it will continue in the evening. It's okay to have dinner a little later. After all, dinner is supposed to be held at their respective homes, and they will definitely be able to eat well by then. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and accepted this arrangement, stood up and walked around. He had been sitting for nearly a day and felt a little uncomfortable all over. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the dean's wife, are you feeling okay? After all, the dean's wife's ability is in the space aspect, and there is still no advantage in relieving fatigue. The dean's wife said, I've gotten used to it before. You'll get used to it if you try more. After all, there will be a lot of such things in the future. I think you need to get used to it as soon as possible. The dean's wife was originally trying to get Jiang Zhuxiang used to this kind of thing as soon as possible. After all, Lei Jin would definitely need Jiang Zhuxiang later. After moving his body, Jiang Zhuxiang still sat back helplessly. Maybe Yin Lei said something next. The introduction of his fragments was obviously much simpler. The time arrangement just happened to coincide with the end time of the meeting. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with their arrangement. At least it would not occupy their free time. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still needed to sort out his meeting minutes and then file them. This was a routine for every meeting. The dean's wife said, let's finish this here and then go back to prepare dinner. It's better to finish the work at the workplace. The dean and Yin Lei did not leave first. They stood behind them and watched. They would help if they needed any help. Lei Jin also came back after sending his parents home. However, when he saw that there was no room for him to intervene, he went to help clean up the meeting place. Jiang Zhuxiang was still not as fast as the dean's wife. After the dean's wife finished, Jiang Zhuxiang had another ending. The dean's wife started to check the content in front of Jiang Zhuxiang first, and her own could be directly filed. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished, he didn't care about the things here, and went to work with Lei Jin directly. After all, The possibility of mistakes in this kind of thing was still very small, and Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to be nervous about. After the inspection, the dean's wife directly saved Jiang Zhuxiang's files. These things can be checked in the future. The dean's wife was quite satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's records this time. The dean's wife said, "Okay, everyone has worked hard. We will take Xiaoxiang and the others away first. After you are done, go back and rest early. You have been busy all day. Have a good dinner. There are things to do tomorrow." The dean's wife has always been more caring for ordinary people. She greeted them warmly before leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin were taken away by the dean and his wife. They walked slowly towards home and saw the people who had been arranged to pick them up. They occasionally chatted for a few words, and then went their own way. It was a relatively normal situation. After returning home, the dean's wife also assigned the task of today's dinner to everyone. After all, everyone was quite tired today, and the dean's wife did not intend to work alone. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin were assigned to cut vegetables, which was relatively simple for them. After the two of them assigned the quantity, they started to work separately. Jiang Zhuxiang chatted with Lei Jin while doing it. "What are Lei Kong and others doing recently?" "Lei Jin, they are being specially trained by their father. The older generation wants to get rid of their own affairs as soon as possible, so they are also quite busy recently. During the meeting, they will not show up except when necessary. After all, sometimes there is really no need to waste time. If today is not the first day, they may not come." Jiang Zhuxiang, it seems that they will take over the responsibilities of their respective fathers in the future. Will Lei Kong still be able to help you in the future? Lei Jin, don't worry about this. Lei Kong's father is originally helping my father to manage the affairs of the Lei family. It will be no problem for me to slightly adjust their scope of responsibilities. Lei Kong's side was originally the healing department of the Lei family. There is no need to care too much about this aspect, as long as it can operate normally. It doesn't matter if ordinary people are used. And with the pills and potions you made, healing psychics are no longer so precious. Chapter 783 Wu Jing's Gift. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless. Medicine can't solve all problems, and we can't discriminate against healing psychics. At least we should put them on an equal footing. Or healing psychics can learn another skill, at least so that they won't be dragged down, so that they can get the corresponding position. Just like Lei Kong. His space can allow him to survive in Lei Jin's psychic team, so healing psychics can sometimes be rescued. Lei Jin, well, I'll listen to you. I'll tell Lei Kong about this later, and let him arrange it. Anyway, he is more familiar with this kind of thing. Lei Jin was quite satisfied with Lei Kong, who could take his place well when he was not around, even if his fighting power was a little lower. So future healing psychics could develop in this direction. Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection to this. It's good that you have a sense of propriety. By the way, have you seen the meeting place for tomorrow? Tomorrow is the time for each company to find a partner. At that time, the meeting place is not fixed. Everyone can choose their favorite place and communicate in the most comfortable way, even if they want to go to a bar or something like that. It's no problem. Of course, they can also go to the branch venue arranged by the Academy of Sciences. The Academy of Sciences only provides the venue, and no one will monitor their meetings. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about what Lei Jin and the others would choose tomorrow. As for herself, she would naturally act together with the Academy of Sciences. Lei Jin said, "Tomorrow I plan to take the Lei family to the training room. Anyone who is interested in cooperation can come to us. The way of communication is to make friends through martial arts. Can you ask the people in the medical room to come and stand by? After all, it is inevitable to get injured when fighting with martial arts." Lei Jin originally wanted to ask if she could bring people over herself, but it was not easy to say it directly. After all, Xiuxiang might also want to participate in something. Jiang Zhuxiang still had no idea about this. Her own arrangements for tomorrow had not been determined, so she said directly, "No problem. If I am free, let me bring people over. If I am not free, I will find a suitable person to lead the team. At that time, the healing ability people will also be among them. Just don't discriminate. In the Academy of Sciences, this kind of equality is actually quite easy. Even ordinary people can find their own position. Not to mention the healing superpowers. Lei Jin's attitude in front of Xiaoxiang is still very good. No problem. I hope you are free at that time." Xiuxiang. Lei Jin is still looking forward to Jiang Zhuxiang coming. After Jiang Zhuxiang cut the things in his hands, he put them on a plate and handed them to the dean's wife. He began to help Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen still had a lot of things, and it took Jiang Zhuxiang's help 15 minutes to finish. The dean's wife was still very concerned about the space in the kitchen. Seeing that they had nothing to do, she said directly, "You go outside and wait. It's still early for dinner. If you want to rest, you can." The dean's wife was very considerate of others and gave them many choices. Jiang Zhuxiang rummaged through the incubator, found some snacks, made himself a pot of tea, and took it out. Lei Zhen naturally followed him. As for the dean, he had already gone out before. After all, washing vegetables was still very fast. The dean was checking the minutes of today's meeting in the living room to see if there was anything inappropriate in it so that he could make corrections later. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the others come out, he didn't say much. After all, they were very busy today. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen sat next to the dean and began to enjoy the snacks. Jiang Zhuxiang also started to contact Yin Lei. After all, he must not have eaten dinner yet, so he could come over for dinner. Yin Lei was about to drink a nutritional supplement when he received Jiang Zhuxiang's call. Hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's invitation, he gave up the idea and said, "I'll come right over." Yin Lei still missed the cooking skills of the dean's wife, especially after such a busy schedule. Jiang Zhuxiang went to the kitchen and told the dean's wife that Yin Lei would come over. The dean's wife nodded to show that she knew. She had prepared a lot more staple food before, and she also considered that someone might come over for a free meal. So she was not surprised at all that Yin Lei came over. "Dean's wife, I just sent a message to your third brother. When someone knocks on the door, remember to open the door." Wu Jing is now accepted by the dean's wife. After all, they had a good relationship before. After the suspicion was cleared, there was no estrangement after a few more exchanges. "Jiang Zhuxiang, is the third senior brother helping today? I didn't see him once." Jiang Zhuxiang went to many places when he was bored today, but he didn't see any trace of his third senior brother. The dean's wife, he is the logistics supervisor today, so he doesn't need to go out and just stay in the warehouse. So you can't see him? After all, the preparation of materials also needs to be checked, so Wu Jing's role is still quite large. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. "Then I'll go out and wait for someone." The two were people he was close to, so he still needed to go and greet them. The dean's wife drove Jiang Zhuxiang out directly. "Then you should go out quickly. You won't help me anyway." Jiang Zhuxiang went to the living room and talked to Lei Zhen, and the two of them went to the door to wait together. Fortunately, they had prepared some small stools at the door before. Otherwise it would be a bit tiring to stand and wait. The first one to come was Wu Jing, who lived relatively close. When Wu Jing came, he also brought some agricultural products from the farm. They were basically dry goods that could be preserved for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised when he saw it. "You actually bring gifts when you come to dinner. Third brother, you are a bit awkward to do this. The dean's wife will definitely scold us when the time comes. After all, they are used to eating here, and it is a bit helpless for them to have someone break this habit." Wu Jing said, "This is not a gift, but the New Year's goods prepared by the farm people for me. I can't finish it by myself, so I brought some here for everyone to try to avoid waste. When eating alone, these things are consumed very slowly, and when the weather gets hot, these things will go bad." Chapter 784 Wu Jing's Craftsmanship. Jiang Zhuxiang checked the things in Wu Jing's hand, which were all things like marinated duck and smoked meat. It seemed that the farm people would really prepare them for him. These semi-finished products can be eaten after steaming, which also took Wu Jing's cooking skills into consideration. Jiang Zhuxiang helped Wu Jing take half of them and asked him to come in first. "I didn't expect that there are still people who have such skills. It seems that the people on the farm have a good relationship with you." Originally, Jiang Zhuxiang thought that the people on the farm would turn against Wu Jing after the incident, but now it seems that he was worried in vain. Wu Jing also knew what Jiang Zhuxiang meant. He slowly changed his slippers and said, "They just want to have a bowl of rice to eat. As long as they can survive, they naturally have to build a good relationship with me. After all, I am still in charge of them." Wu Jing is now able to manage his relationship with the people on the farm, and will not let them have the opportunity to make trouble again. Sometimes class is still necessary. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement with this idea, and asked Lei Zhen to continue waiting at the door, and he accompanied the people in. Wu Jing greeted the dean first. and then took the things to the kitchen to find the dean's wife. After Jiang Zhuxiang put the things on the floor of the kitchen, he came out again and waited for people with Lei Jin. Yin Lei came a little slower. He appeared after Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the door and waited for 5 minutes. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "You are really a little slow. Didn't you say you would come right away?" Yin Lei, "I met someone on the way and chatted for a while. So it's delayed until now. You haven't started eating yet, right?" Jiang Zhuxiang, "No. There are still people on the way so late now. Who is so idle?" Jiang Zhuxiang is purely curious. After all, there are really not many people who come out at this time. Yin Lei, "I didn't expect to meet someone. It's Mu Hu from the Mu family. You should have known him before." Xiao Xiang, "He seems to be looking for a place for his young master to eat. I chatted with him for a while and recommended a few places to him before leaving. After all, he is also a participant, so Yin Lei can't just leave him alone." Jiang Zhuxiang still had an impression of Mu Hu, and he took very good care of Mu Mu. So Mu Mu still couldn't be independent until now. And Jiang Zhuxiang was a little impressed. "Jiang Zhuxiang, do you think we should also cover their dinner in the future? Otherwise it would be a bit troublesome for them to go out to find food so late." "I didn't consider this aspect either. The people from other fragments have been settled, and it was negligent that the people from my fragments didn't expect it." Yin Lei, "It's better not to. Dinner time is private time. If they have any plans of their own at that time, your arrangements will be redundant. Let them solve it by themselves. At worst, you can send them a list of recommended restaurants later, which is also considered as care." Yin Lei is still very protective of his private time. After all, people always have things to deal with that they don't want others to know. After listening to Yin Lei's words, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything more. After letting Yin Lei in, he closed the door. There shouldn't be anyone else. When Yin Lei entered, the dean happened to be free. He directly motioned Yin Lei to sit over and began to ask him about tomorrow's arrangements. "Where will you arrange our people tomorrow?" Yin Lei, "Let's continue to use the main venue. There is also a larger space there. At that time, we can put a few more booths so that they can talk directly with researchers about any cooperation. Just let us take a good look when signing the contract. However, no one should want to sign so soon tomorrow. I will go over and take charge then. You can take a rest first." Although the dean showed up very little during the day, he still had to communicate with others when he was downstairs. Yin Lei was more sympathetic to the dean's hard work. "Dean, your idea is good. But it doesn't matter if I go over and sit down. I just won't talk when the time comes. If I don't talk, they won't force me. After all, I am still the leader of the Academy of Sciences. If I don't show up, I'm still a little worried that Yin Lei will not be able to control the situation. Some people may not necessarily buy Yin Lei's face, such as the leaders of the base." Yin Lei also knew this, so he didn't refuse. "Then you can go over when the time comes. If you are too tired, you can go to the lounge. I will find you if there is anything." Yin Lei was still clear about some people's habits of doing things. Some of them looked down on him. So the dean really needed to step in. Seeing that they were chatting excitedly, Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin to the kitchen to see if there was anything he could help with. The kitchen had entered the final stage. Wu Jing had been helping in the kitchen before. The dean's wife was still a little surprised at him. "Your third brother's cooking skills have improved recently. It's really impressive." Wu Jing's ears were red after being praised. "When you live alone, you always have to learn to cook. This is also a skill honed after letting his tongue undergo countless tests. Wu Jing really doesn't think it's that good. At most, he can eat it." Jiang Zhuxiang was naturally surprised by this, and said directly, "Let me try it." The dean's wife pushed a dish that Wu Jing had prepared independently in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and asked her to try it herself. After tasting it, Jiang Zhuxiang also gave a thumbs up. "It's 70% of my mother's level, although it is still a little lacking in terms of appearance. The taste is not bad." After praising it, everyone started to move the finished food out. After the food was piled on the dining table, Jiang Zhuxiang went to call the two people in the living room over. "Let's eat. Let's finish what we haven't said. After all, the temperature is a bit low now, and the taste of those dishes will be much worse after they get cold." The dean and Yin Lei followed Jiang Zhuxiang into the restaurant and were a little surprised to see the dishes on the table. "Madam, you have worked hard. You don't need to prepare so much in the future. Just make sure it is enough." The dean's wife said, "This is not all my credit. Some dishes were prepared by Wu Jing. I just prepared enough for you. The dean's wife still won't erase Wu Jing's credit. The dean looked at Wu Jing with a little surprise. Thank you for your help. You can come often in the future. The dean still appreciates people who can help. Mainly because there are too many people who come to eat for free. And it is really precious to have someone willing to help. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yen Lei, who were eating for free, touched their noses. Chapter 785, Confession. As for Lei Zhen, he said a little embarrassedly, I am a kitchen killer, so I don't go into the kitchen very often. If you have other things in the future, you can come to me, and I will definitely complete the task 100%. Lei Zhen doesn't mind revealing his shortcomings. He is also very aware of his strengths, and has a clear self-awareness. The dean and his wife also know Lei Zhen very well. It doesn't matter. Xian can cook. In the future, you two will complement each other, and live a good life. The dean doesn't know how to cook, but he is good at washing and cutting vegetables. You can work hard in this area when the time comes. The dean's wife admired Lei Zhen, so she was willing to give some suggestions to make his and Xiao Xiang's life better. Jiang Zhuxiang, yes. I will be responsible for cooking, and you will be responsible for other chores. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mind cooking for Lei Zhen, but she didn't want to take care of all the other housework. After all, it has to be evenly distributed in life. Lei Zhen nodded and said, no problem. After reaching a consensus, the dinner could finally begin. Wu Jing's dishes were quite popular. After they didn't have to consider watching them, they didn't need to worry about whether they would ruin the picture when picking them up. But it was more relaxed. After everyone had their fill, everyone assigned their own tasks according to the previous arrangement. It was quite troublesome to clean up the dishes and wipe the table. After finishing these things, everyone had time to sit down and talk about other things. Wu Jing and Yen Lei went to talk about tomorrow's arrangements. Lei Zhen was caught by the dean's wife to talk. Jiang Zhuxiang said to the dean, let's go to the study. I just have something to tell you. This matter is not suitable for too many people to know. The study is the place with the best confidentiality conditions. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's performance, the dean knew that the thing that Jiang Zhuxiang had concealed before was probably going to be revealed. He walked into the study with a calm mood, raised all kinds of confidentiality conditions to the highest level, and then said, what is it? The dean didn't know what it was before, so he was quite curious. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a box directly from his personal space and signaled the dean to turn off the lights. The light of the thing was enough for illumination. When the lights were on, the original appearance of the thing could not be seen. The dean could only stand up and fiddle with it again, and then saw Jiang Zhuxiang open the box and reveal the original appearance of the thing. An object that looked like a sphere slowly rose from the box into the air, and the bright yellow light illuminated the study. If you look closely, this sphere is irregular, with obvious gaps between the various parts, and it seems to be moving. The dean didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that it should be a living thing. After staring at the object for 10 minutes, the dean asked Jiang Zhuxiang, what is this thing? The dean had never seen such a thing before, and he didn't know what Jiang Zhuxiang meant by taking it out. Jiang Zhuxiang, take a closer look. Does this thing look like the current Earth? Jiang Zhuxiang had a microscope in his personal space that he had brought with him before, which was just right for observing this thing. After putting the microscope on the table, Jiang Zhuxiang waved his hand and put the object under the lens of the microscope. Some small chains extended from the table below to fix the object, making it easier for the dean to observe. The magnification effect of this microscope is still good. The dean saw the pattern on the surface of the object below in the lens, which was exactly the same as the current map, except that this thing had a corresponding curvature. After confirming this, the dean still didn't quite understand what Jiang Zhuxiang meant. Does this have anything to do with our current situation? It is still unclear whether this thing is artificial or natural. After all, it is not difficult to fake this kind of thing. Since Jiang Zhuxiang intends to confess, he will not hide it and directly explain. These amber crystals were originally in the bodies of the Tao Thai to restrict their movements. After they were able to move freely with my help, these things came into my hands. Originally, there was nothing special about them. Later, during my cultivation, I accidentally replenished their energy, and then they became what they are now. At that time, it was exactly the time when the earth began to close again. Jiang Zhuxiang had filmed this change out of curiosity before, and now he could just bring it out as evidence, because the video could show the time when the video was filmed. The dean opened the video doubtfully, and saw the magical scene, which was indeed consistent with the time when the earth began to close. But it still could not prove that this thing was indeed related to the current changes of the earth. The dean said, I need to verify further. Is this thing only with you, or can anyone take it away? If anyone can take it away, he should set up confidentiality measures. Otherwise it would be bad if it fell into the hands of others. Jiang Zhuxiang said, it can only be kept with me. If other people take it, the energy loss will be uncontrolled. Dean, that's good. You keep it well. When the time comes, we will do some verification experiments. Of course, it will be anonymous, and you will not be exposed. After all, this thing is still very attractive. It is hard to guarantee that someone will not want to monopolize it, even if it is very dangerous. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, okay. But you'd better arrange it as soon as possible. Otherwise, my supernatural power may not be able to hold up. Recently, in addition to the necessary rest, I have been practicing at night. Otherwise, I would have been sucked dry long ago. Fortunately, in addition to my supernatural power, I also have my own Shinong secret technique as a foundation. Otherwise, I can't support this kind of absorption. The dean said, I will do it as soon as possible. If you need anything, you can tell me. We have no shortage of crystal cores in the academy. The dean was still a little worried about Jiang Zhuxiang's ability. If he couldn't support it, it would be very likely that his ability would be exhausted, and it would be difficult to recover at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang said, okay. If there are weak crystal cores, you should get me more. This thing is milder, and has fewer side effects. I really don't dare to absorb other crystal cores casually. The so-called space ability is just a cover. So Jiang Zhuxiang still has to rely on the wood ability. The dean said, you should put it away first. Starting tomorrow, I will post a task for you in the task hall, and I will ask them to send it directly to you. The dean expressed his solution in a swift and decisive manner, and Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection. Chapter 786 Energy Battle. Jiang Zhuxiang took the thing off the microscope and put it back into the box, then stuffed it into his personal space. He looked at the time, and it was almost time to go to bed. Jiang Zhuxiang, I'll go out first. See you tomorrow. After all, this kind of thing is not something that can be solved in a short time, and it's useless to be anxious. Jiang Zhuxiang was very calm when he just knew it before, and now he is more relaxed after confessing it. After all, someone else is helping him to bear it. The dean nodded and said, don't tell others about this for the time being. When the time comes, take it out in the name of the Academy of Sciences, so that they dare not act rashly. Otherwise, your situation will be very dangerous. The dean never casually tests people's hearts. After all, it's too dangerous. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, okay. From now on, just treat yourself as a storage device. After all, the dean is also thinking about himself. And Jiang Zhuxiang is not an ungrateful person. Outside the study, the conversation of others has ended. The dean's wife asked curiously, where did you go just now? They found that the two people were missing while chatting. And the dean's wife asked normally. The dean did not deliberately hide. I went to the study to talk about something. There was no more talk about other things. At this point, the dean's wife also knew what to do. Obviously, the dean did not want her to continue asking. The dean's wife said, if you need my help, just tell me. Even if you can't tell me, you shouldn't stop me from helping you. Right? The dean's wife still knows the severity of the matter, and will help when she can. The dean said, during this period, just make more energy-rich food for Xiaoxiang. And there is nothing else. Don't let anyone disturb her at night. She needs to keep absolute silence during this period. At other times, just get along normally. The dean's words were not only directed at the dean's wife, but also to Leijian and others. After all, the dean's wife still has her own management, and the others have to rely on their own consciousness. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, don't be so exaggerated. The dean said, it's better to be careful. After all, your situation is different now. Others said, I don't know what you were talking about. But we will do it. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little amused. There was nothing else to say for the time being, so everyone went back to rest. Leijian was still a little concerned about Jiang Zhuxiang's health because of the previous things, so he didn't say much to Jiang Zhuxiang. He just planned to communicate with the dean later to see if there was anything he could help. After entering his room, Jiang Zhuxiang sat down on the futon directly. He took out the things from his personal space before starting to practice. The demons in the Dantian were very active when Jiang Zhuxiang was practicing. After all, there was something competing with them for delicious energy. If they could absorb more energy and produce more plant essence, that thing would not compete with them anymore. Therefore, during this period of time, the demons are also working hard to improve their abilities, so Jiang Zhuxiang can hold on. Otherwise, the main line alone will definitely not be able to deal with the greedy ghost. While the demons are competing for energy with the ball, they also create a buffer zone for Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang's energy will be lost faster. After practicing for a night, Jiang Zhuxiang quietly appeased the demons, put the thing away, and ran it again, using the energy as a reward for the demons. After all, they have been working hard recently. The demons tried their best to feed themselves, but they were still a little worried. Xiaoxiang. What exactly is that thing? Speaking of which, that thing is still a little familiar. Otherwise, they would not share their energy with it. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little speechlessly. How should I put it? This thing is where we lived first. It was too broken before, and now we have to repair it. If you hadn't been collected by me, you would have lived there. Now Jiang Zhuxiang's job is a bit like replenishing energy for that thing. After that thing absorbs enough energy, their lives can return to normal. The demons, but its appetite is too big. How long will it take for us to feed it like this? The demons had sensed the greed of that thing before. If they were not so numerous, they would definitely not be able to snatch it. Jiang Zhuxiang comforted. It's okay. I have already told others about this matter. Others will help us when the time comes. We just need to hold on for a few more days. Although Jiang Zhuxiang did not live in this era for a long time, he also knew that the Earth's current state was still inseparable from human beings themselves. The energy sacrificed at that time would be regarded as a return. Jiang Zhuxiang could already sense that the energy required for that thing was amazing. Maybe it would require everyone's superpowers to be exhausted once. However, Jiang Zhuxiang would not say such words casually. After all, if it really needed this, there might be few people willing to do this. The spirit said, then we will rest first. Xiaoxiang, you should take care of your body. After all, practicing without rest for a whole night is a bit tiring for people. And the spirits still feel sorry for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, pulled himself out of his practice state. His body was still the most important. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to lie down on the bed for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang set the alarm for himself and got up after resting for an hour. He still couldn't stop exercising in the morning, which could also improve his physical fitness and increase his foundation for practice. As for today's breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang decided not to worry about it. The dean's wife should be responsible for it. In the exercise room, when Jiang Zhuxiang was halfway through his exercise, Lei Jin came over. After standing aside and watching Jiang Zhuxiang finish, he went up to him and asked, "Did you have a good rest last night?" The dean's words still made him a little worried, and Lei Jin wanted to get a definite answer from Xiaoxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "It's fine. You don't have to worry too much. As long as the energy is enough. There is nothing to worry about here. You just do your own things well. Although I promised the dean to keep it confidential, it is still okay to reveal it appropriately. And it can also reassure those who care about me." Lei Jin nodded and said, "I have the Mu Xian you mentioned before. Do you need it?" Chapter 787. Everyone is busy. Jiang Zhuxiang said speechlessly, "Hasn't that thing been given to others long ago? Did you keep it secretly?" Jiang Zhuxiang himself was not willing to use wood heart, because it would damage the current environment if consumed. One wood heart represented the death of a tree over 100 years old, even if it was a mutant tree. Lei Jin said, "This was found by Lei Kong and the others before. After they gave it to me, I kept it and forgot to give it to you. So, Xiaoxiang, do you want it?" Lei Jin didn't care about the environment. Xiaoxiang's business was the most important. At most, he could plant more trees. Although he didn't know whether they would survive after planting, he would always struggle. Jiang Zhuxiang, then give it to me. You don't need it anyway. This kind of wood heart is not available to all wood-type psychics, because the energy is too high. Ordinary wood-type psychics may try this kind of thing unless they encounter an upgrade bottleneck. If they use this kind of thing to upgrade at other times, they will definitely be choked to death. Lei Jin handed a small box of wood heart to Jiang Zhuxiang. who opened it directly to check. There were 5 small wood hearts inside, glowing green, and the energy was so rich that it seemed to be sprouting. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly closed the box. This kind of thing really can't be left outside casually. Otherwise it will definitely be snatched away by others. Jiang Zhuxiang stuffed the box into his personal space and stretched his hands and feet. When he held the box of wood heart just now, he was stiff. Jiang Zhuxiang, what are the dean and his wife doing now? Do you need me to prepare breakfast? It's getting late now. We have to go to the venue in an hour and a half. I don't know what the dean and his wife have arranged now. Lei Jin said, I don't know. I haven't left since I came in. I don't think you need to prepare it. After all, the dean's wife still knows the importance of things and can control time. Jiang Zhuxiang, let's go out and take a look. If there is anything you need help with, you can help. Jiang Zhuxiang prepared a tranquilizing soup for the dean's wife last night, so he didn't know if she was awake or not. Fortunately, tranquilizing soup is not a sleeping pill. Although the dean's wife didn't get up the earliest, she still got up at a normal time. The breakfast in the kitchen was almost ready. The porridge in the pot was boiling, and the side dishes with the porridge were all kinds of colors. The staple food today seemed to be a small steamed bun with whole grains. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his stomach silently, and it seemed to be growling now. The dean's wife turned around and saw Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin, and said with a little amusement, Are you hungry? Then help take it out, and go see if your dean has finished it. Don't let him stay in the study all the time. Jiang Zhuxiang said, Let Lei Jin go. I'll help. Lei Jin left obediently, and the dean's wife patted Jiang Zhuxiang's head. Don't keep ordering Lei Jin. Then she and Jiang Zhuxiang set the table for breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled helplessly. He didn't order him all the time. He just pushed things he didn't want to do to Lei Jin sometimes. And there weren't many such things. After hearing Lei Jin's knock on the door in the study, the dean told Yan Lei the last thing. Today you are responsible for communicating with others at the venue. I have other things to do here. If you really want to sign a contract or something, come and find me. I will be in the office at that time. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's confession last night, the dean had already considered the test, so he had to arrange it this morning. If possible, it would be best to do it in the afternoon. The sooner the result is obtained, the more it can be brought to the table and told to everyone. Moreover, this kind of thing cannot be disclosed before it is officially confirmed, so the dean plans to arrange it himself. It should be no problem for Yan Lei to take care of the main venue. And Jiang Zhuxiang is here, so he can help when the time comes. Yan Lei has no objection to the dean's arrangement. You can tell me directly if there is anything you need me to do, and there will definitely be no problem on my side. Yan Lei knew the dean well, and just hoped that he could help. The dean said, Not yet. I'm going to have breakfast. You should pay attention to the time. After the dean finished speaking, he went to open the door directly. He was a little surprised to see Lei Jin, and said directly, Why are you here to call me? Xiao Xiang is being lazy again? The dean said while walking towards the restaurant with Lei Jin. Lei Jin defended Xiao Xiang. No. Xiao Xiang is helping the dean's wife. As Xiao Xiang's partner, it is no problem for him to help her with some small things. After breakfast, they did not do the cleaning for the time being, and would clean it up when they came back tonight. When the dean and his friends left home and walked towards the venue, the dean told Jiang Zhuxiang a few words. Help your senior brother more today. I won't be there today. If there is anything you can't solve, come to my office to find me. The dean is still willing to support them in various cooperation, but he doesn't have much time to be on the scene for the time being, so he will tell them as much as possible. Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that the dean would be busy after confessing last night, so he said obediently, I will work hard, and I will definitely go there to ask for advice if there is anything. Now he has his own responsibilities in this situation, so Jiang Zhuxiang has no objection to being busy. Outside the main venue, everyone went their separate ways. The dean's wife was traveling with Alice and the others today. Lei Jin was going to the Lei family, and the dean returned to his office. When Jiang Zhuxiang walked into the main venue, various booths were already being prepared, and the eldest senior brother was also slowly patrolling among them. If there was anything he was too busy with, he would go over to help. Thanks to Yan Lei, who had been to all the laboratories. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, Yan Lei quickly told her, Put a table at the door, and when the time comes, let them disinfect before coming in. Some things here still need to be absolutely safe. This is what Yan Lei just thought of. Some medical products cannot withstand contamination, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless and moved the table by himself. Shouldn't he have thought of this kind of thing in advance? Fortunately, he still had some strength. After putting the table away, Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Where is the disinfectant? Isn't it that I have to prepare it myself? If so, I will not be able to resist hitting people." Chapter 788, Field Installation. Yin Lei said very naturally, "No, Xiaxiang. You can prepare it yourself." Yin Lei did not feel guilty at all when he said this. Jiang Zhuxiang clenched his fist and said, "Big brother, you are really getting too much." However, despite saying so, Jiang Zhuxiang still obediently took out the necessary things and started to prepare them. After all, such urgent things cannot be delayed. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked on the formula, and then poured the various ingredients into the previously prepared containers according to the proportion. Found an alloy stirring rod and started stirring. When the liquid turned light blue, Jiang Zhuxiang poured the liquid into the container of the disinfection machine. At that time, these disinfectants will be atomized through special pipes to disinfect the whole body of the people coming in. Jiang Zhuxiang adjusted the position of the disinfection machine, making sure it could be seen at the first time, but not blocking the way. This was a little difficult to do, and Jiang Zhuxiang worked on it for a long time. After finishing this, Jiang Zhuxiang also started to wander around the various booths. After all, he had never seen so many research results presented at the same time before. The researchers at each booth were also quite tolerant of Jiang Zhuxiang. For example, when Jiang Zhuxiang visited a medical booth, the researcher directly asked, "Do you want to try the efficacy of this medicine yourself? The medicines here are all newly developed and will be used on the human body in the future. Of course, mutant mice are used when testing the medicines, and ordinary people can see the effects through instruments." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I'd better not take it. This medicine should be very precious. It would be bad if it was wasted. When other people come to try it, call me to watch it together." Jiang Zhuxiang was still very curious, but it was better not to let her try it by herself. The researcher at the booth said, "Okay, give me the communication number, and I will pass the message to you when the time comes." Jiang Zhuxiang and him exchanged communication numbers to facilitate contact when the time comes. Jiang Zhuxiang continued to walk down, and Yin Lei called again, "Junior sister, help me check the equipment on site. I can't spare my hands now." Yin Lei was caught by the researcher at the robot booth to install the robot, so Jiang Zhuxiang had to do it. Jiang Zhuxiang was silently mad. "I have never done this kind of thing before. Why don't we switch? I think robots are also interesting, and I am definitely very strong." Yin Lei said, "You try it first. If it doesn't work, we can switch." Yin Lei said that he wanted to cultivate the abilities of his junior sister in all aspects. How could he not do it just because he didn't know how to do it? Jiang Zhuxiang was about to cry and took the instructions to debug the equipment. But some people were born without this talent. Jiang Zhuxiang silently crashed the equipment on the rostrum, and then looked at Yin Lei. "What should I do now?" Yin Lei, "Okay, let's switch. If you keep doing it, I'm afraid there won't be anything to use." Yin Lei accepted his fate after seeing the consequences. It seems that he shouldn't force it. He should go by himself. Jiang Zhuxiang readily exchanged jobs with Yin Lei and went to move the robot obediently. The researchers here learned their lesson. Xiaoxiang, don't turn on the switch by yourself. Just put it in the designated position. We will do the other startup and other things ourselves. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang had tried robots before, but since others said so, he couldn't insist. Amidst the bumps and bruises, the preparations for the main venue were finally completed. Yin Lei opened the door that was originally closed and began to wait for others to come. Today is a very relaxing time, so there is no set time to arrive at the venue, except for those who need to prepare. Everyone else goes out slowly, and during this free time, other people can also move together. Yin Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang are waiting for people at the door together. They also work as tour guides. When someone comes, they need to start working. Yin Lei said with some expectation, "I hope at least 2 people will come in the morning." Jiang Zhuxiang's expectations are not so high. The morning time is very short. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "It's good to have one. And it's normal if there is no one. Other places are open." Yin Lei remained silent. Fortunately, their introduction yesterday was pretty good. When they were about to have lunch, 2 people came to the door. They came together. Yin Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang discussed it, and Yin Lei went to receive them. "Do you want to see anything? If not, Let me lead the way for you. Yin Lei still hoped to lead the way by himself, so that he could be more targeted. However, they still had something they wanted to see. We want to go to the robot first. Your previous introduction was relatively simple. We want to take a detailed look. If possible, we can still cooperate. They themselves are also researching this aspect. And the research results of the Academy of Sciences are also quite good. If everyone cooperates, new ideas will definitely be generated. And a win-win situation is not impossible. Yin Lei nodded and said nothing more, leading the way directly in front, and introducing them to the booths along the way. Seeing that Yin Lei was busy, Jiang Zhuxiang closed the door of the disinfection machine that he had opened before, and looked at the inventory. It should still be possible to hold on until the end of today. Jiang Zhuxiang continued to sit there and waited, and at the same time began to think about what to eat at noon. After the introduction of the senior brother was over, they should be able to go to lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried because he didn't know how to do the test down there. The dean was sending out instructions one by one. The researchers who did not have their turn to exhibit at the academy today began to set up machines in the field under the protection of various task teams. These machines were monitoring machines used to detect the experimental results in the afternoon. At that time, they would use these data to illustrate the correctness of the academy's experiments. So they still attached great importance to accuracy. The dean repeatedly emphasized this point before they set off. And it was also for the credibility of the subsequent explanations. The researchers did not dare to relax, so they were also very careful when setting up. After they finished setting up, they still needed to stay on site for debugging. When the experiment started, they could not leave these facilities. At that time, any danger would need to be eliminated by the task team. Chapter 789, The First Cooperation. The researchers set up a communication group before setting off. And now they are discussing a problem in the group. Does anyone know what this experiment is? I don't know. The dean just told us to do a good job of testing. He will tell us when he can. I think it should be a new result that needs to be tested. It should be related to the restoration of the Earth. Do you have any information about the latest research projects? Maybe we can guess. I think everyone has been busy with the conference recently. No one has applied for a new research project. Unless it is a secret application. Forget it. Let's not guess, and just do our work well. In the absence of other information, it is better for them to do their work obediently. Maybe the dean will be willing to reveal some information at that time. On this side, the dean also prepared the things needed for the experiment. The most important thing is the energy absorber. This thing allows participants to directly provide their energy to that thing. At that time, just put the receiver around that thing. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang needs to adjust the position to maximize the absorption. Of course, this energy absorber has a limit. After absorbing a certain amount of energy, it will stop and will not go out of control. This can also reassure the participants. After all, if there is no limit, no one may be willing to participate in this matter. The dean also needs to inform the participants of this matter. If they are willing to participate, they can come and apply. The Academy of Sciences will give them a certain contribution value as compensation. This kind of experiment has always been voluntary. If they don't want to contribute, there are other options. They can propose it themselves at that time. While the dean was busy with the afternoon's work, Yin Lei had already taken the two people to the robot's booth. The two people went to communicate with the researchers at the booth. After all, they are more professional in this area. Yin Lei couldn't say anything, so he returned to Jiang Zhuxiang and the two began to discuss lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Will the bakery still deliver lunch today? If so, we don't need to bother too much. We can just eat it directly." Yin Lei said, "You can send a communication to ask the dean's wife. After all, she is more clear about this kind of thing." The dean's wife said, "You can go to our store's virtual website to place an order. I have sent this website to the participants this time. If you need lunch in the future, you can go there to place an order. In this way, the bakery will also be able to deliver it conveniently." This is the result of a discussion between the dean's wife and the people in the store. After all, not everyone is willing to eat food in the store all the time, especially when time is not tight. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the afternoon schedule and placed an order with Yin Lei. Fortunately, the set meal in the store had their favorite food. Otherwise, they would have to find food by themselves. The dean's wife and Alice provided refreshments in different places today. The main reason was that the venues were a bit scattered today. If they were provided in a centralized manner, the distance was still a bit too far. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the situation over there with the robots and said, I'll go to Alice's place first to see, and get some refreshments to fill my stomach first. Yin Lei looked at the time. There was nothing to do here for the time being. So he nodded and agreed. Go early and come back early. Don't forget me. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew and would definitely bring back the snacks to eat. Alice was between the main venue and the branch venue today. There were quite a lot of people here. So when she saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming over, she was powerless and had no time to chat with Jiang Zhuxiang. After selecting a few of Jiang Zhuxiang's favorite foods, she continued to be busy. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much. After all, this situation was not incomprehensible. Jiang Zhuxiang took the food back by herself. Yin Lei was also very relieved to see Jiang Zhuxiang so quickly. After the two of them shared the snacks, the booth had almost produced results. Yin Lei was summoned. The two people who came together said, we want to cooperate with them. But they said they can't sign the contract by themselves. Can you? They didn't know much about the situation here. If it were their own fragments, researchers could decide whether to sell or cooperate with their research results. Yin Lei said, they can decide whether to sign the contract by themselves. But they just need to stamp it. This stamp is no longer with me, but with the dean. You can get the contract by yourself first. And then we will go to the dean together. It's almost time for lunch. So let's go to the dean's place to eat together. When Jiang Zhuxiang ordered the meal, she wrote the address of the dean. After all, she would definitely follow the dean in the afternoon. Now it was simple. The researchers on the robot side began to draft the contract. They had never done this before. So Yin Lei was watching them to prevent them from selling themselves. Yin Lei had helped the dean with many contracts in this area before. So there was no problem in checking such things. The contract was made in triplicate. The two people from the other fragments received one copy and carefully checked it. Then signed their names. The researchers also signed their names one after another. And then they needed to find the dean. Yin Lei told the people at the remaining booths about their going out, and asked them to take the opportunity to go out and solve the lunch problem. The venue would be closed temporarily to prevent someone from coming in, and no one to entertain them. The people at other booths were indeed a little hungry. So they closed the doors that needed to be closed. After everyone left, Yin Lei sorted out the things in the venue. And then he and Jiang Zhuxiang closed the door and walked towards the dean's office. The dean really didn't expect that the researchers could sign a deal in the morning. So when Yin Lei brought people in, he was still a little confused. What do you want? Yin Lei said directly, they have signed the contract. I will bring them here to go through the last step of the procedure. And by the way, I will have lunch with you. After Yin Lei finished speaking, he let the people behind him out and let them speak. The dean was stunned for a while, and then asked them to send him the contract. After reading it at a glance, there was no big problem. So he directly used his electronic seal to stamp it and told them, keep it for yourself. I hope your cooperation will go smoothly. Chapter 790. Two parties compete. They all nodded, found a place to sit down, clicked on the link that the dean's wife had sent them before, ordered a meal for themselves, and waited for them to deliver it. The dean was a little speechless when he saw how self-conscious they were. He handed Jiang Zhuxiang aside and said, the experiment will start in the afternoon. Do you have any problems? The dean didn't want to prepare for it outside. And then, there would be problems at the source. Jiang Zhuxiang said, no problem. Where will I stay at that time? Won't they find out? Confidentiality is still very important. I don't know how the dean arranged it. The dean said, I will arrange to go to our large laboratory. There is a rest room there. You will stay in the rest room with the thing. You just need to watch it absorb energy. We will do the rest. However, just in case, you should cover it up a little. As for the method, you should know it yourself. After all, she is good at this kind of thing, and she doesn't need to remind her. Jiang Zhuxiang knew her mission when she heard the dean say that. At that time, she should prepare a concealment formation for the thing, and then set up the receivers. Jiang Zhuxiang, how do you give me the receiver? You have to hide it. Dean, I will send it to you after they start the energy absorber. Otherwise, it will be useless if the two are not matched well. If the receiving channel is not matched well, it will just waste energy. As for the hiding problem, they will arrange an instrument as a cover. Jiang Zhuxiang will need to hide it herself. Dean, there will be 2 batches of these receivers. One batch will be placed outside for others to see, and one batch will be placed with you. It is really useful. Of course, You also need to hide it well to avoid any other problems. The dean explained what needed to be explained, and then sent the notice he had prepared to Jiang Zhuxiang to see. If there were no problems, he could send it out directly. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the notice prepared by the dean seemed to be voluntary, and he was still a little worried. There is no problem with voluntary participation during the test phase, but if this thing is to be fully restored, voluntary participation alone is definitely not enough. At that time, it would be best if everyone can participate. At least everyone with superpowers needs to participate. After all, the energy demand is still quite large, and it would be bad if it was abandoned halfway. The dean said, "We will talk about this later. Only when we have data that can convince others can we let everyone participate. Just do the current things well, and you don't need to worry about the others." The dean also has plans for the future. If we can get accurate data tonight, we can discuss this matter tomorrow. After all, superpowers are not a small matter. Who will bear the rewards for everyone's efforts? How to survive after losing superpowers is also a problem. They always have to solve these problems before they can give their all. Jiang Zhuxiang also knows that this matter is a bit difficult. At worst, he can take out those skills that he doesn't need. Superpowers are just a kind of power for them, and they can also be regarded as their unearned abilities. They can replace them with other things. They can live without superpowers. However, Jiang Zhuxiang said that there was no problem with what the dean said, and other people's words could not be said casually. At this time, the dean's wife was about to come over, and the dean said, "Let's have lunch first, and we'll talk about it later. Is this notice okay?" Jiang Zhuxiang, "No problem. You've sent it." A minute later, all the participants saw the notice and discussed whether to participate. I don't know what the Academy of Sciences is doing, and I don't know if there are any safety issues with this experiment. The Academy of Sciences has had this kind of experiment before, and there is no problem with safety. Moreover, we only need to pay some energy this time, which will not cause any problems to the body. I have participated in the drug testing experiments of the Academy of Sciences before, and that required signing a waiver agreement. But there were no problems. The reward for that kind of experiment is very good. It's rare for you to come here, so it's not bad to try it. This person is an ordinary person from the Academy of Sciences, and is also a shill arranged by the dean. There are quite a lot of such shills in the crowd. Before the dean issued the notice, he asked the people from the Academy of Sciences to try to persuade others to participate. Therefore, with the efforts of such a group of people, the participants basically participated in this action. After submitting the application, there will be a reply message from the mission hall. With the message, you can get this small machine at the energy collector distribution point, and wait until the mission hall notifies you that the experiment has started and input energy into it. The people who got the energy collector were still very curious about this, and some people tried it themselves. But the machine that was not turned on would not absorb energy. After seeing this result, they were also very relieved. It seems that the Academy of Sciences is still well controlled. Several people in the dean's office also participated in this matter. They were a little surprised to see that Jiang Zhuxiang did not participate. Xiaoxiang, aren't you going to participate? Jiang Zhuxiang originally refused, but after seeing the dean's eyes, she also went to get this collector. The dean secretly told her, "If you want to avoid suspicion, you must be consistent with others." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Then if I don't show up in front of people at that time, there is no way to maintain this consistency?" The dean said, "I will help you cover up at that time. Just find an excuse. You don't have to worry." Even if Jiang Zhuxiang was worried, it would be useless. So he said directly, "Okay, then I won't ask." At this time, the dean's wife came over with food, and other people rushed over to find their own orders. And Jiang Zhuxiang also went over. The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, "Are you busy this afternoon? If not, come over and help me." Just as Jiang Zhuxiang was about to speak, the dean said, "I want her to help me with something in the afternoon." "Madam, you can find someone else." The dean looked at the dean's wife a little apologetically. Jiang Zhuxiang would not appear in front of people in the afternoon, so they would think that he had made other arrangements, and they would not have to guess at that time. The dean's wife and Yan Lei looked confused. "Do you have anything for Xiaoxiang to do in the afternoon? We also need people over there. If it's not a big deal, you can find someone else?" Chapter 791 Large Comprehensive Laboratory. "Dean, no. This can only be done by Jiang Zhuxiang. No one else can do it. If you are busy, I will find someone else for you. The dean could not leave Jiang Zhuxiang to the dean's wife and Yan Lei. After all, the focus of the afternoon's work was Jiang Zhuxiang. If she was not there, there would be no need for them to do this experiment. After hearing this, the dean's wife and Yan Lei did not insist. They also knew that the dean would never speak nonsense. If he said he had something to do, it was probably true. They could only say silently, "Okay. Now other people probably don't have much time. Please find a few more ordinary people to help us. There are probably not many ordinary people who are free now. And they may not be able to find it if they go to look for it themselves." The dean nodded to show that he understood. "I will let them go directly when the time comes. You will have to work harder. After all, they may not be able to help with some things. It is okay for ordinary people to use it to do some trivial things. But they still have to do the key things themselves." They are naturally clear about this, and nodded to show, "We will do it well." The dean's wife turned to look at Jiang Zhuxiang. "Xiaoxiang, you must also help your dean with work in the afternoon. I will make delicious food for you in the evening." The dean's wife is still very concerned about her own Xiaoxiang, and she doesn't know what her husband wants her to do. So she still has to comfort her well. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Then I'll wait for your delicious food." The afternoon's matter should not be serious. But it's not easy to say this directly to the dean's wife. So this is the only response. As for Yan Lei, he knows Jiang Zhuxiang better after all. And he only said, "If you are done, come to the main venue. I can't handle it alone. And I don't know if the disinfectant you prepared will be enough by then." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Well, I will do it as soon as possible." The progress of this experiment is not in his hands. So Jiang Zhuxiang can only answer like this. The dean looked at their reluctant look and was a little speechless. Okay. We have to start preparing here. And your time is almost up. Go and get busy." The dean's wife and Yan Lei then led the people away. The dean stood up and put the lunch boxes and other things in the recycling machine, clapped his hands and said, "Let's go too. I don't know how the large laboratory is preparing." The dean was so anxious before because he was thinking about this matter. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and followed. The dean had already started to contact the comprehensive laboratory along the way, wanting to know their preparations. The large comprehensive laboratory is now also a busy scene. When it was used here before, it was notified several days in advance. But this time, it was notified last night. To ensure that the entire laboratory can run smoothly, they are now busy like dogs. There was no extra talk while everyone was walking. And if there were any instructions, they were all very concise. Just to save time. Just at this time, the dean sent a communication. And the person in charge said helplessly, "What do you want now? Let's make it short. We really don't have time to talk to you." While talking, someone came to ask questions. It seems that they are really busy. The dean said, "Nothing. Just ask how you are preparing. Jiang Zhuxiang and I are coming over first. If you need any help, just tell me directly." Although they had not been exposed to this kind of things before, some things were also common. The person in charge was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Just come over and take a look. Just come over. Just don't mess up. It won't delay the experiment later. If it's just for this kind of thing, there's really no need to send a communication." The person in charge wanted to hang up. The dean saw the busy scene behind and said tactfully, "Then you guys are busy. We'll come over slowly." It's really rare for the dean to be so disliked. But he also knew that it was his fault. Jiang Zhuxiang remained silent until the dean hung up the communication before asking, "Don't we really need to use this laboratory this time? Do they really need to be so busy?" In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, their busyness is in vain. And the dean was not the kind of person who would waste other people's time like this. "Dean, although we don't need to use all the instruments there, we still need to use some of them. They are so busy because large laboratories are rarely opened. If some of them are not used together, they will be easily scrapped. So they are started together every time. And this is also convenient for cover." The dean had told them about this matter before, and they were willing to work so hard. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally heard the dean's implication, so he didn't say anything more, just followed him. The large laboratory is on the second to last floor of the shelter, occupying half of the space on that floor. When Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean arrived, they were still busy, but the speed was not so fast. It seemed that they were in the final stage. The person in charge was able to have a cup of tea. When he saw the dean coming in, he greeted him, "You are here." The dean said, well, how are the preparations going now? Although this question has been asked before, it is still necessary to ask it again now. After all, there was no answer before. The person in charge, it's already in the final stage. This is the little sister that Yanlei often talks about. Right? She still looks a little young. Do you really want to let her watch that thing alone later? The person in charge is also very familiar with Yanlei, so he naturally has to take care of Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, Yanlei likes Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude very much. Dean, she is fine. She has completed experiments alone at Yanlei's place before. She only needs to operate an instrument later. She only needs to watch other things. Don't waste energy on this. Pay attention to the detection outside. That is the top priority. The results of field observations will be fed back here. This is why the dean must use this laboratory. There are instruments here that can process a large amount of data. Jiang Zhuxiang also promised, don't worry. If I am too busy, I will definitely ask for help. Jiang Zhuxiang also has some impression of this person. He has seen him in the laboratory of the senior brother before. He is very grateful for his concern, even if he seems to distrust himself a little. Who made him have a childlike face? Chapter 792 Drawing the Receiving Array. The person in charge stopped talking when she said that. After all, although he didn't trust her, he didn't completely distrust her. If he said more, the kid would complain to Yanlei, and he would definitely be punished by Yanlei. Person in charge, write down my number. If you can't hold on, tell me. We still have a lot of people here, and there are people who can help you. If he hadn't estimated the dean, he really wanted to call someone to help right now. After Jiang Zhuxiang added the person in charge's number, he said, can I go see where I'm going to stay later? She still had to get familiar with the environment. After all, this was where she might be staying this afternoon. The person in charge had something to say to the dean, so he didn't take her there in person, but called someone to lead the way for her. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care what confidential matter they were going to do, and followed them to the so-called lounge. The person who led her was the second in command of the laboratory, a rare woman, and Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious. Have you been here before? Why haven't I seen you before? There are really too few female researchers in the Academy of Sciences. If I had known there was such a person earlier, I would definitely come to find her. The guide said, I was just an assistant to the person in charge here before. You also know that this place is not open often, so I don't show up often. I'm basically on duty here now. If you want to come to see me in the future, you can come directly. My name is Yu Qing, and this is my contact number. Yu Qing had heard of Jiang Zhuxiang for a long time, but he had never had the chance to make friends with him. However, it was not too late to get to know him now. After Jiang Zhuxiang wrote down the number, he nodded and said, okay, I will definitely come to see you when I have time. Please introduce this place to me first. This place does not look like a lounge now. There is not even a bed. Yu Qing, there was no bed here originally because we have never used it. Now these instruments have been started. You don't need to move them. They will run well by themselves. Your activity space is the empty space here. It is said that the receiver will be put in when the time comes. You can do whatever you are comfortable with. Yu Qing also knew the person in charge's thoughts. He treated Jiang Zhuxiang as a little sister. She didn't need to do much. Just sit comfortably. He even wanted to prepare snacks for her. But he stopped himself. If he really did that, the dean would definitely have opinions. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless, but he would definitely be the only one here at that time, and he would have the final say on what to do. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang stopped struggling and said directly, okay, no problem. Let's go out and see how they are preparing. Jiang Zhuxiang thought he should go outside first. He was definitely the one who was taken care of in here, and it felt a little awkward. The dean and the person in charge were still standing together, while others had begun to enter the large laboratory. There was a special waiting area for the volunteers, and the environment there was also good. When the dean saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the others coming out, he said, do you want to go and see the volunteers? If not, go to the lounge and get ready. It's almost time. The time scheduled before was 1:30, and now it's 15 minutes. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I'd better get ready first. The volunteers weren't anything good to see. Just the people before. Jiang Zhuxiang had never been curious about such things. Yu Qing was a little surprised that Jiang Zhuxiang was so well behaved. After all, she looked too young. It shouldn't take too long to prepare. Otherwise, We should go and have a look first. Jiang Zhuxiang said, no need. I know those people. There's nothing to see. The person in charge saw that Yu Qing was still trying to persuade him, and hurriedly stopped him. Let her do her work first. You go and see how the volunteers are preparing. You can have fun anytime, especially now that the dean is watching. Don't do stupid things again. Okay. It turns out that Yu Qing is quite good at reading people's eyes, but now it seems that he is still not experienced enough. Yu Qing naturally heard the meaning of the person in charge's words, raised his head and glanced at the dean quietly, and hurriedly said yes. Then he left in a hurry. The dean looked unhappy. He should leave quickly. The dean looked at Yu Qing's leading figure and looked at the person in charge. This person seems to be a little older than Xiao Xiang, and he is a little playful. The implication is that he should take good care of it. After all, this large laboratory is still very important to the Academy of Sciences. It is not okay for the person in charge to be so playful. The dean also knows that Yu Qing is usually in charge here, so he said this. Otherwise, he would never care more. The dean still doesn't say much about the management of the people below. The person in charge said, I will talk to her later. She is probably a little excited to see Jiang Zhuxiang today. He still knew Yu Qing's personality. He was a little jumpy to begin with, and even more so after finding Jiang Zhuxiang. It seemed that they would have to have a good talk later. Seeing that their conversation had come to an end, Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly said, I'll go in and prepare first. Then he went directly to the laboratory. Seeing this side of him, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised. Jiang Zhuxiang walked around the lounge, and then took the cushion out of his personal space. He would sit on the ground when the time came. After all, those instruments must record the changes later, and sitting on the ground would be more convenient. As for that thing, Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't plan to take it out so soon. After all, taking it out meant that he needed to replenish his energy. He couldn't hold on for long without practicing. However, it was not that he had nothing to do. The receivers that would be brought in later would definitely be placed according to a certain pattern. In order to achieve the best effect, Jiang Zhuxiang still planned to make a formation so that it would be easier to deploy. This formation only needed a structure, and did not require crystals to provide energy. It was quite convenient for Jiang Zhuxiang to make it himself. He just had to draw it on an empty formation disk. Jiang Zhuxiang had an empty formation disk in his personal space. Considering the number of receivers that would be needed later, Jiang Zhuxiang found the one with the largest area. Chapter 793 The future is uncertain. Jiang Zhuxiang put the empty array disk in front of him, and then took out the materials needed to draw the array disk from his control space. He went through the trajectory of the receiving array in his mind, dipped the pen full of cinnabar, and began to draw it smoothly. Jiang Zhuxiang breathed a sigh of relief after drawing the pattern on the empty array disk in one breath. Although there is no power on the array disk now, it will come alive immediately after the receiver is filled in. When the time comes, putting that thing in the middle will definitely complete the task smoothly. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the remaining materials, which can still be reused when the time comes. Now all we need to do is wait until all the volunteers are in place. The time points to 1:30, and the original noise outside suddenly quiets down. Jiang Zhuxiang knows that it is almost time to start, so he stands up silently and waits for people to come in. Yu Qing leads the volunteers to their corresponding positions and reports to the person in charge. Everyone is here. Do you need to turn on the energy collector? Once it is turned on, the experiment will officially begin. Yu Qing still needs to confirm it again. If someone doesn't want to, they can still withdraw. The person in charge said, You go ask the dean? The dean is now in contact with researchers in the field. When he heard Yu Qing asking, he said, If no one wants to withdraw, then turn it on. After turning it on, you can send the receiver to Xiaoxiang and let her be careful. Today's matter is very serious, and nothing can go wrong. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to have a second chance. Yu Qing nodded and went out, and conveyed the dean's opinion to the person in charge. The person in charge asked the volunteers present again through the communicator if anyone wants to quit. Now is the last chance? The volunteers said, No. We are ready. The volunteers who have persisted until now are all sincerely willing to participate in the experiment, whether for contribution points or for other rewards. After hearing this, the person in charge said, You go and open it for them, and then take down the receiver and send it to Jiang Zhuxiang. The collector and the receiver are now combined and need to be taken manually. Yu Qing nodded, pressed the corresponding button on an instrument, and then directed the assistants in the laboratory to take down the receivers one by one, and then put them in a container. Yu Qing took the container and knocked on Jiang Zuxiang's door. Jiang Zuxiang felt a sense of relief that finally came. After opening the door, he saw Yu Qing's serious expression. Okay. Why are you so nervous? Give me the things. We are not doing anything bad. You go out and help first. Yu Qing, be careful. I don't have anything to do for the time being. I will guard outside the door. If there is anything, tell me. Although his ability is a brain ability, and he has no advantage in energy supply, he can still come up with some ideas. Jiang Zuxiang nodded, took the container, closed the door, sat down on the futon, and filled the receivers that had begun to flash into the already drawn array one by one. After the last receiver was put in place, the entire array came alive, and only one array was missing. Jiang Zuxiang took out the thing. The center of the array was still empty. Jiang Zuxiang put the thing in the center. The thing seemed to come alive and began to move in the center, like a person eating. By now, Jiang Zuxiang had nothing to do. He had also taken a collector before, and now he began to input energy into it and fill it with his wood-type ability. He was less distressed about this. The person in charge walked to the dean and asked, "What's the situation outside?" The person in charge was also skeptical about what the dean said before, but he couldn't help asking about the situation. The dean, not so fast. They are still observing, and we will know the details after the data analysis is completed. How is Xuxiang? The dean is still a little worried about Jiang Zuxiang, but he never shows it in front of the younger generation. The person in charge also understands the dean's mentality. After all, he is his own child. The person in charge, Yu Qing, is watching. Don't worry. Although Yu Qing's personality is a bit unreliable, she is still quite reliable in doing things. Otherwise, I would not promote her so much. Dean, I hope this experiment will be successful. Otherwise, the dean didn't know what to say. Yu Qing naturally knew the importance of this matter. After all, it was a major event related to the future, and the dean was under great pressure. Now they were a little impressed that Jiang Zuxiang had kept it a secret before. That child's mind was definitely more stable than theirs. In fact, Jiang Zuxiang just didn't care much. After all, she had never experienced the life of the earth during the complete period, so she didn't have the desire to restore the earth. She just let it go. Now Jiang Zuxiang almost fell asleep in the buzzing sound of the instrument. Her receiver was already full. The person in charge came over to ask Yu Qing, "What's going on inside?" There was no movement at all, and he was still a little worried. "Yu Qing, it should be fine. At least I haven't been called." Yu Qing was still very attentive to the movement inside, except for some sounds at the beginning. There was no movement at all now, except for the sound of the instrument. She even thought that there was no one inside. The person in charge thought for a while. "You go to the volunteers to check. I'll stay here." Some volunteers have already completed the task, but Yu Qing really needs to go over and take back the collector. After all, this kind of thing cannot be revealed. Yu Qing had no objection to this, nodded and left. The person in charge had nothing to worry about here. Yu Qing took his assistants to collect the receivers one by one, and these things could be reused at that time. If this experiment was successful, everyone would definitely turn this work into daily work until the earth was completely restored. This was Yu Qing's own speculation, but he didn't want others to say it. Among the volunteers who left, there were also people who doubted the purpose of this experiment. Yu Qing didn't explain much, just said, "We will announce the follow-up results. Please wait patiently." At that time, other people would not know, but these participants would definitely know what this experiment was for. This is the usual practice of the Academy of Sciences. Chapter 794, The Field Observation Team Returns. For those important experiments, the Academy of Sciences never hides the participants. Even if they fail, they will be given a corresponding report with the reasons attached. The volunteers were relieved after getting the result. They would receive the contribution points or rewards with the corresponding information. They had nothing else to worry about. An assistant took them back to the waiting room where they had refreshments to replenish their lost energy. This was also arranged before. After the outside affairs were handled, the next thing was to deal with it behind closed doors. The person in charge said helplessly, "You go in and take a look. She is still motionless. Could she be asleep?" During the time he took over, he still couldn't hear any sound. He was about to go in. But considering the gender issue, the person in charge gave up the idea. Yu Qing didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to not come out yet. So he nodded and said, "Okay. Then I'll go in and take a look. You go to the dean first. He should have something to ask you. Now it's time to process the data. And it's unknown what the final result will be. So it's better for the person in charge to wait with the dean. When the researchers in the field come back, they will come over." The person in charge nodded and left. Yu Qing knocked on the door. But there was no response. The door was closed by himself before. So Yu Qing opened it himself. After Yu Qing entered the room, he saw a person sitting on the ground motionless. Yu Qing turned to the front and found that she was asleep, which made him laugh and cry. Yu Qing didn't want to wake her up. So he turned and went out. He told the dean about Jiang Zhuxiang's situation. The dean said, "Let her go. When she wakes up, let her come over. Don't let her catch a cold. There should be a temperature regulator in the lounge." The dean reminded Yu Qing to turn up the temperature. Yu Qing went back to the lounge to deal with it. Seeing that someone could sleep while sitting, Yu Qing didn't plan to change her position to avoid waking her up. Yu Qing went out again. In fact, Yu Qing's kindness was useless. Jiang Zhuxiang woke up when Yu Qing came in for the second time. He just thought about the things in front of him and didn't act rashly. It would be bad if he was exposed. After Yu Qing went out, Jiang Zhuxiang opened his eyes, raised his head, and moved his neck. He seemed a little uncomfortable. It seemed that he couldn't fall asleep while sitting in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little glad that he had not forgotten to draw the concealment array on the array plate before. Otherwise it would be hard to say. He carefully took the thing off the array plate and looked at it in his palm. It seemed to be rounder than before. It seemed that the energy was still useful. But he didn't know when the next large-scale replenishment would be. Jiang Zhuxiang tossed the round thing, put it back into the original box, and stuffed it back into his personal space. Jiang Zhuxiang also took down the receivers on the array plate one by one. This thing still had to be put together with the collector. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dare to damage it at all. Fortunately, the quality of the array plate was still good. Otherwise, if he took out another one at that time, he really wouldn't have so many materials. After everything was separated, Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and stretched his hands and feet, holding the receiver of the container, and planned to go out to find someone. He still couldn't handle this thing by himself. The dean and the person in charge were also a little surprised to see Jiang Zhuxiang come out. "Are you awake? Wasn't he still asleep before?" He woke up so quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I'm awake. How is the situation now? And who should I give this thing to?" Jiang Zhuxiang still knows the importance of things, and he will deal with things first. The person in charge gestured to Yu Qing. "Find someone to deal with these things. Pair those that should be matched, and scrap those that should be scrapped." Yu Qing reached out and took it. "Do you want to wait here or go with me to do this?" "I guess I can only stand here with these two." Jiang Zhuxiang directly chose, "I'll go with you, and come back when there is a result. The result may not come out until tomorrow." And Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't want to stand for so long. The data here is still very huge. Fortunately, it is processed by machines. If it depends on manpower, people may not be able to wait until their lifetime. Yu Qing took Jiang Zhuxiang away, and the dean and the person in charge continued to guard in front of the machine. Pairing the collector and the receiver is also a tedious task, but it is still quite interesting when there are more people. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Yu Qing's assistants chattering about gossip over there, and realized that the Academy of Sciences was not so dull and boring. What about the love story of the dean and the dean's wife? And the sexual orientation of senior brother Yan Lei? They really dared to say anything. Jiang Zhuxiang listened with great interest, while Yu Qing was a little helpless. What if the dean and the others thought that he had led Jiang Zhuxiang astray? But it was really difficult for him to speak up now. He could only say, "Hurry up. Don't you want to have dinner?" It was okay to let Jiang Zhuxiang hear less. Everyone was urged by Yu Qing, and their movements were indeed much faster. But their mouths did not stop. Yu Qing was a little amused. After finishing these things, the door of the large laboratory was knocked. Jiang Zhuxiang was about to stand up, but Yu Qing had already walked over. He looked at the people outside the door, confirmed their identities, and still asked them to wait outside. He would go to ask the dean for instructions. After hearing the news, the dean asked Yu Qing to let the people in. "There will be more people coming later. Just let them in directly. No need to ask for instructions." The dean also knew Yu Qing's concerns. But the people who came here today were all participants in this experiment, so there was no need to be on guard. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Yu Qing bringing the dusty people in, so he went up to help greet them. It seemed that even if it was safer in the wild, it was still very troublesome. After arranging them to sit down, he prepared tea for them, adding a little bit of Pei Yuan Dan to it. They were in urgent need of energy now. Yu Qing was quite satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's actions. He asked others to stand up and do other things, and he went to the storage room here to get the tea and snacks prepared before. They would definitely not go out again today. They didn't know when to have dinner, so they had to fill their stomachs first. After seeing them recover, Jiang Zhuxiang began to ask, "What's the situation outside? I don't know if they are tight-lipped. It would be good if I could get some news." Chapter 795 Data Results. The researchers who had just returned from the wild had not yet recovered. They took a while to respond to Jiang Zhuxiang's question. "It's good. It's much safer outside now. I think we can conduct experiments in the wild after a while." When they were outside, they only saw some mutant plants, and did not encounter any mutant animals. Jiang Zhuxiang was not actually concerned about these, but he knew that they should not reveal their previous mission. After all, the dean originally asked them to keep it confidential. It was good enough for them to say this. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. "That's great. When you go out on a mission, remember to call me. I haven't been out for a long time. Before, the dean had always asked me to help in the Academy of Sciences. It's been a long time since I've been in contact with things in the wild." The researchers were a little speechless about Jiang Zhuxiang's request. "Don't you always go out with Lei Zhen and the others? If we go out, we'll just move around nearby. You know our fighting power is not that good. Besides, Jiang Zhuxiang is no longer a member of the Academy of Sciences. They really don't dare to take her to play. What if her partner comes to make trouble? Jiang Zhuxiang, he will take over the family affairs later. I will be bored then. Don't worry. I will not let him cause trouble for you." Jiang Zhuxiang is still confident about Lei Zhen. As long as he does not leave for a long time, he should not mind. The researchers still dare not agree easily. "We don't believe it. Unless Lei Zhen agrees in person, we will definitely not take you." Although the Lei family has a cooperative relationship with the Academy of Sciences, it is still easy for Lei Zhen to deal with them. "Jiang Zhuxiang, I will let him come and talk to you in person." "That's fine." Unexpectedly, after finally convincing the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he was asking for trouble. However, this was what he had promised before. Jiang Zhuxiang could only handle it himself, and he certainly couldn't communicate with them. So Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and asked Yu Qing, "How are they doing? Can we leave?" Jiang Zhuxiang asked about the dean and the person in charge, and Yu Qing said, "I'll go and see. Do you want to go? It's really late now. If I delay any longer, I will definitely not be able to have a good dinner." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and followed. The dean thought of what his wife had said before, and looked at the situation here. Staying here would not speed up the process, and the person in charge was also a trustworthy person. So he said, "Then you go find your wife first, and we will come over later. Things here must be explained." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and left. The dean asked the person in charge, "Do you want to stay or let Yu Qing stay?" The dean was more inclined to let the person in charge stay, because he didn't have much contact with Yu Qing. The person in charge said, "I'll stay. You take Yu Qing to dinner, and ask her to bring some for me after dinner. Will you come over later in the evening?" The person in charge still trusts Yu Qing very much, and she was also cultivated by him, just like the relationship between the dean's wife and Jiang Zhuxiang. The dean, "No problem. I will come back later. I have to see the results as soon as possible." The dean is still quite concerned about this kind of thing, and Jiang Zhuxiang should come over by then. The person in charge nodded. "Then you guys hurry over. Don't keep me waiting too long." The dean walked around the laboratory again before leaving. Yu Qing had already left with Jiang Zhuxiang. As for the researchers who had just returned, they could just bring their meals with them. Jiang Zhuxiang took Yu Qing to the bakery of the dean's wife. By this time, the dean's wife should be back here, as expected by Jiang Zhuxiang. The dean's wife was sorting out the remaining materials for today with Alice and the others. She was very happy to see Jiang Zhuxiang coming. "Dean's wife, where did you go today? You didn't show up all afternoon." "Jiang Zhuxiang, I'm helping the dean. It's almost done now. Do you plan to cook here today?" If the dean's wife is sure, she can tell the dean. The dean's wife nodded, "Yes. We'll cook here. Let him come here to eat by himself. Who is this person? The dean's wife finally noticed Yu Qing and asked. Jiang Zhuxiang, this is a researcher I met this afternoon. We have to continue to work in the evening. So I brought her here to eat. I have to bring food to her leader later. You may need to prepare more today. After all, there are still those researchers waiting in that large laboratory. Maybe the dean will bring them food. The dean's wife nodded and said, Okay. Then I'll leave this to you. I'll go prepare dinner first. The cleaning work here was originally Alice and Xiaoyan's job. And I was just helping. Alice and Xiaoyan also said, No problem. We'll come to help you after we're done here. Although the food they cook may not be as good as the dean's wife, it's still edible. And they can help prepare takeout when the time comes. The dean's wife nodded and got up and left. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yu Qing couldn't stand aside and watch. So they started to help Alice and Xiaoyan and help pass things. When the dean came over, they had just finished here. And the dean asked, Where is your dean's wife? Jiang Zhuxiang said, In the kitchen. We are planning to go over to help. Except Yu Qing. Their cooking skills are still good. So Yu Qing was left here to wait with the dean. And the three of them went into the kitchen. The dean's wife saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the others coming in. So she planned to go out and take a look first. After all, she heard the dean's voice before. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others took over the dean's wife's work to let her feel at ease. When the dean's wife returned to the kitchen again, she said, There are more people who need to bring food today. You go and prepare those first. And we will eat after some are prepared. After all, they themselves have been hungry for a long time. And the dean's wife has never exploited Jiang Zhuxiang and the others so much. After half of the preparations were completed, the dean's wife drove Jiang Zhuxiang out of the kitchen. And the three of them prepared to eat dinner first. After Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends finished their dinner, they took the packed dinner and returned to the large laboratory. Some of the dean's wives and others were still preparing. And they came back first to allow some people to eat first. After all, some people had not returned yet. After the person in charge started eating, Yu Qing took over his position. And Jiang Zhuxiang also went to join in the fun. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still couldn't understand these instruments very well. There were only lines of data that kept changing on the display screen. Jiang Zhuxiang had a headache looking at it. And looked at Yu Qing with a little admiration. You are really amazing. Chapter 796 Prepare to report the results. Yu Qing touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head with a smile. It's not that I'm good. It's that this instrument is good. I just learned how to understand these data. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Yu Qing still knew some of Jiang Zhuxiang's great achievements. He knew that she had good results in many aspects, and her IQ was still very high. Especially in medicine. Although not Western medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head. No. I will feel a headache when I see these data. It's better for you to show me the results directly when the time comes. After all, no one needs to be an all-rounder. Living like this is a bit too tiring. Yu Qing nodded. Okay. I'll explain it to you when the results come out. Yu Qing himself has only learned one or two things. So he naturally won't ask Jiang Zhuxiang to be all-round. Some things are good enough as long as there are people around him who can do them. Jiang Zhuxiang is not someone who doesn't have anyone around her. I am very happy to help her do this kind of thing. Even if I am not there, there is still Yan Lei, Jiang Zhuxiang's senior brother. Jiang Zhuxiang will never lack such people to help her. The person in charge asked the dean while eating, When do you plan to tell everyone about this result? The person in charge can already see the corresponding results from the calculations he just saw, which is enough to convince others to participate in this experiment. At that time, the results will definitely be good for everyone. Unless those people don't want a stable life. When facing those people, they can take tough measures. Although the person in charge has been staying in the laboratory, he is also very ruthless when dealing with things. The dean held the tea prepared by the dean's wife and said nonchalantly, Let's see when the results come out. Anyway, everyone will know it by then. It's just a matter of time. At that time, the initiative will still be in their own hands. The person in charge saw that the dean had his own plans. So he didn't say anything more and concentrated on eating his dinner. The dean's wife's cooking skills were really good. The other researchers pretended not to hear the conversation of the bosses. After all, such things should be kept confidential. As subordinates, sometimes you need to have the ability to pretend to be deaf and dumb. The person in charge put the lunch box back into the recycling machine, prepared a cup of tea for himself, looked at the time, and asked the dean, When will the rest of the people come back? Did they have an accident? Although it is not very dangerous in the wild, accidents can still happen, such as man-made disasters. Dean, it's okay. At most an hour. I have located the people outside when they went out. And now I can see their conditions on the communicator, including distance and physical condition. An hour later, the last batch of field researchers returned. The field observation data was completed, and the data processing process began to speed up. Everyone was waiting quietly, except for the dean's wife, who came to deliver a meal in the middle. No outsiders came. In the early morning, all the data were processed. Yu Qing exported the processing results from the instrument, put them on the terminal, and set them to readable mode. As long as you have the corresponding permissions, you can download them. This is also the usual practice of the Academy of Sciences to deal with such things. The dean first checked and found that the results were similar to his prediction. He was relieved and decided to increase the protection of Jiang Zhuxiang. Maybe he should let her hide for a while. At least, she should be in an absolutely safe environment during this period. When things start in the future, they will no longer pay attention to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, if they move again at that time, it will harm everyone's interests. After weighing it in his mind, the dean set the corresponding permissions. All participants this time can see the results. As for publishing the results, it will take at least until tomorrow. Dean, okay. The results are out. If you want to see them, you can see them anywhere. If you have any questions, ask them tomorrow. Now go back and rest. It was too late at this time. Most people had already fallen asleep. Only Yu Qing had kept a clear mind. Jiang Zhuxiang rubbed his eyes. Then I'll go back to sleep first. I have been on edge recently, and my body is exhausted. My body can't stand it anymore. The dean nodded. He had to wait a little longer. He had to deal with the mess here in advance. Otherwise, he really couldn't leave. Fortunately, it was still quite safe in the Academy of Sciences. It was no problem for her to go back alone. After watching Jiang Zhuxiang leave, the dean said, "You should go back and rest quickly. Gather at the main venue again tomorrow morning. We will release the results. At that time, you will be needed to explain the results. Make sure they all believe the authenticity of the results. If others don't believe it, their work this time will be in vain." The person in charge nodded and looked at Yu Qing. She was good at this kind of thing. Yu Qing nodded. "I will work hard at that time. And the results this time are real. We can also let volunteers come forward at that time." The dean said nothing more and let everyone disperse. This large laboratory was closed again. It was unknown when it would be opened again. When Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the dean and his wife's home, Lei Jin was still awake. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang staggering in, he hurriedly went up to help him, and said with a bit of laughter and tears, "You are so sleepy. Why don't you come back earlier?" "Jiang Zhuxiang, why are you still waiting? Where's the dean's wife?" In this situation, the one waiting should be the dean's wife. Lei Jin is just a guest. "Lei Jin, I asked her to go to bed first. It's not good for women to stay up late all the time. And there may be something tomorrow. Xiaxiang, can you come back earlier in the future? You should love your own woman yourself." The dean will only order his own Xiaxiang around. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head. "No. Then you continue to wait. The dean should be back soon. I'm going to bed first. If there is something tomorrow, wake me up early." Jiang Zhuxiang felt that his biological clock might collapse. It would be bad if he couldn't wake up tomorrow. Lei Jin said with a bit of heartache, "Okay. Go to bed. Leave the rest to me." He sent Jiang Zhuxiang back to the bedroom and continued to wait for people outside. The dean came back soon and was a bit surprised to see Lei Jin waiting. Lei Jin went forward to explain the situation. The dean nodded and said, "Wake us up at 6 o'clock tomorrow. You ask Yan Lei to notify everyone to report at the main venue tomorrow. If there is something to announce, you can notify your family yourself." The dean was quite satisfied with Lei Jin's performance, so he didn't mind telling him a little bit of small things in advance. Chapter 797 Understanding is more important than persuasion. The dean would also see that Lei Jin has performed well recently, and that he is really a little exhausted now. So he told Lei Jin about this matter, and asked him to arrange it. Otherwise, he would rather hold on to these things last night, and go to rest. Lei Jin was a little moved to listen to the dean's arrangements, and then promised, "You can rest assured. I will definitely complete the task." Although this matter is simple, it contains the dean's trust. Lei Jin is still very happy. which means that there is a possibility of further breakthrough in the relationship between him and Xiao Xiang. The dean looked at Lei Jin in confusion and went into his room. This kid must have been injected with chicken blood. He should rest early. Lei Jin was indeed a little excited. After notifying everyone from the Lei family of tomorrow's venue in time, Lei Jin also sent the dean's arrangements to Yan Lei's communicator and set a special reminder to ensure that Yan Lei would be able to see it when he opened his eyes tomorrow morning. After turning off his communicator and checking that all the energy in the house was turned off, he returned to his room and set an alarm for himself before relaxing and resting. There were still important things to do tomorrow. The next morning, Lei Jin woke up at 5:30, woken up by the alarm. After his mind was clear, Lei Jin remembered his task for today. After taking the time to wash up, Lei Jin planned to go to Jiang Zhuxiang's room to wake up his Xu Xiang. In the past, his Xu Xiang could wake up automatically at this time. It seemed that his Xu Xiang was really tired last night. When Lei Jin went in, she was still sleeping soundly. Lei Jin looked at the time. It was not yet 6 o'clock. Lei Jin planned to wait a little longer and let his Xu Xiang sleep for a few more minutes. In the dim light, Lei Jin could see the dark circles under his Xu Xiang's eyes. Lei Jin stared at his Xu Xiang for a while, and then looked at the time. At 6 o'clock, he woke up his Xu Xiang on time. After making sure that she would not sleep again, he went to wake up the dean. The dean was not so troublesome. He got up directly, and woke up the dean's wife, and asked her to go out with him. Lei Jin returned to his Xu Xiang's room again. After making sure that she had woken up, he helped her prepare some things that might be used today. After Jiang Zhuxiang washed up, she saw her bulging backpack and said speechlessly, "How much stuff did you put in it? We will only stay in the main venue today, and these things may not be used." Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to put some water in it, and at most add one more piece of clothing. Lei Jin said pitifully, "You should take it with you. This is the first time I help you prepare something." Lei Jin had never been able to touch his Xu Xiang's affairs before, and now he can finally help. So he is naturally very excited. Jiang Zhuxiang carried the backpack outside a little speechlessly, and put it on the sand. He felt that he still didn't get enough sleep, so he planned to exercise to wake up. The dean's wife looked at the dean and Jiang Zhuxiang and asked with a little amusement, "Did you go to steal last night?" Jiang Zhuxiang rolled his eyes and left, leaving the dean to answer the dean's wife's questions. Lei Jin naturally followed Jiang Zhuxiang's actions. "Dean, don't joke. We have something to do this morning. Let's prepare some breakfast early. We are going to the main venue." The dean's wife was just teasing. When she heard the dean say this, she knew that their work yesterday should have come to an end. She hurried into the kitchen. Although she didn't know what they were busy with, she still had to take good care of them, especially her own Xiaoxiang. His spirits were not very good during this period. The dean's wife was still a little worried. The dean's wife silently decided to prepare a richer breakfast today. The dean stayed in the living room and sent a message to Yan Lei. "Did Lei Jin send you anything last night?" Although the dean had told Lei Jin to do it, he still had to confirm it. Yan Lei was a little surprised to receive a call from his dean early in the morning, so he reported the matter directly. "I received it. I just sent out all the notices. I'm going to go to the main venue now. Can you save me a breakfast for the dean's wife?" He started working early in the morning and definitely didn't have time to buy breakfast. So Yan Lei told the dean directly. The dean nodded and said, "You go. I'll let Xiao Xiang bring it to you when the time comes." The dean had nothing else to do except this matter, so he hung up the call and started to study the results he got last night. He only confirmed the results yesterday and hadn't looked at them carefully yet. When Jiang Zhuxiang came out of the exercise room, the dean arranged a task for him. "You should take breakfast with your senior brother later. Lei Jin, you go with her and help if there is anything you need at the venue. Some physical work may not be done by Xiaoxiang." Lei Jin nodded and agreed on behalf of Xiaoxiang, and went directly to the kitchen to help prepare the packing. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin took breakfast to the main venue. Yan Lei was a little surprised and said, "Why did you come so early?" "Jiang Zhuxiang, the dean asked me to come and help. Let's have breakfast first, and do it together later." Jiang Zhuxiang had done the work at the main venue before, and it would definitely be easy if there were 3 people working together later. Yan Lei also knew this, so he found a clean table and sat down. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin brought out breakfast, and everyone finished the meal, while Jiang Zhuxiang and his team were busy in Kashgar. Yu Qing and the person in charge also came over, just in time to try out the equipment they had prepared and rehearse in advance. Yu Qing was quite happy to see Jiang Zhuxiang. So he just gave Jiang Zhuxiang an explanation in advance. After listening to Yu Qing's wonderful explanation, the others were also quite relieved. If these insiders could be convinced, it would definitely be no problem to convince the outsiders today. Yu Qing did not comment on their evaluation, but just asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Do you understand? The most important thing about today's result is not persuasion, but communication. Understanding is more important than persuasion. As for other things, it is not my responsibility." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. "I understand. There will be no problem with other people at that time. The IQ of the people who came this time is definitely no problem. You just need to repeat it once at that time. Will the volunteers come to the scene this time?" Yu Qing nodded. "They will all come. At that time, they will have an hour to explain their experience, which will also be a reasonable evidence." Chapter 798 The Least Effort. The Greatest Reward. Yu Qing nodded. Jiang Zhuxiang was more familiar with the participants. If she said so, there would be no problem. Time passed little by little. The dean and his wife also appeared at the scene. They saw Yu Qing and others who had been there for a long time. The dean said, "Don't feel burdened. You just need to make a good report. We will solve other things. After all, they still have to make other explanations. These things will be more useful than a simple report. That is, the exchange of interests." Yu Qing nodded and continued to organize the materials in her hand. She still had to speak again when the time came, so it was better to prepare well. Jiang Zhuxiang saw the dean coming, so he began to step back and turned to ask Lei Zhen, "When will uncle and aunt come?" The entrance time is 9 o'clock, which also fully considers their breakfast time. Lei Zhen looked at the message on the communicator and said, "Soon." The message showed that they were already outside the door, but they didn't know whether they could come in, and they didn't know why they were so enthusiastic. "Lei Zhen, is it okay to enter now?" Jiang Zhuxiang, "Of course it's okay. They haven't arrived yet. Right?" Lei Zhen nodded, and he was a little speechless. Jiang Zhuxiang, "Let's go and pick them up. Don't wait outside." There was no place to rest outside except for Alice and her colleague's workbench, and the door to the venue was always open. Right? I don't know why they were waiting outside. In fact, the former Lei clan leader and his wife were just a little surprised by what Lei Zhen had done before, and wanted to come here in advance to ask Lei Zhen what was going on. Moreover, they had also participated in the volunteer experiment before, and they could vaguely guess that the Academy of Sciences probably had another big discovery. So they were so active. They were also very happy to see Lei Zhen and Jiang Zhuxiang come out together. The former Lei clan leader, "It seems that we are not too early. I thought your mother was exaggerating again." The former Lei clan leader patted Lei Zhen on the shoulder. He had been relaxed recently, and it was all thanks to his son. Lei Zhen had been exercising well before, and he didn't bother him at all. Lei Zhen was speechless. "You are the first one. Go in and sit down first." Lei Zhen arranged for his father's words. It was okay to come earlier. Jiang Zhuxiang, "Yes. The door is open for everyone to come in directly. Now there is a good position, and you can see more clearly. Follow me." Jiang Zhuxiang led the way in front. Today's events really need a good position to watch. The former Lei clan leader and his wife followed Jiang Zhuxiang's pace directly. They still trust Jiang Zhuxiang. As for their son, they don't pay much attention to him now. This will also be Jiang Zhuxiang's responsibility in the future. After Jiang Zhuxiang arranged them, he said, "Lei Zhen, you should wait here too. People should be coming one after another now. You don't have to work too hard. We can handle the next things. I just didn't want Lei Zhen to feel excluded before, so I arranged it this way. This is also the intention of the dean." Lei Zhen nodded and sat down. "Are you free tonight?" Jiang Zhuxiang, "Let's talk about it in the evening." After that, Jiang Zhuxiang left. The former Lei clan leader and his wife looked at their son. It seems that he has learned how to get along with their little Xiang. At 9 o'clock, everyone sat down. Yu Qing came on stage and began to explain the results mentioned before again. The latest research of the Academy of Sciences shows that the most refined convergence of the Earth is related to one of our research results. Sufficient energy can accelerate the recovery of the Earth. This is the data we obtained before. Let me explain it to you below. Yu Qing explained clearly how much energy can reduce the distance of the cracks on the Earth, and attached the original data and corresponding pictures. After the explanation, he gave the remaining time to the volunteers, who explained their previous experiences in an hour. The experiment they participated in was not dangerous. At most, they lost some energy, which they could recover by practicing again in the future. Moreover, the current environment does not require superpowers, so this little effort should not be a big deal for them. The people present also understood that this was an opportunity given by the Academy of Sciences to actively participate. Otherwise, they should have nothing to do with the future distribution of power. After the briefing, the Academy of Sciences sent a manual to everyone present, detailing what they needed to do. If they were interested, they could apply. If they were approved, someone would go and set up the corresponding equipment for them. They didn't need to invest in this aspect, and the Academy of Sciences would install it for free. The Academy of Sciences had no problem with this payment. The Academy of Sciences always adhered to the practice of willing to take the bait. So the time after that was free time for everyone to move around. The people who had participated in this experiment at the Academy of Sciences were waiting here. They could ask any questions they had. And then the main venue began to be noisy. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect things to go so smoothly, so he planned to go to Lei Jin to hide and have some free time. Unexpectedly, the former Lei clan leader and his wife also had questions to ask Jiang Zhuxiang, and Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't avoid them. The former Lei clan leader, if our family wants to participate in this experiment, when can we have someone come to install the equipment? They naturally hope that the earth will recover soon, so that it will be much easier for them to go out. Jiang Zhuxiang, you can talk to the dean first, and the dean will arrange it when the time comes. I really don't know about this kind of thing. The wife of the former Lei clan leader, when did the Academy of Sciences do this? It paid a lot, right? After all, such a big thing must require a lot of sacrifices. The Academy of Sciences did it quietly, and they still admired it a little bit. They were also willing to share the fruits with everyone. This was also selfless. The Academy of Sciences was indeed a clear stream in the end times. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless. It was really hard to say about this matter. Could it be said that the Academy of Sciences did not pay anything? He could only say, fortunately, it was not that difficult. It depends on everyone to come together. The energy here is still huge. Lei Jin, don't worry. Xiaxiang, as an ally, we will definitely support you with all our strength. If you need anything, just tell us directly. We are already a family, aren't we? Lei Jin had been with Jiang Zhuxiang for a long time before, but he still didn't notice this matter. It seems that the confidentiality is still very high. Chapter 799 Application Template. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, I know. There is no need to rush now. You should take a good look at the instructions first. There are corresponding requirements on it. You should also consult your clansmen at that time. You can't act alone. After all, they are all in charge of a family, so they can't be too dictatorial when making decisions. Lei Jin also received Jiang Zhuxiang's concerns, but as an ally, they will definitely support the Academy of Sciences, so they will not pay too much attention to these requirements. At most, they will give more compensation to the clansmen afterwards. Jiang Zhuxiang frowned when he saw Lei Jin's attitude, and was obviously not satisfied. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's frown, and could only admit defeat. Okay. I will read it carefully. If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask you. Although Lei Jin intended to fulfill his responsibilities as the clan leader, he still didn't want to give up the time to spend with his little Xiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little speechlessly, as long as you finish reading before lunch, I will have time. In the afternoon, I may not be free. In the afternoon, this kind of thing must have been almost settled. At that time, their Academy of Sciences will need to receive applications from major forces, and many people will be needed to review them. At that time, people from the Academy of Sciences will participate, and everyone will become very busy. Lei Jin looked at the time. There was at least an hour before lunch. It was just a description. He would definitely be able to finish reading it. Lei Jin nodded and said, no problem. After that, Lei Jin started to read it seriously. Jiang Zhuxiang waited for Lei Jin to ask. After reading it carefully, Lei Jin only asked one question. Is this thing definitely not harmful to the human body? Jiang Zhuxiang said, it is definitely not harmful to the human body. It can be said that it is still good for the human body to a certain extent. Moreover, we will monitor the physical condition of the participants at that time. If there is any problem at that time, we can stop it at any time. Jiang Zhuxiang had been responsible for the things this time, and there were no problems. so there would be no problem with this. After Lei Jin confirmed this, he had no other opinions. Then I will wait for the application to be called in the afternoon. Do you know how to write the application? Zhixiang? Lei Jin had never written such a thing before, and he really needed Jiang Zhixiang's help. Jiang Zhixiang said, wait for me to look for it first. I should have some templates here. I will send them to you later. Please wait a moment. After that, Jiang Zhixiang turned on his communicator and started looking. Lei Jin took advantage of Jiang Zhixiang's busy work to ask his parents for their opinions. Although his parents were planning to step down, he still needed to ask for their opinions, so that they would not feel that they were not needed. The former Lei clan leader and his wife were quite satisfied with Lei Jin's approach. The former Lei clan leader said, this project of the Academy of Sciences is not bad. I always think that the people in our Lei family have too much energy. It is not bad to use this method to consume some of it. In addition, your mother and I also participated in this experiment before, but we concealed our identities to participate. So you didn't see us on the stage before. Just do it boldly. Mrs. Lei also nodded, yes. Son, we will do this seriously even if we go out. You must apply for approval. Let Jiang Zhixiang check the application carefully. After Jiang Zhixiang found the template of the application, he sent it to Lei Jin and sent a copy to Yan Lei. He could send it to people who needed it. After all, people in other fragments might not know their writing style. After Lei Jin received the template, he began to interpret it seriously. After he understood it, he began to imitate it. Fortunately, the application was always the same. As long as the purpose and reason were clearly written, there was nothing else to worry about. Although Lei Jin was not very good at choosing words and making sentences, he had no problem ensuring that the sentences were smooth. After he finished writing, he sent it to Jiang Zhixiang for inspection. Jiang Zhixiang adjusted some of the words for Lei Jin and sent it back to him. Just send it to the senior brother when the time comes. He should be responsible for this matter. After Jiang Zhixiang reminded Lei Jin, the people in the venue had almost finished their discussion and gradually began to quiet down. Yan Lei then came to the stage and said, now I will send you a template for the application. You can send your application before 6 p.m. We will review it. So the afternoon time is semi-free time. You can choose to write the application at your residence or come to the venue to write it. If you come to the venue to write it, you can also ask the people present for advice. After Yan Lei finished his explanation, he said, now everyone can start to move freely. It was also time for lunch, and it was time for them to eat something to prepare for the afternoon. Jiang Zhixiang also left Lei Jin and returned to his senior brother to see if there was anything he needed to do. Yan Lei didn't plan to talk about work for the time being. Let's think about what we have for lunch first. I didn't have time to replenish my energy all morning, and now I'm almost starving. Yan Lei felt a little pain in his stomach, and the most urgent thing was to solve the lunch problem. Jiang Zhixiang reminded Yan Lei a little speechlessly, didn't the dean's wife prepare a link for you before? You can just place an order directly, and the snack counter outside should not have been taken away yet. If you can't wait, you can go over and eat something first. Jiang Zhixiang looked around and saw that the dean seemed to have gone out, probably to find something to eat. Yu Qing was still with the person in charge, so Jiang Zhixiang went to find her directly. Jiang Zhixiang, are you hungry? How about we order together? Yu Qing didn't know about this function before, so she nodded and said, then listen to Xiaoxiang. I'm not very familiar with this kind of thing. By the way, can we bring him along? Yu Qing pointed at the person in charge, who probably didn't know this either. Jiang Zhixiang wondered, I can't tell what he likes. If he doesn't like the food we order, won't it be wasted? The person in charge said, I am not picky about food. I will eat anything as long as it is not poisonous. The days of relying on nutritional supplements to survive are over. Now the requirements for food are not that high. When conditions permit, I may consider the taste. When there is no choice, I just need to fill my stomach. Chapter 800 The Dean Who Wants to Quit. While Jiang Zhixiang and his friends were discussing lunch, the others began to disperse in twos and threes. They needed to find a place to discuss how to write the application form, especially the other fragments. They couldn't understand the text of the application form template, so they needed to go back and ask the people they lived with before to help translate it and explain it. The people in their respective places also participated in today's meeting. After hearing their ideas, they were also willing to help. After all, they all learned at least one foreign language, so this kind of thing was quite easy for them. Moreover, they had been living and eating together for a while, and naturally they were willing to help with such small matters. However, they were still unsure whether they could get their fragments to cooperate in the experiment. After all, the psychics of their respective fragments were democratic people with open minds. They would probably need to think about it. They told their landlords about their troubles, and the temporary landlords comforted them. There will always be a way. And the Academy of Sciences should also provide corresponding support. So you don't have to worry too much. Most of the ordinary people here are also very free now. And the superpowers are mostly dependent on the family or base. So it is easier to control. The people in other fragments are stumbling to understand the application. As for asking them to write it themselves, they still have to go to the main venue to ask Jiang Zhuxiang and others. Although the temporary landlords can also explain it to them. They don't say much when they see that they are half-immortals. After all, this is their own choice. Now they just need to provide food. When Leijin and his friends returned to their room, they happened to meet with people from other families. They had a consistent opinion on this matter. The Academy of Sciences had originally occupied the righteousness of this matter. If they disagreed, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. The leader of the base looked lazy and didn't seem to care. Leijin decided to talk to his little Xiang about this matter when the time comes, so as to avoid any problems. Their performances were different. Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were waiting for lunch. The dean and his wife were talking outside. After asking Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends, Yin Lei went to the dean and his wife to solve lunch. In order to avoid trouble, the dean and his wife also chose to order food. The dean's wife was still a little worried while waiting. Do you think there will be many people applying in the afternoon? After all, this matter seems to require everyone's resources. It would be bad if no one participated at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang, don't worry too much. Even if they can't figure it out for a while, we will explain it later. We will definitely find enough energy. If it's really not enough, we can just find another way. The worst is that the Earth will recover a little slower. And it is an inevitable trend that things will eventually come together. Everyone is looking forward to a peaceful life now. In Jiang Zhuxiang's view, although people who have gone through the apocalypse may have lost some of their humanity and morality, they are still very united in their yearning for peace. The Academy of Sciences does not need to worry about the lack of participants in this action, as long as they can see the effect. Dean, that's right. After all, we are not the ones who are anxious about this matter. Our fragments are now as stable as a rock. Whether they are allies or enemies, we can communicate. Other fragments may be more active in this matter because their fragments are always moving. The dean's wife was just a little worried. After being persuaded by them in turn, she was temporarily relieved. Just when lunch was delivered, Jiang Zhuxiang greeted everyone. Let's have lunch first. There are still a lot of things to do in the afternoon. After lunch, Yin Lei began to take it seriously. After all, the application forms had to be sent to him, and he was definitely worried. This matter should have been handled by the dean. Yin Lei stared at the dean a little aggrieved. After the dean had eaten, he felt a little lazy. After feeling Yin Lei's gaze, he said speechlessly, I am exercising. Okay. Look, Leijin is younger than you, and has started to carry the burden. Do you still have the nerve to keep me busy? After seeing the leisure of the former Lei clan leader and his wife, the dean couldn't help but want to torment Yin Lei. Although he couldn't give up all at once, he could still be lazy. Yin Lei was choked by the dean, and could only stare at his communicator silently without saying a word. Leijin was the first to send an application. After Yin Lei sent a copy to the dean, he sent his own application back to Leijin after the approval. At that time, they could use this application to come to the Academy of Sciences to collect the corresponding number of energy collectors. At the beginning, Yin Lei was able to review these applications one by one. Later, when there were more and more applications, Yin Lei began to find helpers for himself. Jiang Zhuxiang and others did not escape. After someone entered the main venue, Jiang Zhuxiang and others also started to get busy. They had to deal with their questions and review the applications. It was really a bit too much for them. However, all the people who came this time were leaders, and there were only a limited number of applications. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone had submitted their applications, except for a few who were still considering. Everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Zhuxiang adjusted the back of his chair and planned to take a nap. After staring at the screen for an afternoon, Jiang Zhuxiang still needed to recover his eyes. Others began to move around the venue. They had been sitting there all afternoon and felt stiff. Lei Jin came in at this time and walked quietly to Jiang Zhuxiang. Xiao Xiang. Xiao Xiang. Are you asleep? If everyone was not in a more relaxed state, Lei Jin would not dare to come in directly. Jiang Zhuxiang opened his eyes. No. What's wrong? Lei Jin, I asked you before. Are you sure you are free tonight? Lei Jin just wanted to take his Xiao Xiang out for a walk. After all, staying indoors all day is not good for the body. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the dean. Whether he was free or not depended on them. Lei Jin also looked at the dean. The dean nodded and said, okay. It's just a matter of waiting tonight. Let your senior brother do it when the time comes. You can go out if you have something to do. Chapter 801 Adjustment of the Meeting Schedule. Seeing that the dean really didn't need him to watch over him, Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed to Lei Jin's invitation. After all, he really had nothing to do at night. But he didn't know what Lei Jin wanted to talk to him about. Lei Jin, nothing. I just want to stay with you for a while. When I return to the Lei family, I will probably have less time to spend with you. By then, I guess I will be busy dealing with the Lei family's affairs. And I don't know how long my own Xiuxiang will stay with me. After hearing this reason, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any other ideas, but said, then what should we do first? It's too stupid to just stay here. It's better to let yourself go home and rest. Lei Jin, let's go to dinner first. Xiuxiang, do you have any good recommendations? Lei Jin was still thinking about whether to bring his parents. After all, they haven't had dinner with him for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang said, no. I haven't gone out to eat for a long time. Except for the dean's wife. After all, when you are busy, you won't pay attention to such things. Lei Jin, then let's go and look for it together. I'll talk to my parents and see if they want to go together. After that, Lei Jin went to the former Lei clan leader and his wife. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and felt a little embarrassed to go to dinner with them alone. So he walked a few steps quickly and said, can I call the eldest brother too? After all, he certainly hasn't eaten yet. And he must be more familiar with the Academy of Sciences than I am. Lei Jin nodded in agreement. And the two of them went their separate ways. Yin Lei was still a little surprised when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's invitation. It seemed that his junior sister still didn't fully trust Lei Jin. Otherwise she wouldn't have come to him. So he nodded and agreed. Yin Lei, it's better to eat light at night. If we go together, we can discuss the arrangements for the meeting later. After this incident, I think it will be difficult for them to stay here for so long. After all, if no one is watching this experiment carefully, it will definitely be difficult to implement it. And then it will damage everyone's interests. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and realized that it made sense. After saying goodbye to the people around him, he left with Lei Jin. Yu Qing was a little surprised. Xiaoxiang and Yan Lei have a really good relationship. Will they be together in the future? Yu Qing didn't care much about the outside world. So he had this question. The person in charge quickly explained. They are senior and junior brothers and sisters. Jiang Zhuxiang's partner is Lei Jin from the Lei family. Don't talk nonsense in the future. If Lei Jin heard it, Yu Qing would definitely not get any benefits. Yu Qing was a little surprised. But he also knew the meaning of the person in charge's reminder. He stretched out his hand and gestured on his mouth, indicating that he would not talk nonsense in the future. He didn't expect that Xiaoxiang had found his own partner at such a young age. And he didn't know where his partner was now. It seems that after the earth is fully restored, he needs to go out for a walk. The person in charge saw Yu Qing's look and said nothing more. It seemed that he would have to teach her more about the interpersonal relationships in the Academy of Sciences in the future. Otherwise she would definitely get into trouble in the future. Lei Jin had also persuaded his parents to agree to go to dinner with him. After all, according to his father's patience, he might want to go out before the earth is fully restored. The time he spent with them was getting shorter and shorter. Lei Jin and his parents were not very surprised when they saw Jiang Zhuxiang bringing Yin Lei over. After greeting Yin Lei, they asked, do you have an idea now? If not, they should go out earlier. After all, it would take a long time to find a place. Yin Lei, how about eating something light tonight? After all, after a busy day, there is definitely no appetite. Lei Jin turned to look at his parents. He didn't mind eating something light, because he knew that his little Xiang would definitely love it. The former Lei clan leader and his wife were relieved and sad to see their son's performance. However, they didn't want to embarrass their son, so they nodded and agreed, saying, as long as you can eat enough. Yin Lei said, that's absolutely no problem. After that, he led the way. This is a porridge shop, which is usually open only in the morning and evening. There are not many people now. When they entered, the boss greeted them. Do you want to sit in the shed or go to the private room? There are not many staff here. And sometimes the boss needs to come and greet the guests in person. Yanlei looked at the Lei clan leader's family. Lei Jin looked at his parents. The former Lei clan leader and his wife did not have any special requirements. If it was just them, it would be okay to eat outside. But Yanlei and Jiang Zhuxiang might need a quiet place. So the former Lei clan leader's wife said, let's go inside. After all, it's quieter, and it will be convenient for you to talk when the time comes. Although many things about the Academy of Sciences are also known to the general public, there are still some things that need to be kept secret. After hearing their decision, the boss took them to a small private room, which was spacious enough for 5 people. Boss, you guys order your own dishes. There is an automatic menu on the table. Just send it to the kitchen after you order. If you need anything else, you can press the button here and someone will come to arrange it for you. After that, the boss left. After all, no one knows when someone will come in again. After Jiang Zhuxiang and the others found their seats and sat down, they took turns to check the electronic menu. After discussing and ordering 2 large pots of different kinds of porridge, they began to choose their favorite side dishes. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much about this matter, so he left it to Lei Jin's family to deal with. And he and Yanlei began to discuss the next things. Jiang Zhuxiang, it seems that the relaxation we arranged before has to be cancelled. It is better to arrange the meeting schedule more compactly, so that they can return to their own forces to make arrangements later. Some cooperation does not need to be discussed too carefully. First, do the current things well, and then discuss such details later. After all, the priorities of things still need to be sorted. Yanlei nodded. Then let's remove the previously arranged programs first, and then see if there are any problems with the time. If not, send the arrangement to the dean first and let him take a look. Chapter 802 Extra Busy. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, and the 2 of them buried their heads in the files on their communicators, deleting what should be deleted, and adjusting the time of the remaining agenda accordingly. The venue should also be adjusted accordingly. Too much dispersion is not conducive to improving efficiency. It seems that we should focus more on the main venue in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang took the lead in completing this part of the adjustment. After saving the file, he waited for Yanlei to process it. At that time, the 2 of them would check each other and send it to the dean. Lei Jin saw that they had to work so hard just to have a meal, and he was really helpless. So he poured a cup of tea for Jiang Zhuxiang and pushed it over. Xiaoxiang, take a break first. Don't worry. It's more important to eat first. While they were busy, they had already ordered the food. Now they just had to wait for the food to be served. However, they didn't know how fast the food would be served here. Lei Jin felt that he needed to find something to divert his little Xiang's attention. Jiang Zhuxiang took the teacup, held it in his hand, and didn't drink it. He was still waiting for the documents from Yanlei. Lei Jin was a little helpless and could only watch. When the former Lei clan leader and his wife saw this scene, they felt a little familiar. This way of getting along was very similar to when they were young. Sure enough, their son's taste came from themselves. Otherwise, they would definitely not spoil Jiang Zhuxiang so much. Originally, the former Lei clan leader and his wife would still feel a little jealous. But considering that they would leave soon, they still felt that they needed to be more generous. In the future, it would definitely be Jiang Zhuxiang who would live with their son. They actually needed to be nicer to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely be very hard in the future. The wife of the former Lei clan leader, Xiao Xiang. There is definitely no end to the work. You should take a break first. Besides, your senior brother is here. Xiao Xiang. You could be lazy. I was originally a workaholic, but later I was turned around by the former Lei clan leader. Work and life should also be coordinated with each other. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and started chatting with Lei Jin's family. Of course, most of them were about what would happen next. They still had a lot of things they didn't understand about this experiment. So they took the opportunity to ask Jiang Zhuxiang now to avoid problems in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite knowledgeable about this aspect and answered their doubts one by one. This matter should have been arranged for another briefing. Now, based on their questions, it was just right to organize an outline. The dean had given this matter to me before, and I just needed to write a manuscript. Jiang Zhuxiang answered their questions and wrote them down. Lei Jin was doing the same thing. But he was still writing down the solutions. After Yan Lei finished adjusting, he saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was also busy. While Jiang Zhuxiang was resting, Yan Lei quickly sent the files he had adjusted to Jiang Zhuxiang and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to send the corresponding files to him. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished according to Yan Lei's requirements, the two began to compare the differences between them and discuss why they had to make such adjustments. Occasionally, Lei Jin and others would interrupt. After they finished discussing, they made adjustments again. This time, only Jiang Zhuxiang did it. After the adjustment, it could be said directly to the dean. At this time, the boss and his staff started to serve the dishes. But the porridge still needed some time. They were freshly cooked, so it would definitely take some time to get it cooked. Lei Jin said, "Is there any snack that works faster? Give us some first." Lei Jin was a little worried that Jiang Zhuxiang would be hungry, so he decided to add something else. Besides, porridge is not enough to fill you up. The store manager had encountered many such situations before, so he directly handed over the menu in his hand. After Lei Jin added 2 snacks, he asked the store manager to leave and urged, "Hurry up." Store manager, "Okay. I will definitely do it as soon as possible." Jiang Zhuxiang sent the adjusted file to the dean. As for the reply, he could wait until he got home to ask. After waiting for another half an hour, their porridge finally came up, and they started to eat this dinner, which was still a little late. After dinner, Lei Jin was still a little reluctant to leave, so he asked, "Is there any fun place nearby? It's still a little early to go back now?" Jiang Zhuxiang, "I want to go back. If you still want to go out and play, you can go by yourself. It's still quite safe here. After all, I don't know when the dean will find me, so I'd better not hang around outside." Yan Lei also had this opinion. Lei Jin thought so mainly because he wanted to play more with his little Xiang. Now seeing Jiang Zhuxiang said so, he also changed his words directly. "Then let's go back. I'll send my parents back first." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said goodbye to the former Lei clan leader and his wife. The former Lei clan leader and his wife were a little reluctant to let Jiang Zhuxiang go, saying, "Go out and play with Lei Jin more in the future." After parting ways, Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei returned to the dean's house. They seemed to have just returned, and it seemed that they had been out before. They were much more clingy than the former Lei clan leader and his wife. So, Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Dean, have you read the documents I sent you before? If not, you should read them as soon as possible. After you read them, we can send them to others. If you arrange it early, it will also be convenient for others to prepare for tomorrow's itinerary." The dean had just returned, and he couldn't read documents on the road. If he did, the dean's wife would definitely dislike him. So he said, "I'll read it as soon as possible and reply to you before 8 o'clock. You still have to be careful when reading documents. After all, if there are any mistakes or omissions, it will definitely have a big impact." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and started chatting with the dean's wife. "Where did you go today?" Dean's wife, "I didn't go anywhere. I just found a newly opened restaurant. Now there are more and more ordinary people in the Academy of Sciences. It seems that we need to hurry up to build the buildings outside the gate." Xiaoxiang, "If you have time later, please help me look after it. Population growth is a good thing, but infrastructure construction must keep up." The dean's wife has been following the dean recently, so she really has no time to keep an eye on this aspect. Jiang Zhuxiang, on the other hand, has more free time. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed, "Okay. I'll go over more often when the time comes. But I need to book a few rooms first, so that our people can have a place to stay when they come over." Chapter 803, Briefing. The dean's wife was a little curious. "Who are your people?" The dean's wife knew Jiang Zhuxiang quite well. Could it be a good friend she had recently made? Jiang Zhuxiang said that the dean's wife was overthinking and said directly, "It's the Tao Thai. They have formed a task team now. When the time comes, they will inevitably have to hand in the task in the task hall here. At that time, they will need a place to live. It will be more convenient for them to live outside. They are fully capable of protecting themselves, and their identities are not easily exposed." The dean's wife, "No problem. When the house is built, you can bring them here to choose. They may not like what I leave for them. At that time, I will decorate the houses according to my ideas." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, "Yes. Okay. It seems that I need to pay more attention to it. After all, the Taotai are sometimes very picky, Speaking of which, Jiang Zhuxiang has not contacted them for a while. And I don't know how their junior figures have completed. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to contact them tomorrow morning. Now, they must not have returned home, and they may not answer even if they are sent a communication. After reading it, the dean said, "No problem. You can send this down, and then we can start the project as soon as possible." After all, time waits for no one. In the dean's opinion, this project can actually be completed first, and then the cooperation can be discussed. At that time, the advantage of the Academy of Sciences will be more obvious. But if we do this, the people in other fragments will definitely not be willing. After all, negotiations can only be carried out when the strength is equal. If the difference is too big, it is not cooperation. The dean told Yan Lei, some cooperation can be discussed first, and the signing of contracts can be discussed later. Everything should be done in a timely manner. The dean has always entrusted Yan Lei with matters of cooperation, and the dean will occasionally give instructions. Yan Lei nodded, "No problem. There are still many people cooperating with us now, and we are not afraid that they will not be willing to sign when the time comes. After all, when the Earth is fully restored, the advantages of the Academy of Sciences will be more obvious, and they will definitely not suffer any losses." As for Jiang Zhuxiang, the dean asked, "Prepare well for tomorrow's briefing so that they can understand it." The dean is still very concerned about this experiment, so Jiang Zhuxiang's task is not easy. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Lei Zhen and others asked me some questions before, and I will make an outline for you to see. If there are no questions, I will start writing the manuscript. However, I think it is better to listen to their questions on the spot, and I can better solve their problems. I am also the most familiar with the relevant information of this experiment, so you don't have to worry that I will not be able to answer it at that time. This experiment actually does not have any technical content, so it can allow all superpowers to participate." In Jiang Zhuxiang's view, his preparation is enough. The dean also thought so. He didn't mean to force Jiang Zhuxiang to listen to him. At this time, the dean said, "Then you can decide for yourself. You can go to rest now and get enough energy." The dean looked at Lei Zhen. "Don't ask her out again during this period. She needs enough rest." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't notice when Lei Zhen came back. Lei Zhen nodded and said, "I will pay attention." Lei Zhen could also feel that his little Xiang was weak during this period. It seems that it would be better for him to accommodate Xiao Xiang's schedule in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little sympathetic to Lei Zhen, but it was not easy for him to say much at this time. After the dean said this, he didn't say anything more, and went back to his room with his wife. Yan Lei and Lei Zhen said goodbye and left, leaving Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen in the living room. Jiang Zhuxiang still needed to sort out his thoughts, so Lei Zhen found a paper book to read and accompanied Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't stay for long. After half an hour, he was almost ready and asked Lei Zhen to go back and rest. "I don't have anything to do here." Lei Zhen put down the things in his hands, and the two went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang got up early for a rare time. While they were still asleep, Jiang Zhuxiang went to the exercise room first and rehearsed there. After breakfast, the dean and his team went directly to the venue. Yan Lei had already finished tidying up and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to go up and try the sound effects. At that time, they still needed to pay attention to the volume of the whole venue. When Jiang Zhuxiang was auditioning in front, Lei Zhen also came early with his parents and stood at the back to help. After Jiang Zhuxiang put down the microphone, he saw Lei Zhen's family standing at the back of the venue, as if they were punished. So he walked over a little helplessly. "What are you doing?" "Lei Zhen, we are listening to the sound. Is it your turn to host today?" They received the news schedule last night. They knew that today was a briefing, and saw the name on it. They were still a little worried. So Lei Zhen brought his parents here so early, and also to cheer up his little Xiang. Jiang Zhuxiang asked with a smile, "Did you hear anything?" "Lei Zhen, Xiao Xiang, your voice is so nice." Lei Zhen didn't say any extra descriptions. He just felt that he wanted to keep listening until he was old. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. When did Lei Zhen start talking about love? Although it was still a very low-level mode, it was also very surprising. Jiang Zhuxiang, "Okay. The audition is over. You can find a seat by yourself. Listen carefully today. Don't just listen to my voice. Pay attention to the content. After all, it would be too funny if you didn't even hear what was explained at the briefing." Lei Zhen nodded. "I will definitely take good notes today." But can I record it? At ordinary meetings, participants are not allowed to record. After all, some content needs to be kept confidential. But Lei Jin really wants to keep some of Jiang Zhuxiang's voice. So he mentioned this to her. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "You decide for yourself. The audio will be released after this briefing, and it will be convenient for you to listen to it at any time in the future. After all, some problems will definitely appear during the implementation process, and it will be convenient for you to check it at that time. So, if Lei Jin wants to record it himself, there is no problem. After all, it will be made public anyway." Lei Jin nodded, and began to fiddle with his communicator a little excitedly, clicking on the menus one by one to ensure that the recording will go smoothly later. Chapter 804, Relay of the Briefing. As the number of people in the venue gradually increased, Jiang Zhuxiang left Lei Jin to go to the lounge to prepare. Look at the outline he had prepared before, and prepare a bottle of water for himself. He would definitely not have time to pour himself water later. After all, it was really uncertain how long the lecture would take. While Jiang Zhuxiang was preparing, Yin Lei was also tidying up the scene for Jiang Zhuxiang and preparing small notes for the participants. When they had any questions, they could write them on the small notes and put them on the collector next to them, so that Jiang Zhuxiang could see them. The participants still cherished the opportunity to write with a pen. After all, paper and pen were still very precious now, and most people were reluctant to use them. Only later would the Academy of Sciences, as a producer, had the opportunity to use them casually. At 9 o'clock, Jiang Zhuxiang took his water and walked to the prepared seat in the venue. Jiang Zhuxiang could not sit down today. After all, so many people were watching. Jiang Zhuxiang cleared his throat, tried the microphone, and said, "Today's briefing starts now. Everyone has already submitted their applications, and I believe they already know what this experiment is for. I will not say more here. The purpose of today's briefing is mainly to answer your questions. If you have any questions, I will answer them for you from now on. Please wait patiently." After speaking, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a piece of paper from the collection tube next to his seat. Jiang Zhuxiang, some people asked if the Academy of Sciences really provided us with energy collectors for free. My answer is yes. But it is not free. Everyone will have to pay the corresponding energy. Maybe you will feel it is not worth it. However, for the sake of our common earth, please urge your people to persevere. Jiang Zhuxiang, some people asked, will this experiment be harmful to our bodies? If there is any problem with your body, can you withdraw? My answer is, this experiment is absolutely not harmful to the body. If you have any physical problems during the experiment, you can stop temporarily and go to the Academy of Sciences for examination. If there is really a problem, the Academy of Sciences will be responsible for the treatment. You must believe in the researchers of the Academy of Sciences in this regard, and the strength of the Academy of Sciences medical team. At that time, I will also participate in this matter. Jiang Zhuxiang, some people asked, how long will this experiment last? My answer is, until the Earth is fully restored. So in order to see the complete Earth as soon as possible, everyone must work hard. I will also participate in this experiment and encourage everyone. After answering 3 questions in a row, Jiang Zhuxiang stopped to drink water, and then continued to answer the corresponding questions. Some of the questions were nonsensical, and some were right on the point. However, everyone was also for the better implementation of this experiment. So Jiang Zhuxiang was still willing to answer these questions. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how many questions he had answered, and his voice was a little hoarse. After hearing it from behind, the dean's wife signaled Yin Lei to go up and replace Jiang Zhuxiang to rest. She didn't think that Jiang Zhuxiang had to hold up this briefing alone. Many of the questions here were very simple, and Yin Lei could solve them. Yin Lei felt a little distressed when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's hoarse voice. So he hurriedly went up to replace Jiang Zhuxiang. He had this idea before, but the dean had not spoken, so he did not dare to mention it. After Jiang Zhuxiang was replaced by Yin Lei, he silently felt a little sore in his throat and hurriedly prepared medicine for himself. If he did not change, he would definitely be mute tomorrow. The dean's wife saw Jiang Zhuxiang's performance and pinched the dean fiercely. Her own Xiaoxiang probably never said so many words before. What if he hurt his throat? The dean was also a little speechless. You don't have to be so anxious. You are the leader at the venue. You can take the time to rest. You are too honest. It was indeed the first time to do this kind of thing, and I had no experience. If I were an old hand, I would have no problem doing it for 2 consecutive days. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to talk now, so she could only nod. The dean felt that this was also his fault. He should have given her some training yesterday. He just didn't know if Yan Lei could hold on for the second half. Speaking of which, it was the first time for Yan Lei to participate in this kind of thing. Fortunately, Yan Lei was still quite reliable and had a good grasp of the rhythm. This time, the briefing was also perfectly carried out to the end. Even if some problems were solved by off-site assistance, the participants were still very satisfied with today's briefing. After the end, everyone expressed their gratitude to Jiang Zhuxiang and others. Jiang Zhuxiang could only nod in response. They also knew Jiang Zhuxiang's situation and told Jiang Zhuxiang to have a good rest. After everyone else left, Lei Jin came up with his parents and said with some concern, "Are you okay?" Jiang Zhuxiang would still answer Lei Jin, "It's okay. Just eat light food and talk less these 2 days." Jiang Zhuxiang was quite clear about her physical condition, so she said that. Lei Jin listened to his little Xiang's low and hoarse voice and quickly asked her to stop talking. "Is there anything I can do?" Jiang Zhuxiang saw Lei Jin's look of worrying if he didn't say anything, so he could only think, "You ask your team of superpowers to help me find a mint plant in the wild. This plant is good for the throat. I will send you the picture later, as well as some other useful mutant plants." Of course, these words were written, but Jiang Zhuxiang did not speak. Lei Jin urged Jiang Zhuxiang to send the pictures to him, obviously wanting them to find them immediately. Jiang Zhuxiang used drawing tools to complete the drawing of these medicinal pictures. After all, some pictures of medicinal herbs cannot be found on the virtual internet, so Jiang Zhuxiang did not expect Lei Jin and his team to really find them. After Lei Jin received it, he immediately forwarded it to Lei Kong, asking them to hurry up and find these plants, as they would be of great use to him. Lei Kong had rarely been free recently, and received this kind of task again. However, they had seen Jiang Zhuxiang's condition in the venue before, and they were a little worried, so they called people out. The dean's wife went to prepare honey water with Jiang Zhuxiang, which is also a good thing for the maintenance of the throat. Jiang Zhuxiang typed a line of words on the communicator a little helplessly. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat first. Let's talk about these drinks after dinner." Chapter 805 Chives in the restaurant. The dean and his friends saw what Jiang Zhuxiang wrote on the communicator and reacted. They quickly said to Yan Lei, "You two go eat first. I'll take care of the rest. You did a good job today. You can rest afterwards." The dean didn't expect that Jiang Zhuxiang, who was dealing with this kind of thing for the first time, could perform so well. Although she didn't persist due to physical reasons, her previous outstanding performance could not be erased. This made the dean feel a little sorry. It would be great if Jiang Zhuxiang could stay in the Academy of Sciences. However, this kind of thing is just a thought. After all, the relationship between Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin has been determined for a long time. It's not easy for him to break up the couple. He can only hope that she can come back more often in the future. Yan Lei was indeed a little hungry at this time. Hearing what the dean said, he didn't think too much and took Jiang Zhuxiang out directly to find a place to eat. Lei Jin saw this situation and hurriedly said goodbye to his parents. He wanted to catch up. It was not good for Yan Lei to take care of his little Xiang all the time. The former Lei clan leader and his wife also saw the previous performance. They were also very satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang as a daughter-in-law. Naturally, they expected their son and her to have a harmonious relationship. They nodded and agreed. They were also very familiar with the dean and his wife, and they didn't worry about being ignored if they stayed. Lei Jin followed Jiang Zhuxiang and the others and asked Yan Lei, "Where are you going to eat?" Xiuxiang is not in a good condition to eat those greasy things now. Otherwise, should we go to the porridge shop we went to last time? Yan Lei didn't have any idea about this matter, but turned around to ask Jiang Zhuxiang for his opinion. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No. Who drinks porridge every day? Change 1. Of course, it was written on the communicator for them to see. Although the porridge shop tasted good before, Jiang Zhuxiang still cared about not being full after drinking porridge. He almost didn't fall asleep last night because he was hungry. Lei Jin naturally cared about Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts, and quickly said, "Then let's change 1. But we still have to focus on light food." Yan Lei looked at Lei Jin speechlessly and said, "Then let's go to the vegetarian restaurant." "Xiaoxiang, you have been to that restaurant before, but I have to let Lei Jin down a bit. After all, there are only vegetarian dishes there. It is said that the Lei family loves meat, so they are definitely not used to eating vegetarian food. Lei Zhen quickly said, I am not wronged at all. I can eat vegetarian food too. The Lei family loves to eat meat mainly because meat has more energy. So it is not impossible for them to eat vegetarian food. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with his choice. So he followed Yin Lei all the way. Yin Lei was still comforting Jiang Zhuxiang on the way, leave the next thing to me. Anyway, they should not stay for long. And when the other fragments leave, you can really rest. Yin Lei felt a little sorry for his little sister. He seemed to have gone too far during this period. As a girl, it was normal for the little sister to have fun. Jiang Zhuxiang felt pain even when swallowing saliva. So he was not willing to talk much. He just listened to Yin Lei's words. After all, although he was nice now, he would definitely come to him in the future. Lei Zhen said directly, if there is anything I want to come to you for during this period, just tell me, and I will help you. As long as he can help. Lei Zhen doesn't mind taking over. In the past, he was concerned about the views of the Academy of Sciences. Now it seems that he still has to protect his own Xiaoxiang himself. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless. They were too exaggerated. The dean and others didn't say much. Besides, they would definitely not keep him busy if he was like this. He could only push Yin Lei to walk faster and stop talking nonsense. After Yin Lei felt Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude, he could only give up temporarily and take people to eat first. The name of the vegetarian restaurant is the Vegetarian Restaurant. The owner is a Wood-type supernatural person from the Mu family. This person left the Mu family because he couldn't stand the Mu family's practices. After leaving, he was unwilling to receive any special treatment as a Wood-type supernatural person. Instead, he wanted to support himself. The Academy of Sciences respects the choices of people who come to the Academy of Sciences, and does not require him to pay anything in exchange for freedom. He just took care of him a little when he applied to open a store. He was busy with other things. Therefore, this person's favorability towards the Academy of Sciences is still quite high. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang and others coming, he personally came out to greet them and said that he would cook by himself. The chef of the store was right beside him. Hearing what he said, he immediately said, this little girl has a sore throat. Boss, please stop messing around. You should prepare some high-quality vegetables for this little girl. Most of the vegetables in the store come from farms. Manager Mu will prepare them by himself when they are needed occasionally. So the chef said so. As for Manager Mu's cooking skills, the staff in the store are all aware of it. It is absolutely shameful. Manager Mu had not noticed Jiang Zhuxiang's condition before. But now that he saw it, he no longer said that he would cook. He still had some self-knowledge. Jiang Zhuxiang was a good girl, and he was reluctant to torment her. Manager Mu, find a place to sit by yourselves. I don't have any private rooms here. If you want to be quiet, just go to the corner. He followed the chef and obviously intended to help Jiang Zhuxiang prepare food in person. People who come to eat vegetarian food are all good-natured. So Manager Mu did not set up those private rooms. The seats were mostly separated by plants. And these plants are basically what can be eaten in the store. This is also a major feature here. Occasionally, when everyone eats well, they will bring some lettuce back from the store. It is also very convenient to cook by themselves. Yin Lei and Lei Zhen saw Jiang Zhuxiang looking at the layout. But they did not urge her to find a seat, but just waited silently. After Jiang Zhuxiang looked around, he didn't go out of his way to find a quiet place. He couldn't talk today, so he just listened to what others said. After Jiang Zhuxiang turned around, he found a table with rattan chairs and sat down. The materials of the tables and chairs here were all made of plants. Yin Lei and Lei Zhen sat down opposite Jiang Zhuxiang. Although the atmosphere here was quiet, it was not depressing. It was nice to come and sit when you have time. Jiang Zhuxiang stared at the pot of chives in the middle of the table for a long time. This store manager Mu was really an interesting person. The pot of chives was also quite interesting. He wanted to take it back. Chapter 806. Stay away from troubles. After Manager Mu prepared all the vegetables in the kitchen, he came to the front again. Vegetarian restaurants usually don't let people order dishes. So Jiang Zhuxiang and the others didn't see the menu. So Manager Mu didn't have anything to do afterwards. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang staring at the pot of chives for a long time, he directly said, if you like it, you can take it back. This kind of chives is just growing naturally there. If you take this pot away, there will naturally be other supplements. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite happy to hear what Manager Mu said. After all, there are very few plants that grow naturally like this. It seems that Manager Mu is not the kind of person who likes overcatalysis. Jiang Zhuxiang said, then I will take it back later. And send you some other seeds later. And you can also watch it planted in the store. Jiang Zhuxiang would not take Manager Mu's things for nothing, but just intended to exchange them. Manager Mu naturally heard Jiang Zhuxiang's hoarse voice, and said directly, well, okay, don't talk for now. It's just a pot of chives. Manager Mu is not a stingy person. If she sends something, he will accept it. If not, it doesn't matter. Manager Mu can also see that if he stays here, they probably won't have a good meal. So he slowly left here and went to chat with other guests in the store. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to other guests in the store talking and laughing with him. And some made fun of him for trying to please a little girl. He also argued slowly, and seemed to be much easier to talk to than other Mu family members. After a while, their food came up. Considering Jiang Zhuxiang's throat problem, the dishes served were all easy to swallow. And Jiang Zhuxiang ate happily. Yin Lei and Lei Zhen had no objections. After eating, they rushed to pay the bill and helped her move the pot of chives. The dean and his wife were a little surprised to see that Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends brought back such a pot of flowers. The dean's wife, where did this thing come from? Lei Zhen replied, Xiao Xiang fell in love with it during the meal, and the store gave it to her. Lei Zhen didn't say much about who it was, and the dean's wife probably didn't want to know. The dean's wife, then take good care of it. You can get it to eat in the future. How is Xiao Xiang's throat now? Do you want to find someone to take a look? After all, doctors don't treat themselves. So the dean's wife is still a little worried. Lei Zhen said, it shouldn't be a big deal. Just don't eat anything during this period. They went to the medical room before they came back. This was also Jiang Zhuxiang's request. And it was also to avoid being nagging by the dean's wife. After hearing Lei Zhen's explanation, the dean's wife didn't say anything more, but went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of honey water, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to drink it before going to rest. Lei Zhen didn't want to rest so early. They hadn't delivered the things that Lei Kong and others had collected before, and he didn't know when they were going to come. The dean's wife also had something to tell Lei Zhen, so she asked the dean to go and rest first. The dean didn't mind letting the two of them stay together, and left with peace of mind. The dean's wife, where are you going to go after this meeting? Lei Zhen, I'm going back to the Lei family this time. As for Xiaoxiang, it depends on her own ideas. I will take time to visit her more often. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang is not alone, and where he wants to live must depend on his ideas. The dean's wife was quite satisfied with Lei Zhen's attitude, but she still had to tell him a few words. You will definitely not have time to take care of her when you go back at the beginning. You can let her stay here first, and we will definitely take good care of her. The dean's wife didn't want them to live apart, but if Jiang Zhuxiang went to the Lei family, he would definitely be busy, and the dean's wife was a little reluctant. Lei Zhen still emphasized, I listened to Xiaoxiang. Lei Zhen felt that Xiaoxiang might not be willing to stay here. After all, the Academy of Sciences would definitely face the transfer of power in the future, and it would be embarrassing for Xiaoxiang to stay here at that time. The dean's wife nodded and didn't say anything more. In the following days, Jiang Zhuxiang basically didn't intervene in the meeting. Jiang Zhuxiang's main focus was on the building being built outside the gate of the academy. There would definitely be a few places left here for the Tao Tai in the future, and Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely keep a close eye on them. Lei Zhen would often accompany Xiao Xiang in activities after meetings. They had helped Tao Tai build small houses when they were in the wild before, so they knew what Tao Tai liked. The two of them discussed and selected several places in advance, sent photos to Tao Tai, and asked for their opinions. Tao Tai finally ended the days of being entangled in daily tasks during this period, and they were just about to come to upgrade their task team, when they saw the picture sent by Jiang Zhuxiang. They made an appointment to meet at the Academy of Sciences in the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang was still looking forward to this, so he prepared to meet them, and told them about what the Academy of Sciences was busy with recently. This matter was also related to them. I don't know if they will be interested in participating at that time. They have enough energy, and it will definitely be effective if they participate. Lei Zhen had some other ideas after listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion. They have already provided useful things in this matter. It is better not to let them get involved. They may not be happy, although the Academy of Sciences covered it up well. Lei Zhen still vaguely guessed some of the secrets in these years, and knew where the Tao Tai came from. Therefore, It is better not to let them participate in this matter. After all, people are greedy. If they are harmed at that time, Jiang Zhuxiang will not be happy. Jiang Zhuxiang was reminded by Lei Jin and reacted. Tao Hai and others were suffering because of these things. If they were mentioned again, it would be to expose their scars. Jiang Zhuxiang sincerely thanked Lei Jin. You are right. I can't bring up this matter. Let them understand it themselves. Whether to participate or not depends on their own wishes. If I ask them, they will definitely participate. Although the Tao Tai have not been around me for a while, they are still willing to take care of my younger generation. And I shouldn't make them sad. Jiang Zhuxiang hasn't asked about the meeting for a long time. This time, he thought about it and asked, where is the meeting going? When do you plan to leave? Chapter 807 Farewell Party. Lei Jin, there is one last game. It is better for Tao Tai to leave with us, so that they will not be forced to participate in the experiment by others. You will not be happy then. Lei Jin still considers Xixiang's feelings. In fact, because of Xixiang, Lei Jin also regards Tao Ai as his elders, so he naturally does not want them to suffer. Jiang Zhuxiang did not expect the speed to be so fast. It seems that the senior brother should have made adjustments again. It seems that they really can't wait for that thing. However, the last game was originally scheduled to be a relaxing and leisure project. I don't know if it has been changed now. Lei Jin said, no. It is said that there will be a party. Do you want to go and see it? Xiao Xiang's voice has almost recovered now. So it doesn't matter if he comes out to play for a while. And the dean and others should not mind. Jiang Zhuxiang, but won't the Tao Ai come tomorrow? It's not good for me to leave in the middle of the day. Tao Tai definitely don't want to go to a place with so many people. So Jiang Zhuxiang is still a little worried. Lei Jin, the party will basically be arranged in the evening, and the Tao Tai will arrive in the afternoon at the latest. Xiao Xiang, you can have a good chat with them, and that will help you prepare the things you need. Originally, the dean's wife helped to prepare these things for Jiang Zhuxiang, but now the dean's wife's position has begun to change. Lei Jin decided to take over these things for his little Xiang himself. Anyway, it is a legitimate matter. At worst, he can go to his mother when the time comes. Jiang Zhuxiang did plan to go to the dean's wife, but after hearing what Lei Jin said, he did not refuse. The dean's wife, the adoptive mother, is still good to him, but no matter what, he is now considered a member of the Lei family, and it is not good to keep bothering her. Jiang Zhuxiang, okay. I will talk to my mother when the time comes. It's not good for you to come forward in this matter. Now he is still very useful to the dean and his wife, and the dean and his wife will not have any other reaction. Lei Jin nodded. But in this way, the relationship between his Xiaoxiang and the Academy of Sciences may inevitably become a little distant. However, with him here in the future, there is no need to worry about anything. And as long as he can get through this period, when Yen Lei completely controls the Academy of Sciences, the Lei family and the Academy of Sciences can be connected again. After all, Yen Lei is Jiang Zhuxiang's senior brother, and this relationship is actually more solid than the relationship between Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean and his wife. Jiang Zhuxiang finally took a look at the house that was still under construction and said, let's go back first. It's getting late. They were still staying at the home of the dean and his wife, so it was not good to let the host wait for them. Lei Jin nodded and slightly blocked the wind for Xiao Xiang. When they returned to the dean's home, the dean and his wife had just sat down. Seeing them coming back, the dean's wife said, how is Xiao Xiang's health now? Tomorrow is the last day of the meeting. Xiao Xiang, do you want to go with me to play? Jiang Zhuxiang said, not bad. What fun things are there tomorrow? The dean's wife, there will be a farewell party at the main venue tomorrow night. Xiao Xiang and I will go there together then. The dean had not mentioned letting Jiang Zhuxiang participate in the things before the party. The dean's wife also knew his concerns. After all, the Academy of Sciences only needed one heir. Xiao Xiang was already a member of the Lei family, so she thought of bringing her to the party in person. Helping her expand her interpersonal relationships at that time was also her last intention as an adoptive mother. Of course, it didn't mean that she would not care about it in the future. It was just that they would not be in power in the future, so their help would be limited. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved to hear the dean's wife's plan. Then, according to what he had agreed with Lei Jin before, Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, Lei Jin has already told me about this matter. He asked me to go with him at that time. This reason should be the most convincing to the dean's wife. After all, The Lei family has completed the transfer of power. The future mistress must be introduced to everyone. This occasion is perfect. The dean's wife glanced at Lei Jin. This kid is also thoughtful. She patted Jiang Zhuxiang's hand. Then I won't worry about it. If you don't understand anything, come and ask me. However, this was just a polite remark. Mrs. Yuan Lei was not a decoration. It seemed that he should think about helping his own Xiao Xiang in other ways. After all, he knew from the dean that the Academy of Sciences had taken advantage of Jiang Zhuxiang this time, and he would continue to trouble her in the future. This favor must be returned. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. Yes, I will. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think there was anything to be unclear about, but it was just hard to say. Lei Jin said, Xiao Xiang has been out all day today. Let her rest first. If there is anything, we can talk about it later. Lei Jin was still a little disappointed with the attitude of the dean and his wife towards Jiang Zhuxiang, so he didn't spend much time with them like Jiang Zhuxiang. The dean's wife naturally saw Lei Jin's thoughts, so she didn't keep them. She sighed and said to the dean, It seems that Lei Jin will not contact us much in the future. He must have seen our actions this time. Dean, it's okay if he doesn't contact us. After all, Xiao Xiang is here. The academy can't be in chaos. Now is a critical period. It's good for him to be cold to the academy. Otherwise, if he wants to support Xiao Xiang, we can't stop him. After we leave for a while, they will always think of our benefits. Dean's wife, I used to think that the Yin family was outrageous, but now it seems that we are no different. We are always biased. The Yin family will also change people after this time. It is said that their youngest son has been completely adopted and has gone out to travel. Dean, Xiao Xiangqin is no longer here. Otherwise, what if we give the academy to her? She probably can't stay in the Lei family. In the future, we should leave more of our own property to her. After all, it is more practical for girls to have a larger dowry. The dean's wife thought about it, and it made sense. The child has been in the academy for less than a year in total. I hope Lei Jin can control him a little in the future, but it seems a bit difficult. As for the dowry, the bakery in her hands has already decided to give it to her. The rest is probably only the income from the farm. How much her husband is willing to give depends on his attitude, and she can't intervene. Chapter 808 Task Force Upgrade. Early the next morning, after Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang had breakfast at the dean's house, they planned to take Jiang Zhuxiang to their parents to ask about their plans for the evening. Because today is the last day, there is still more time for scheduling, and my parents should not have gone out at this time. Lei Jin, Xiaoxiang, you accompany me to visit my parents in the morning, and you can go find Tao Tai by yourself in the afternoon. How about we act together in the evening? Although Lei Jin was already on the road, he still had to explain the situation to his Xiaoxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, no problem. But are they free now? Although the former Lei clan leader and his wife have completed the handover, there are still some things in their hands. This is also the tradition of the Lei family. After the former clan leader leaves office, he will become an elder and take charge of part of the family business, which is also a contribution to the expansion of the family. Lei Jin said, I am free. I told them last night. They must be waiting for us now. Lei Jin will definitely not make such a mistake. He has communicated with his parents in advance. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and followed behind Lei Jin without saying a word. When they arrived at the residence of Lei's parents, they were indeed waiting. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, Mrs. Lei hurriedly came to greet him. She had a lot of good feelings for Jiang Zhuxiang before, and now she is naturally willing to teach Jiang Zhuxiang some experience. Mrs. Lei took Jiang Zhuxiang to talk to one side, while Lei Jin went to talk to the former Lei clan leader about how to implement this matter later. After all, this was also a big event for the Lei family, and it also needed to be well arranged. Half an hour before the meeting started, Jiang Zhuxiang sent Lei Jin and his family away, and began to look for a place to wait for the Taohai to come. They must not have eaten well outside, so he could just treat them. Considering their hobbies, Jiang Zhuxiang directly found a barbecue restaurant, which he had been to before. It was a self-service barbecue restaurant. This kind of place was the most suitable for entertaining Tao Tai. After all, their appetite was not something that ordinary restaurants could afford. Jiang Zhuxiang booked a private room at the front desk and planned to wait for them in the room. There were basically no people at this time, so they would not make any noise when they came. After the waiter took Jiang Zhuxiang to the private room, he considerately closed the door for her. Jiang Zhuxiang turned on the communicator and sent them a message, "Where are you now?" While Jiang Zhuxiang was looking at the situation in the private room, he asked about the speed over there. "Tao Tai, we are almost there. Where are you now?" "Jiang Zhuxiang, in a barbecue restaurant. You come over to have lunch first. And then I will take you to the mission hall. I will send you the location immediately. When you report my name at the front desk, they will take you over." Tao Tai said, "Okay. Xia Xiang knows our taste. We haven't eaten cooked food for a long time. We must have a full meal today." Tao Tai was about to hang up the communication. They were a little hungry now. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly stopped him. "Let me take a look at your current situation. If you are too sloppy, the restaurant will not let you in." After being in the wild for so long, Jiang Zhuxiang was really a little worried that they would become wild people. Tao Tai turned the communicator screen around speechlessly and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to confirm their cleanliness. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that although their hair was a little messy, their clothes were still clean. So he knew that they should have changed their clothes before coming. So he said, "Comb your hair neatly, and there will be no problem with other things. Come over." Tao Tai then turned off the communicator, and Jiang Zhuxiang sent the address. 10 minutes later, the door of the box was knocked, and Jiang Zhuxiang went to open the door himself, and then planned to welcome the people outside in. Tao Tai and the others hadn't seen Jiang Zhuxiang for a long time. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang, they were very worried and circled around her for a long time. After Tingsha confirmed that there was no problem, he followed Jiang Zhuxiang in and sat down. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little speechlessly, "Why are you sitting here? Go out and get your own things. I'll ask him to turn on the stove for us." The waiter also followed them in. Fortunately, they didn't talk nonsense before. They touched their stomachs and walked out. They always didn't know how to be polite at this time. After all, food is still very important. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the waiter to turn on the stove to preheat, and he began to brush oil on it. When the temperature reached, they could start roasting. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was very skilled, the waiter did not stay any longer and said directly, "If you need anything, you can press the bell and someone will serve you." Then he walked out. The Tao Tai and the others were very considerate and brought in Jiang Zhuxiang's portion. Everyone started roasting what they wanted to eat. After going in and out several times, the Tao Tai and the others were finally full. Jiang Zhuxiang went to the front desk to pay the bill, and then began to walk slowly to the mission hall, which was also considered to be digesting the food. Jiang Zhuxiang asked about their mission outside with a little curiosity. "Did you really complete all the previous missions? After all, those tasks are really cumbersome." Jiang Zhuxiang is still a little bit unbelievable. "Tao Tai, it's done. Otherwise why would we come here? Do you want to see our task items?" They brought all the task items with them this time, and it was also convenient to confirm them at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head quickly. "No need. This kind of thing is really not suitable to take out now. After all, some tasks are still quite strange, and Jiang Zhuxiang himself doesn't really want to see the task items." After Tao Tai and the others arrived at the task hall, because of the meeting, there were not many people in the hall, but it was quite quiet. When the staff saw them coming, they directly said, "Give us your team's badges. Put the task items in that position, and someone will come to check them later. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait on the side. When the inspection is completed, you can directly get the activity reward." Jiang Zhuxiang, they have completed all the tasks of their level. If they want to upgrade the team's level, do they need to apply for it? This kind of thing is not very clear to Jiang Zhuxiang. So he asked the staff. "Staff, no. If the task product is qualified after inspection, the system will automatically upgrade it. However, you need to pay a contribution value. I will come to handle it. You can go to the leisure area and wait." The staff's attitude towards Jiang Zhuxiang is quite good. After all, it is rare for the Academy of Sciences to see such an active task team, so they are willing to help them. Chapter 809, Poaching High-End Combat Power. After Jiang Zhuxiang thanked the staff, he took Tao Tai and the others to the leisure area. This is a good place to rest. After Jiang Zhuxiang asked them to sit down, he asked, "Do you want to drink anything?" They should have eaten a lot of barbecue before. Now according to Jiang Zhuxiang's idea, he actually wanted them to drink hawthorn water to promote digestion. Tao Tai and the others had been here before, and they also knew that the most common drink here was probably juice. Jiang Zhuxiang had made that thing for them before. They were completely psychologically traumatized now. So they said, "No need. Although they were a little thirsty now, they definitely didn't want to drink juice. After Jiang Zhuxiang scanned their faces, he said directly, "Then I will decide." The Taotai and the others wanted to protest, but seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's threatening expression, they quietly withdrew it. It was really annoying to have a junior who was in charge of them, but they were willing to be controlled. Seeing that they had no objection, Jiang Zhuxiang went to the window by himself. He didn't choose the juice they hated, but asked them to help make a pot of hawthorn water. Naturally, he provided the hawthorn. 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the Taotai and the others with this thing, gave each of them a cup, and sat down. Taotai smelled the smell inside and breathed a sigh of relief silently. It was a familiar smell to them. It seemed that Xiaoxiang still took good care of them. The inspection work over there was carried out in an orderly manner. After about 2 hours, it was finally over. The staff came with the results to communicate with Jiang Zhuxiang. "I'm really sorry to bother you for waiting for so long. All the mission items provided by your team are qualified. Now you can upgrade. Please transfer this amount of contribution points to this account first, and then the system will automatically upgrade. During the upgrade period, the team cannot accept tasks. The upgrade time is 12 hours. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to indicate that he understood, and then signaled Kuenping to come over to pay the contribution points. After all, he is the captain. Kuenping nodded, looked at the account provided by the staff, and quickly transferred the contribution value. The contribution value of the previous tasks had also been credited, and the contribution value to be paid now was relatively easy for them. Seeing that they had nothing else to do, Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Do you want to leave first, or wait until tomorrow to leave with us? I won't come back here often in the future. If you need it, I can help you transfer to the Lei family. I may go there often in the future, and it will be more convenient for us to meet at that time." Jiang Zhuxiang still considered the Taotai and the others. After all, there will definitely be a period of chaos after the Academy of Sciences, and Jiang Zhuxiang is still a little worried that they will be used by then. "Tingsha, is it troublesome to transfer to the Lei family? If it is troublesome, it is okay not to transfer. We can move around outside more often as long as we take on more tasks, and the Academy of Sciences will not have a big impression of us. After all, there are still people in the Academy of Sciences who are on good terms with Jiang Zhuxiang. If there is something really bad for them, Jiang Zhuxiang will definitely know about it." "Jiang Zhuxiang, it's not a problem. I will tell Leijin when I meet him later. But when the time comes, I will ask Leijin to bring you here again. The mission team can change its location, as long as someone applies and confirms that someone will accept it. Tingsha, what do you think?" Tingsha was asking the other members of the team. Kuiping made the final decision. "Then let's go. The Lei family should be quite suitable for us. And with Xiaoxiang here, they won't dare to do anything. Besides, the people in the Academy of Sciences are too smart. They are really worried that they will be sold without knowing it." Jiang Zhuxiang took note of this and said, "Then I will help you find a place to live first. There are really too many people in the Academy of Sciences recently. Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't want them to be restricted, so he plans to take them to a hotel. This hotel is the only one in the Academy of Sciences, and the conditions are still good." Taotai said, "You decide." Jiang Zhuxiang was more familiar with this place, and they had no other opinions. Jiang Zhuxiang took them to the hotel to check in, and waited for them in the lobby, and they went up to tidy up. It happened that Leijin had also finished the meeting, and the remaining time was preparation time. Leijin asked his parents to go back first, and he had to contact Jiang Zhuxiang first. Lei's parents said, "Okay, then we will wait for you where we live. Remember to bring Xiaoxiang back." After that, they left first. When Jiang Zhuxiang received Leijin's call, Jiang Zhuxiang was still waiting for Taotai to come down in the lobby. After the call was connected, Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Are you done?" "Leijin, it's over. Where are you now?" "Xiaoxiang?" Jiang Zhuxiang reported his location. "Leijin, wait for me over there. I'll be there soon." Leijin planned to devote all his time to his own Xiaoxiang, so he was so eager to let Jiang Zhuxiang wait for him to come over. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded speechlessly, which was just right. He would first deal with the Taotai and the others, and then go to find Lei's parents. When Leijin arrived, the Taotai and the others were about to come down, so Jiang Zhuxiang told Leijin about the previous things. Leijin said, "No problem. Let's go and get this done first, and then go to find my parents." It's just right to take them with us tomorrow. Our Lei family also needs this kind of powerful fighting power. I am very satisfied with Xixiang's dowry. Jiang Zhuxiang rolled his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? They may not listen to you at that time. If you dare to let them know that you think so, you will definitely die. Lei Zhen is looking for death because of the fighting power of Tao Tai. Lei Zhen said with a smile, I won't say anything nonsense in front of them. And Xiaoxiang won't tell on me either. Jiang Zhuxiang, it depends on my mood. When Tao Tai came down, Lei Zhen greeted them warmly, and then took them back to the mission hall to get the application form and acceptance certificate ready. Although the staff felt a little distressed, the level of Taotia's mission team was not high, so they still passed. Even the dean and others didn't know about this situation. Otherwise it would definitely not be so smooth. Jiang Zhuxiang, we have something to do in the evening, so you can solve your dinner by yourselves. We will come to find you tomorrow morning and leave together. Try to stay in the hotel at night. When you leave here in the future, I won't care about you anymore. Chapter 810, Socializing at the Party. The Tao Tai also knew what Jiang Zhuxiang was worried about, so they would not go against her ideas. Don't worry. We will definitely not cause trouble when the time comes. You can go and do your work first. After that, they left first. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at their backs as they left, and asked Lei Zhen helplessly, Am I acting like an ungrateful person? After all, the Academy of Sciences still had the grace to raise me, and my original parents would definitely not want me to do this. But I am not my original self, and I want my freedom more. Lei Zhen patted Jiang Zhuxiang on the shoulder. Don't say that to yourself. Everyone has their own pursuits, and the Academy of Sciences is really not a good place for Tao Tai. If they discover the special features of Tao Tai, they may not dare to act rashly in a short period of time. But who knows that they will always be so rational. After all, the research value of Tao Tai is very high. This is what Lei Zhen is most worried about the Academy of Sciences. Otherwise, he would not have encouraged Jiang Zhuxiang to make such a decision. Lei Zhen, well, at most we can help the Academy of Sciences when they need us in the future. Let's go find our parents first. They must be waiting anxiously now. Although there is still some time before the party in the evening, it will take a long time for the women to prepare. Lei Zhen still wants Jiang Zhuxiang to follow him quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about what happened tonight, so he temporarily put Tao Tai and the others behind his mind and said, Then let's go. Lei Zhen took Jiang Zhuxiang back to his parents' residence. His father was being directed by his mother to change clothes with a look of despair on his face. When he saw Lei Zhen and his friends coming, his eyes lit up. Finally, someone could divert his wife's attention. After changing into his clothes, Lei's father said to Jiang Zhuxiang, Your daughter-in-law is here. Let us men decide what to wear. Jiang Zhuxiang was definitely better at attracting his wife's attention than himself. Lei's father spared no effort to divert the trouble. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little stunned at Lei's father's behavior. Seeing Mrs. Lei's eyes lit up, she couldn't help but want to hide behind Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen saw the look in his mother's eyes and wanted to run away. But he stood there calmly, waiting for his mother's reaction. Mrs. Lei rushed over excitedly, took Jiang Zhuxiang and went into the locker room, leaving Lei Zhen and his son outside. Father Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down to take a breath. Lei Zhen also looked like he had survived a disaster. He sat on the sofa with Father Lei and then silently reflected on his behavior. Is it really okay to let go like this? Will Xiuxiang be angry at that time? Father Lei saw his son's expression and knew that he probably felt sorry for his wife. Father Lei didn't say much. After experiencing this kind of thing more, he would no longer have such thoughts. Sometimes people still have to think more about themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang was somewhat helplessly tormented by Mrs. Lei for an hour. During this hour, Jiang Zhuxiang changed countless sets of clothes and styles. When Mrs. Lei finally decided what to wear tonight, Jiang Zhuxiang no longer had the energy to vent her previous anger towards Lei Zhen. Now, she just wanted to find a place to stay quietly for a while. Mrs. Lei saw her daughter-in-law's face with a look of despair, and couldn't help laughing. Neither the father and son are willing to be tormented by me. It seems that Xiaoxiang will be the same as them in the future. No wonder they will become a family. But she didn't intend to let them go, because she was the image consultant of this family. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled awkwardly. Her mother-in-law's hobby was really irresistible. No wonder Lei Zhen chose to pit her. Mrs. Lei adjusted her clothes in front of the dressing mirror and said to Jiang Zhuxiang, Okay, let's go out. Do you think we need to eat something at home before going? I don't know if we can eat well at the party, Mrs. Lei asked as she walked Jiang Zhuxiang out. Jiang Zhuxiang, according to the dean's wife's idea. We will provide a buffet. If you want to eat at that time, it's no problem. But if your mother wants to socialize at that time, she may not have time to eat. Jiang Zhuxiang himself was not worried. Anyway, he was not the protagonist today. Mrs. Lei thought about it, and decided to eat something before leaving. She would definitely be busy today. Lei Jin and his son had no objection to Mrs. Lei's idea. Just eat something. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't plan to eat. But Lei Jin still served Jiang Zhuxiang a bowl of soup. It was hard to refuse. So he ate something with him. At about 5:30, Mrs. Lei took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to the party venue. The party started at 6 o'clock, and they would be there at about the same time. They could talk to the people who came earlier. Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang followed the former Lei clan leader and his wife into the venue. The dean's wife set up a welcome band at the entrance of the venue. It seemed that they attached great importance to today's party. When the dean's wife saw them coming, she came over to greet them and told Jiang Zhuxiang, "Follow Madame Lei today. I may not be able to take care of you." Mrs. Lei spoke on behalf of Jiang Zhuxiang. "I will definitely take good care of Xiaoxiang. After all, she is my daughter-in-law. Besides, Lei Jin is here, so you don't have to worry too much." When Jiang Zhuxiang heard Mrs. Lei say this, he didn't say anything else, just smiled. The dean's wife nodded with satisfaction and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang teasingly. "Look how much your mother-in-law likes you. Xiaoxiang must be filial to her in the future." As a family member, she naturally had to consider Jiang Zhuxiang well. So the dean's wife didn't say much to Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise, wouldn't it be that she didn't believe in Madame Lei's ability? Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I'd better not talk." After exchanging greetings with the dean's wife, Mrs. Lei did not occupy her time anymore. After all, she was still very busy as the host today. Mrs. Lei told her son, "Take Xiaoxiang to meet your friends first. I'll come to you later." After all, Jiang Zhuxiang will definitely be the one to do the madam diplomacy in the future. At that time, Mrs. Lei will still let the madams of other families know about Jiang Zhuxiang's existence, which can be regarded as a handover. Lei Jin nodded and took Jiang Zhuxiang to the place where young people like to take him. The young generation who came this time basically knew Jiang Zhuxiang. Although they were not as close as Lei Jin, they all respected Jiang Zhuxiang. They were still very happy to hear that they were together, and they all said they were waiting to drink the wedding wine. Chapter 8:11 The beginning of their own struggle. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at them in silence and stretched out his hand to pinch Lei Jin. Lei Jin quickly said, "It's too early for the wedding. Everything depends on Xiaoxiang's decision." Although Lei Jin had already signed a marriage contract with Jiang Zhuxiang, he really didn't dare to mess around with the wedding. At least he had to ask Jiang Zhuxiang's consent. Jiang Zhuxiang let go of the piece of skin in his hand with satisfaction. Lei Jin was quite sensible. Lei Jin secretly rubbed it. It turned out that his Xiaoxiang had the potential to be a fierce woman. Others saw their interaction and booed, mocking Lei Jin's wife's slave. Lei Jin also accepted it in the whole article. This title was not an insult to Lei Jin. As long as his Xiaoxiang was willing, he would certainly be more than happy. While the young people were enjoying themselves, others had also arrived. Mrs. Lei temporarily left her husband's side and walked behind Lei Jin and the others. While greeting the young people, she said, "Lend Xiaoxiang to me for a while, and I'll return it to you later." The young people said, "No problem. Lei Jin, we will take good care of him." Jiang Zhuxiang was led by Mrs. Lei to walk around in the crowd. After calling her aunt and aunt countless times, she was taken to the rest area by Mrs. Lei to rest for a while. "Xiaoxiang, you didn't eat anything before. Eat something now, and then go find a Jin. Do you remember the ladies I introduced to you today? You will need to deal with them in the future. I will tell you in detail about their preferences later. There is no rush for these." Mrs. Lei still felt sorry for her daughter-in-law. After all, she would support the Lei family with her son in the future. Even if she felt sorry for her, she still had to teach her well. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. "I remember. If you have something to do, just keep busy. I will take care of myself." Jiang Zhuxiang still had no problem remembering people, but he was not very active in interpersonal communication. However, he also had his own methods and was not in a hurry. Mrs. Lei had already seen someone waving at her, so she stopped talking to Jiang Zhuxiang, patted Jiang Zhuxiang's hand and left. Jiang Zhuxiang found a plate and started to pick out what he liked to eat. And by the way, he planned to bring a cup of drink to Lei Jin. After finishing, Jiang Zhuxiang took the plate to find Lei Jin. Lei Jin had just sat down. He was called by Lei's father to socialize before. Lei Jin didn't care much about this. The Lei family believed in strength. If the clan leaders of each generation were good at socializing, they would do it. If they were not good at it, they would speak directly with strength. No one dared to bully the Lei family. In the end, strength was still the key. Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming back, and drank the glass of juice that Jiang Zhuxiang brought him in one breath. He said with some emotion, "There are so many people here. I still don't like this kind of thing. After I go back, I'll seize the time to improve my strength. What do you think? Zhuxiang? Jiang Zhuxiang, I support you. I think it will be difficult to refuse. Even if I don't take the initiative, they will still come to me. I will just pick a few people I like and interact with them. I don't have much time to spend on this kind of thing. I still want to go out and open my own clinic. Where can I spend time with these ladies?" Other young people heard the conversation between Lei Jin and them, and were also amused. "You are too simple and rough. It seems that we should talk to our mothers after we go back, and not let them bother you." Lei Jin raised his eyebrows. "You should take over the family affairs as soon as possible, so that it will be easier for us to interact in the future. After all, some old people are too stubborn. Lei Jin is really not willing to deal with them. It would be bad if he hurt them." The young man thought about his father's strength. For their health, he should do this. Otherwise, they would be a bit unfilial. The party started to leave around 10 o'clock. Lei Jin's family stayed at the end, because they were leaving tomorrow and taking Jiang Zhuxiang with them. So they had to stay and talk to the dean and his wife. After hearing what the Lei clan leader and his wife said, the dean and his wife were not too surprised. They had been prepared before. After all, the Lei family could not lack the mistress. The dean's wife only said, "I will come to the Lei family in the next few days. What should be given to you should be given to you. Don't refuse it when the time comes." Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless. "You and the dean will also need to take care of yourself in the future. So you should leave more for yourself." "Dean's wife, will you not take care of us when we are old?" "Don't talk nonsense." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Of course I will." But Dean's wife let her go after getting Jiang Zhuxiang's answer. Looking at the time, the Lei clan leader and his wife said goodbye to the dean and his wife, saying, "We will visit each other more often in the future. After all, we are relatives, aren't we?" Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin still went back to live with the dean and his wife. The dean and his wife still had a lot of people to see off tomorrow morning. So they said goodbye to the dean and his wife tonight, so as to avoid doing such things in a hurry tomorrow morning. The dean's wife talked a lot with Jiang Zhuxiang before going to bed, and passed on her experience to her. At the end, her eyes were a little red. Jiang Zhuxiang could only coax her to go back to sleep. After the dean took over, he comforted her and said, "When we are free in the future, we can visit her often, and then we won't have so many concerns." The dean's wife nodded, and it shouldn't take too long. The next morning, although Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang got up very early, the dean and his wife were no longer there. They probably went to say goodbye. They didn't care. After packing up, they went directly to the hotel to find Tao Tai and told them to wait on the road first. They would come and meet them when the time came. After all, if they went together, the target would still be a little too big. After Tao Tai and the others agreed, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin went to find the Lei clan leader and his wife. After all, it was getting late. The Lei clan leader and his wife were not in a hurry. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and the others coming, they invited them to have breakfast. In this case, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin could only accommodate their time. After breakfast, when they went out, the dean and his wife were still seeing people off at the door. After saying hello to the dean and his wife, they did not stay for long. They took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, and quickly left the Academy of Sciences. After meeting up with Tao Tai and the others on the road, they hurried to the Lei family shelter. Lei Jin first took Tao Tai and the others to register in his mission hall. Chapter 8-12 Finale. After the meeting, everyone who returned to their respective fields began to promote the energy collectors distributed by the Academy of Sciences. Each method had its own merits, but the efficiency was pretty good. Jiang Zhuxiang also specially prepared a huge array plate to place those energy receivers to provide energy for that thing. Of course, this series of things were carried out in secret. Jiang Zhuxiang only told Lei Jin, and the subsequent work was done by her alone. The Academy of Sciences only sent people to deliver the things. The power transfer at the Academy of Sciences also began. The dean's wife had come to Jiang Zhuxiang once before, and handed over the income of the bakery to Jiang Zhuxiang 6 levels. In addition to maintaining the daily operation of the bakery, the rest was also responsible for the future life of the dean and his wife. When they left in the future, this part would be handed over to the actual manager of the bakery, and the rest would still be handed over to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to accept it after refusing to no avail. The dean gave Jiang Zhuxiang 2 layers of the farm's income and promised that Jiang Zhuxiang could buy farm products first if he needed them. Jiang Zhuxiang originally did not intend to accept these things from the dean. But the dean did not give Jiang Zhuxiang any room to refuse and directly asked Wu Jing to transfer the money. Jiang Zhuxiang could only make plans later. However, his potted plants were still there, and he would still find time to ask Wu Jing to send them over later. The recovery of the earth was gradually accelerated with everyone's efforts. But everyone's energy consumption was still quite large. Some people gradually felt that their own energy supply was a bit insufficient. Now there were basically no zombies still active in the wild, and it was a bit difficult for everyone to replenish their energy. However, everyone was still working hard. After all, the recovery of the earth was more important, and everyone could see the recovery of the earth. Besides, this is an activity that everyone has participated in. If there is a problem, it will definitely be everyone's fault. So no one has any complaints. After 2 years of hard work, some people had to quit because their superpowers were exhausted. And the rest of the people also experienced this situation one after another. The earth has completely recovered on the surface, but it is still a little unstable inside. In this case, it is impossible for everyone to give up. So they are forced to continue. Half a year later, the earth has completely recovered, and everyone's superpowers are basically gone. Although everyone is a little dissatisfied, they really don't need superpowers now, so they don't bother much. After working with Lei Jin for 2.5 years, Jiang Zhuxiang finally had time to go out. Jiang Zhuxiang had planned to set up a clinic before, and now that he was free, he planned to continue this plan. After Lei Jin tried to persuade him again to no avail, he had no choice but to let Jiang Zhuxiang go. But he strongly requested that Jiang Zhuxiang must go back to Lei's house to rest at night. Jiang Zhuxiang said speechlessly, "Where else can I go if I don't come back to rest?" "Okay. Don't say more. I'm leaving first." After 2.5 years of running in, the relationship between Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin has also made a major breakthrough. With the harmony of body and mind, Lei Jin has become more clingy, and Jiang Zhuxiang sometimes feels a little bit embarrassed. Jiang Zhuxiang was not alone when she came out today. Lei Mu came out with Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin also quietly called Lei Mu aside and asked her to watch Jiang Zhuxiang carefully and not talk too much with other men. The Lei family's superpower team has already found their own positions. Lei Mu is mainly responsible for medical matters. Lei Kong was mainly arranged by Lei Jin to be in charge of internal affairs, so medical matters were handed over to Lei Mu. This time, he followed Jiang Zhuxiang out to help her. On the way, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Mu a little speechlessly, "What does your family leader want you to do? Isn't it to ask you to monitor me?" Lei Mu smiled tepidly. "You also know what kind of person the clan leader is. I won't say much, but you just need to be careful." Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head speechlessly, stopped talking, and rushed directly to the house built by Lei Jin before. Now basically only Tao Tai and others live here, and Alice and Ron have lived here for more than 2 years. Jiang Zhuxiang came here this time to get together with them. As for the matters of the clinic, Jiang Zhuxiang only needs to look at the site selection and so on. The rest of the matters will still be handed over to the construction team. As for supervision, Lei Jin has already directly told Lei Mu before, so Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't need to worry about anything. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu looked around the vacant places and chose a relatively open place with convenient transportation. After deciding on the location, Jiang Zhuxiang handed the blueprint to Lei Mu, who said, "If you have something to do, you can go and do it first. I will take good care of this place. I will probably live here first in the future. You can come and see it whenever you have time. It doesn't matter if you don't have time. After all, a medical clinic doesn't just need a house." Lei Mu took on these chores so that Jiang Zhuxiang could have time to prepare the medical equipment. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. "Don't worry. It's better to be slow. I'll leave first." Alice and the others must have been waiting impatiently, So Jiang Zhuxiang sped up. Alice and the others have been here for more than 2 years. They called Jiang Zhuxiang here today because they were going to be transferred back recently, and they wanted to say goodbye to Jiang Zhuxiang. When Jiang Zhuxiang arrived, Alice and Ron were preparing dinner for the evening. It seemed that they had invited a lot of people. After all, they had met a lot of people in the past 2 years. When she saw Jiang Zhuxiang, Alice just said, "Find a place to sit by yourself. We are not free for the time being." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood and found something to do. In the evening, Yin Lei and the others also came. And Lei Jin also came. After all, he had acted with them before. Everyone exchanged their recent situation and future development strategies. This farewell banquet was quite lively. In more than 2 years, everyone has found a way to live on the earth. It feels like returning to slash-and-burn farming. All high-tech is used more in environmentally friendly production, trying to avoid further harm to the earth. This way of life and production has been included in the laws of various countries. When Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin went back at night, they walked back. After washing up, they sat on the bed and talked. Lei Jin complained a little. Xiaoxiang will not want me anymore when she has something she wants to do in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang was helpless. No. You didn't do anything wrong. Whispering until late at night. The cat eating mint candy said,